Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if badass Deku became leader of Shiketsu? Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Conqueror of Shiketsu by Alice Blackwood 007. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Things were looking up for the first year hero class 1A. Finally, their nightmare had come to an end. The League of Villains was no more after the intense battle at Kamino Ward. All Might had defeated All for One for good, putting an end to his reign of terror. Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Dr. Garaki, the man behind the creation of the Nomus, were all incarcerated. Although some of the other League members, like Toga and Dabi, had managed to escape, the hope was that they would eventually be apprehended. Crime was on the rise since All Might had been pushed to his limit during the battle and was now retired. Fortunately, his successor was training tirelessly to become the next symbol of peace. For the time being, Class 1A enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility. Most of the students had passed the provisional license exam, with Bakugo and Todoroki finally earning theirs. Their work studies were complete, and they had delivered an amazing performance at the cultural festival. For now, peace reigned over Class 1A. But good things can never last. It was now December, and Class 1A, along with Class 1B, was about to begin a joint training exercise. The air was filled with a mix of excitement and anticipation as the students prepared themselves for the challenge ahead. However, before they could start, Principal Nezu appeared, accompanied by a man in a Shiketsu uniform. Aizawa, Kon, All Might, and Midnight all looked at Nezu with raised eyebrows, mirroring the confusion of the students. Nezu greeted them with a smile. "Hello, students," he began. "May I introduce Mr. Takahiro Yumakui, the newly appointed principal of Shiketsu High." Aizawa's brow furrowed slightly. A new principal this late in the year. What happened to the old one? He wondered silently. The students examined the Shiketsu principal curiously. He was as tall as All Might in his muscular form, with pure black eyes that resembled voids. His hair was a dark pink, adding to his striking appearance. Despite these unusual features, he wore a standard Shiketsu uniform, giving him an air of formality. "Hello, students," Principal Yumakui greeted them in a cheery tone. "As your principal informed you, I am Shiketsu's newly appointed principal, and I have come here with an important announcement." Kon interjected, puzzled. "What kind of announcement?" Principal Yumakui's smile widened. "I am here to announce that from this moment forward, UA and Shiketsu will be going to war," he declared enthusiastically. The statement hung in the air, leaving everyone confused. Whispers spread through the students as they tried to make sense of his words. "Oi, what the hell are you talking about? You wanna go to war with us?" Bakugo shouted, his voice echoing through the training ground. Takahiro turned his attention to Bakugo with a wide grin. "Ah, you must be Katsuki Bakugo. Our dear Conqueror has taken a special interest in you. After all, you are one of the 5 war potentials." Bakugo's confusion deepened. He had no idea who this Conqueror was or why being labeled a war potential sounded so ominous, but he didn't like it, not one bit. Aizawa stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he faced Nezu and Takahiro. "What do you mean by declaring war on us?" he demanded. Takahiro met Aizawa's gaze with a cheerful expression. "Ah, Eraserhead, I was wondering when we would meet. What I mean is that, thanks to some convincing from a few friends in the HPSC, UA and Shiketsu will be engaging in a little, friendly, war to determine which school produces the best heroes." Aizawa's suspicion only grew. He could tell there was more to the story. The Shiketsu principal was clearly withholding something. Takahiro noticed Aizawa's skepticism and smirked. "You're sharper than I thought, Eraserhead," he predicted you'd see through that half-truth. Kon stepped forward, his curiosity piqued. "So what's the real story?" he asked. Takahiro looked at Nezu with a knowing expression. "I believe it's your right to tell them what is happening, Nezu," he said, his tone indicating a mix of seriousness and anticipation. Nezu nodded, his usually cheerful demeanor replaced with solemnity as he addressed the assembled teachers and students. "To the public and the media, this upcoming competition is merely a friendly rivalry between the 2 most prestigious hero schools in Japan. However, in reality, this war will determine the fate of both UA and Shiketsu." The gravity of Nezu's words hung heavy in the air, prompting worried murmurs and concerned glances among the students. "Sir, what do you mean by determine the fate?" Itsuka asked, voicing the collective confusion and anxiety. Nezu sighed deeply, his furry brows furrowing. Due to recent events and increasing concerns about safety, the Hero Public Safety Commission has debated the future of UA. Some members argue that UA poses too much risk and should be shut down. "No way, they can't just shut us down," Hiroshima interjected, his voice tinged with disbelief. "How is this possible, after everything we've been through?" Momo added, her expression a mix of frustration and defiance. "Damn, those freaking suits," Bakugo growled, his hands clenching into fists. Nezu raised a paw to calm the growing uproar. "Fortunately," he continued, "the other half of the HPSC comprises friends and several UA graduates who have vehemently opposed the closure. This internal battle over UA's fate has been ongoing since the Camino Ward incident." He paused, his eyes scanning the faces of the students. "Now, the HPSC has reached a tentative agreement, albeit with conditions." "Which is?" All Might asked, his voice tinged with concern and disbelief. "UA and Shiketsu will battle each other until there is only one school left standing," Takahiro explained calmly, his words carrying a weight that sent a chill down the spines of all present. "The winning school will be crowned the #1 hero school in all of Japan, with a substantial budget increase. Meanwhile, the losing school will face a 50% budget cut for the remainder of this year and the next." The shock and gravity of Takahiro's declaration hung heavy in the air, causing murmurs of concern and anxiety among the teachers and students alike. All Might's usually stoic expression faltered for a moment, his eyes widening with realization. "That's unprecedented," he managed to say, clearly shaken by the implications for both schools. Takahiro nodded, his smile widening ever so slightly. "Indeed, it's a shame it has come to this. But as I said, we have come to declare war, and this war." His words were cut short by sudden explosions and fires erupting from various training facilities in the main gym of UA. The students gasped in horror and turned to witness the destruction unfolding behind them, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief as parts of their beloved school were obliterated in a matter of moments. "Starts now," Takahiro concluded with a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction at the chaos he had unleashed. Bakugo, his expression a mask of fury, immediately turned towards Takahiro with explosive intent. "Bastard," he roared, launching himself forward with blazing determination. But before Bakugo could reach Takahiro, the Shiketsu principle began to fade away, his form dissipating like a mirage in the wind. Takahiro chuckled softly as he vanished from sight, his voice echoing hauntingly. "He was right about you, Kachin." His words lingered in the air, leaving an unsettling feeling in their wake. Hearing his old nickname sent a jolt through Bakugo's senses. The name, Kachin, was one he thought he'd left behind, a remnant of a time long past. Only a select few knew it, and only one person had ever called him that consistently. "It can't be." Bakugo's mind raced, trying to process the implications. The thought churned in his mind, mingling with the chaos unfolding around him. Turning back to face the destruction that had erupted within UA's training facilities, Bakugo took in the stunned expressions of his classmates and teachers. Each face bore a mix of shock, anger, and determination. They were all processing the weight of what Takahiro's declaration meant, not just a battle for supremacy between schools, but a fight for the very existence of UA itself. The school held a profound significance for Bakugo, one that went beyond mere education. UA had been his refuge, a place where he had honed his skills and forged friendships. It was here that he had grown as a hero, guided by mentors who had seen potential in him. As memories of his time at UA flashed through his mind, the rigorous training, the fierce competitions, the camaraderie forged in the face of danger, Bakugo's resolve hardened. He couldn't allow all of that to be erased, not by some arbitrary declaration of war. "This school, it saved me," Bakugo muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with a rare vulnerability. "I'm not about to let it all end like this." With a determined glare, Bakugo turned back towards the fading image of Takahiro. The challenge ahead loomed large, but he was ready to face it head-on. Whatever it took, he would fight to defend UA, uphold its legacy, and prove that its students were worthy of being called heroes. When Takahiro returned to Shiketsu, the eager first-year hero course students awaited him. Standing prominently among them was the student poised to lead them to victory, the one revered at Shiketsu as the Conqueror, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku greeted his principal with a calm smile as he stood before his classmates. "So, did you manage to pull it off?" he inquired. Takahiro nodded confidently. "Indeed, I have," he affirmed. "Now, if the rest of our plan unfolds as anticipated, we'll secure victory in this war and establish Shiketsu as the unquestioned premier hero school." Izuku's expression remained neutral. "Right," he began cautiously. "Our strategy hinges on timing. We wait for the opportune moment to strike, and we're prepared to counter any retaliation." Takahiro chuckled approvingly. "You've proven yourself an astute strategist, Midoriya. I'm pleased to have placed you in charge of our operations." His tone turned sly. "Oh, and I must inform you, one of the war potentials attempted an attack on me." Izuku's brow furrowed in concern. "Who?" he asked sharply. "Your friend, Bakugo," Takahiro announced with a smirk. A flicker of irritation crossed Izuku's features. "He's not my friend," he asserted firmly. Takahiro smirked knowingly. "Of course," he acknowledged, then shifted gears. "So, have you assembled our elite force?" he queried with intrigue. Izuku nodded confidently, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I have," he affirmed, gesturing behind him. "May I introduce our very own Sternritter?" Takahiro turned to see a group of Shiketsu students clad in their distinctive uniforms, their faces obscured by shadows. Despite the concealment, Takahiro recognized each one, a knowing grin spreading across his face. "Impressive, Conqueror," he complimented Izuku. "I made a deal with you," Izuku stated coldly, his voice laced with determination. "I'll help you as long as you let me return home and grant me my revenge. I want to see Bakugo pay for his actions, and I want UA to fall." Takahiro nodded in agreement, his expression serious. "We share the same goal. UA has taken from both of us. It's only fitting that we take something back," he declared. "I'm placing you in charge of this war. If you can conquer UA, I have no doubt you'll have the prowess to conquer anything." With those words, Takahiro turned and walked away, leaving Izuku and his assembled Sternritter to their preparations. As Izuku watched him depart, he turned back to his comrades, all 25 of them, and issued commands for the upcoming conflict. Every detail mattered. Timing and strategy were crucial. After they departed, Izuku ascended to the roof of Shiketsu High. From this vantage point, he gazed out over the sprawling city, his eyes fixed on the distant location of UA. It struck him as ironic how, once upon a time, UA had been his aspiration, the embodiment of his dreams. Yet now, he stood poised to dismantle it, to engage in war against the very institution he once revered. Life had a way of reshaping one's ambitions. The hardships he had endured, the trials that had tested him, they had molded him into someone who saw the world through different eyes. But perhaps, he mused silently, this transformation was necessary. If he had remained the hopeful, naive boy who once idolized heroes without question, he wouldn't possess the resolve needed for this fight. The events that scarred him, the betrayals he faced, they had tempered him into steel. Now, standing atop Shiketsu High, he wasn't just Izuku Midoriya or Deku anymore. He was the Conqueror, a title earned through sheer determination and the relentless pursuit of his goals. Shiketsu had seen his prowess, his strategic mind, and now UA would witness his wrath. He had proven himself at Shiketsu with nothing more than his intellect and determination. Now, he would show UA what true power looked like. Nothing would deter him from his path. Not sentiment, not hesitation, nothing. As the wind ruffled his hair and the city stretched out before him, Izuku's gaze hardened with resolve. The Conqueror had arrived, and he was ready to reshape the hero landscape, starting with the downfall of UA. The tension in the room was palpable as classes 1A and 1B gathered in the common area, their faces reflecting a mix of frustration and determination. The earlier attack by Shiketsu had left UA's reputation, and their pride, in shambles. Conversations buzzed as students voiced their opinions on what to do next. "So, what's the plan?" Bakugo demanded, his arms crossed and eyes blazing with frustration. His voice cut through the chatter like a knife, forcing everyone's attention on him. The group fell silent for a moment before Iida stepped forward, his ever-practical demeanor intact. Adjusting his glasses, he addressed Bakugo with a calm but firm tone. "We should wait and see what the teachers have planned," he said, his words measured. This isn't a situation to approach carelessly. UA will have a coordinated response. Bakugo's expression twisted into a snarl. He slammed his fist onto the table, rattling the room. Screw that, he shouted, his voice raw with anger. That Shiketsu bastard waltzed in here and tore apart UA. The teachers will spend days coming up with some overcomplicated plan while those assholes are already plotting their next move. We can't just sit around and wait, we need to hit them back. Take them by surprise before they even see it coming. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Bakugo's fiery attitude wasn't new, but the truth in his words struck a chord. Still, Iida wasn't one to back down. He raised his hand, his tone stern as he replied. Rash action won't get us anywhere. Charging in without a strategy will only make things worse. This is about more than our pride, it's about keeping everyone safe. Unfortunately, came a calm yet resolute voice, I'd have to agree with Bakugo. All eyes turned to Momo, who stood with a thoughtful expression. She didn't flinch under the sudden attention, her usual poise shining through. Jiro's brow shot up in surprise as she turned to her best friend. Yamomo, she asked, using the nickname she reserved for their private moments. You're siding with him. Momo Yaoyorozu stood at the center of the room, her calm voice commanding attention despite the gravity of her words. The Shiketsu principal, Takahiro Yumakui, knew about this before informing Principal Nezu or any of us. That gave them ample time to infiltrate UA and sabotage our training facilities, all without any member of the staff catching wind of it. If we give them more time, they could strike again, not only causing further damage but potentially injuring or incapacitating some of us. Our best course of action is to turn the tables and take them by surprise before they have the chance to act. The room buzzed with quiet murmurs as the students digested her argument. Itsuka Kendo, the de facto leader of Class 1B, nodded in agreement and stepped forward. I agree, she said firmly. We need to take the fight to them. If they manage to infiltrate UA so easily, it's possible they've done so before. For all we know, they might already know the layout of the school, and if that's the case, they'll exploit it. Monoma leaned casually against the wall, his expression sly but his tone serious. True, but we can't all just storm into Shiketsu, guns blazing. If both heroic classes leave UA, we're leaving our defenses in the hands of the second years. Most of the third years are already juggling hero work alongside their studies, and Shiketsu will likely have all their students ready and waiting for us. It's a numbers game, and they'd win. Momo nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging his point. Exactly. A full-scale assault would leave UA vulnerable, and we can't afford that. Instead, a small, highly capable group should lead the attack. Meanwhile, the rest of us will fortify UA's defenses and prepare for any counterattacks they might launch. Tetsu crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. Good plan, but who do we send? We can't just throw a random group at them. Well, one of them has to be Bakugo, of course, Kirishima chimed in, a grin spreading across his face as if the answer was obvious. The room fell silent, and every pair of eyes turned toward him with confusion. Why Bakugo? Setsuna Tokage asked, tilting her head, her lizard-like tail flicking in curiosity. Kirishima grinned, leaning back with a casual shrug. Well, you heard Shiketsu's principal, right? Bakugo's apparently a war potential. That means they probably see him as one of the biggest threats UA has to offer. Todoroki, ever calm and composed, nodded in agreement. He did mention that Bakugo was one of 5 individuals he specifically called out. If that's true, though, who are the other 4? The group fell silent, the weight of the statement sinking in. 2 of them are probably you two, Tsuyu said bluntly, her wide eyes fixed on Kirishima and Todoroki. Us? Kirishima asked, pointing at himself in confusion. Tsuyu nodded, her tone as straightforward as ever. Both of you are dual quirk users. Todoroki's got his fire and ice, and you've got your hardening and super strength. Kirishima stiffened slightly, his usual carefree demeanor faltering. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right, he said, scratching the back of his neck nervously. Bakugo glanced at his friend, immediately recognizing the discomfort in his expression. He didn't need to ask why, he knew the weight Kirishima carried about his so-called second quirk. Before anyone could press further, Mineta broke the tension with his usual brand of panic. But that still leaves 2 other people. Who are they? Maybe 2 students from our class. Shihei Kuwaro suggested, his voice low as he stepped out of the shadows he'd been leaning against. Itsuka shook her head thoughtfully. Maybe, but it's highly unlikely. Monoma raised a curious brow, his tone laced with mild skepticism. And why's that, Madam President? Care to enlighten us? Itsuka crossed her arms and leveled him with a matter-of-fact gaze. Because, unlike 1A, we don't have anyone with major destructive capabilities. Sure, we're strong as a class, but let's be honest, those 3 in Class A are on a whole other level when it comes to raw power. Monoma opened his mouth to argue but quickly snapped it shut. For once, even he couldn't refute her point. They do have Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya, Setsuna Tokage chimed in, her voice light but thoughtful. Between Bakugo's explosions, Todoroki's half-and-half quirk, and Kirishima's insane strength, it's hard to argue they're not the strongest first years. But, that doesn't mean they're invincible. The other 2 war potentials could easily be upperclassmen, or even students from other departments, she added with a grin. An excellent observation, Iida said, nodding in agreement. He adjusted his glasses as he addressed the group. It's entirely possible the remaining individuals Shiketsu fears come from different parts of UA. For instance, there's a student in general studies who has shown considerable promise, as well as Mei Hatsume from the support department. Both could be candidates. Dreadlocks does make some pretty cool stuff, Bakugo said with a rare note of respect in his voice, thinking back to the upgraded gauntlets Hatsume had crafted for him. Hell, some of it's better than what the pros use. And then there's Shinso, Ojiro added, his tail flicking as he spoke. His ability to mind control anyone who responds to him. That's not just useful, it's dangerous. If I were Shiketsu, I'd definitely see him as a threat. True, Momo agreed, her tone contemplative. She began pacing slightly, her hand resting on her chin. There are strong contenders in other departments and years. That being said, we can speculate endlessly, but it won't get us anywhere right now. She paused and looked up at the group, her voice resolute. Let's put a pin in figuring out the other war potentials and focus on something actionable, like who else we're sending with Bakugo. Obviously, I'm going with him, Kirishima declared, standing up with a determined grin. No, you're not, Bakugo said sharply, cutting him off. If you're a war potential, then you're staying here. If Shiketsu's planning something, they might hit us while we're out. We can't afford to leave UA without someone like you to back them up. Kirishima blinked in surprise, taken aback by Bakugo's logic. But, he's right, Iida interjected, his voice calm but firm. We need our strongest assets here to defend UA in case of retaliation. That means both you and Todoroki should stay. It's a matter of strategy, not capability. Todoroki nodded silently in agreement, his expression unreadable. Kirishima's shoulders slumped slightly, but he nodded reluctantly. Fine, but if anything goes wrong, I'm coming after you guys, no questions asked. Bakugo smirked, crossing his arms. Yeah, like I need you worrying about me. So, who else is going with you? Kirishima asked, shifting the focus back to the mission. I'll go, Tokiyami said, stepping forward. His voice was steady, and Dark Shadow emerged briefly, giving a nod of agreement. Dark Shadow and I excel in covert operations. We can scout ahead and handle any ambushes. Count me in too, Kaminari grinned, giving a thumbs up. Every team needs a guy who can light up the competition. Plus, I've got Bakugo's back. I'm in, Siro added, casually rolling his shoulders. My tape's perfect for securing the area and keeping enemies from running off. Besides, someone has to keep these 2 in line, he said with a teasing glance at Kaminari. Me for, Mina chimed in enthusiastically, punching the air. I'm not letting you guys have all the fun. Besides, my acid's great for breaking through defenses, and, let's be honest, I bring the morale. And I shall go as well, Momo said, her voice resolute as she stepped forward. Bakugo turned to her, raising a skeptical brow. Huh, why you? Momo met his gaze with unwavering determination. Because this is more than just a retaliation mission. I want to see if I can catch a glimpse of this so-called Conqueror, their principal mentioned. If they're truly the key to Shiketsu's strength, we need to gather as much intel as possible, and I can analyze and report back. When those words left Momo's lips, Bakugo's mind was yanked back to the unsettling encounter with Principal Yumakui earlier that day. "Ah, you must be Katsuki Bakugo," Yumakui had said, his sly smile sending a chill down Bakugo's spine. "Our dear Conqueror has taken a special interest in you. After all, you are one of the 5 war potentials." Yumakui's words echoed in his head, and they collided with another voice, one much more familiar, much closer to home. "He was right about you, Kachan." The nickname hit Bakugo like a freight train, and for a moment, he could feel his chest tighten. His mind conjured up a face he never thought he'd see again, one he hadn't seen in years. It couldn't be, could it? That name, that voice. No one else called him that. No one else except, no, it can't be him. There's no way, Bakugo thought, clenching his fists tightly as his heart raced. He gave up that dream a long time ago. The tension in the room barely registered to him until Jiro's voice snapped him back to the present. "Why do you want to see this Conqueror guy so badly, Momo?" Jiro asked, raising an eyebrow as she leaned against the table. Momo straightened her posture, her tone measured and composed. "I did some research after the attack, during the staff meeting," she explained. "According to the data I found, the Conqueror is a first-year student who was recommended to Shiketsu. From what I've gathered, he's being hailed as the best and brightest student their school has ever seen." A murmur spread through the room, the weight of Momo's words sinking in. "That doesn't explain the nickname," Itsuka pointed out, crossing her arms. "Why do they call him the Conqueror? It's not exactly a flattering title for a hero in training." Momo let out a long, exasperated sigh. "From what I read, it's because he's literally defeated every student at Shiketsu." "What?" came the collective, shocked cries of both Class 1A and 1B. "How is that even possible?" Todoroki asked, his voice flat but with an edge of disbelief. Momo nodded slowly, her gaze flicking to the others as she explained. "Shiketsu is the complete opposite of UA. While we focus on teamwork and the core values of what it means to be a hero, compassion, sacrifice, and cooperation, Shiketsu encourages a more competitive environment. They push their students to strive to be the best, even if that means going up against their own classmates. It's a sink or swim mentality, one that values individual success above all else." She paused, letting the gravity of her words sink in. As the story goes, this Conqueror showed up, challenged everyone in his class, and won. Over and over again, the silence that followed was heavy, filled with disbelief and concern. "How?" Iida asked, his voice filled with genuine shock. "Was it his quirk? It has to be, right? No one could defeat everyone without a serious advantage." Momo nodded again, her eyes narrowing slightly. "It was his quirk, but the details are vague. No one knows exactly what it is, just that it's powerful enough to overpower the entire student body. But the specifics remain a mystery." A murmur rippled through the room as everyone processed the implications of what Momo had just said. Bakugo's mind immediately began running over the possibilities. If it was a powerful quirk, then that rules out Midoriya, he thought, feeling a brief flicker of relief. But as quickly as that thought appeared, a nagging doubt crept in, pushing at the edges of his mind. A part of him still wanted to scream that it had to be Midoriya, even though every logical bone in his body screamed the opposite. He clenched his fists, trying to shake the feeling. Trying to quiet the doubt, Bakugo forced his voice to cut through the tension. "Is there a name for this bastard?" he asked, his tone sharp and challenging. Momo turned to Bakugo, meeting his intense gaze, and shook her head. "I'm afraid not," she replied firmly, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. Bakugo's jaw tightened at her words. That wasn't the answer he'd wanted, though he wasn't entirely sure what he had been hoping for. A part of him wanted the name, just to confirm once and for all that this Conqueror wasn't who his gut kept telling him it might be. But it didn't matter. It couldn't be Deku. There was no way. This Conqueror guy's got strength, skill, and a quirk powerful enough to take down an entire school of students, Bakugo thought, clenching his fists at his sides. None of which that stupid, green-haired nerd ever had. Deku doesn't belong in this league. Still, despite his attempts to convince himself, an uncomfortable knot formed in his stomach. It was that tiny, infuriating part of him that refused to let it go. The part that remembered how Deku used to look at him with unwavering determination, even when Bakugo hadn't unlocked his quirk. The part that remembered how, time and time again, Deku had defied the odds and risen up in ways Bakugo never expected. TCH, Bakugo scoffed under his breath, shoving the thought aside. It's not him. It can't be him. Are you okay, Bakugo? Hiroshima's voice broke through his thoughts, concern evident in his tone. Mind your damn business, shitty hair, Bakugo snapped, his voice sharper than intended. He turned away, not wanting anyone to see the turmoil flickering in his eyes. We've wasted enough time talking about this, Conqueror. Let's focus on the plan. We've got a fight to bring to Shiketsu, and I'm not waiting around for them to come at us first. Hiroshima exchanged a glance with Momo and Iida, who both seemed equally concerned but decided against pressing the issue. Momo, ever composed, shifted the focus back to the group. Bakugo's right. We can speculate all day about who the Conqueror is, but that won't help us right now. Our priority is organizing the strike team and ensuring UA is prepared for any counterattacks. The students began to discuss strategies again, but Bakugo's thoughts lingered elsewhere. But no matter how many times he repeated it, that stubborn, nagging voice in the back of his mind kept whispering. What if you're wrong? The following day, Bakugo's crew had assembled just outside UA's imposing gates. The group was a mix of determination and energy, each member suited up in their hero gear and brimming with anticipation. Their plan was bold, maybe reckless, but they were ready to confront Shiketsu on their own terms. Bakugo surveyed his team, arms crossed and eyes sharp. You extras ready to do this? He barked, his tone as fiery as ever. Hell yeah, Kaminari hollered, electricity crackling faintly around his fingertips as his excitement surged. Time to show those Shiketsu punks what we're made of. Mina chimed in, her usual cheerful smile now laced with a competitive edge. Zero, ever laid back, gave a casual thumbs up and flashed his trademark grin. Let's do it. Bakugo's eyes shifted to the quieter members of the group. He jabbed a finger toward Momo and Tokiyami. Ponytail. Bird brain. You ready, or what? Tokiyami inclined his head solemnly, his deep voice humming. The shadows are restless. I am prepared. Momo straightened her posture, her tone calm yet resolute. I'm ready, Bakugo. And I've arranged for something that'll get us there quickly. Bakugo's brow furrowed as he tilted his head in confusion. What are you talking about? Before Momo could respond, the low hum of an engine cut through the air. A sleek black limousine rolled up to the curb, its polished exterior gleaming in the sunlight. The driver stepped out and respectfully opened the back door, bowing slightly. Momo gestured toward the vehicle, a faint smile playing on her lips. This is what I meant. We'll arrive in style and with efficiency. For a moment, Bakugo just stared, his surprise evident. Then, a sly grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. Huh, not bad, Ponytail. Without hesitation, he climbed into the limo, followed by the rest of the group, who exchanged amused glances as they filed inside. The spacious interior was lined with leather seats and glowing with soft ambient lighting. Kaminari's eyes widened in awe. This is insane, Kaminari exclaimed, practically bouncing in his seat. Definitely a step up from the school bus, Zero joked, reclining comfortably. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, his expression calm and professional. Where to, young miss? Momo nodded confidently. Take us to Shiketsu High. As the limo pulled away from UA, the team's chatter quieted, their expressions growing serious. This wasn't just a joyride. They were heading straight into the lion's den, ready to make their mark. As the limo cruised through the city streets, the group settled into the comfortable leather seats, but the tension inside was palpable. Momo, ever the strategist, decided it was time to lay out a plan before they reached Shiketsu. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she spoke, her voice calm yet commanding. All right, listen up, she began, drawing the team's attention. First, I suggest we scout Shiketsu's grounds. We need to locate potential entry points, identify their defenses, and find where they're at their weakest. With Mina's agility and Tokiyami's ability to blend into the shadows, infiltration should be straightforward. Bakugo, seated across from her with his arms crossed, leaned forward slightly. And once we're in, what then, genius? He asked, his tone challenging but curious. Momo met his fiery gaze without flinching. Once inside, we split into 2 teams, she explained, her tone steady. Tokiyami, Shiro, and I will focus on identifying any structural or strategic weaknesses. If Ua needs to mount a major counterattack later, we'll have the intel they need. Additionally, we'll search for information on the Conqueror, his location, his plans, anything we can find. Kaminari, seated next to Bakugo, raised a hand as if he were in class. And us, what's our role? Momo turned to him with a small, confident smile. Your team will be the distraction. You, Bakugo, and Mina will create as much chaos as possible. Kaminari, your priority will be to short-circuit their systems, security cameras, alarms, anything electronic. Mina, use your acid to dissolve barriers, blockades, or anything else that could hinder us. And Bakugo, she paused, her smile taking on a mischievous edge. I want you to do what you do best, blow everything to Kingdom Come. Bakugo's lips curled into a wicked grin, his crimson eyes gleaming with excitement. Now that's more like it, he said, clenching a fist. With the plan set, the group fell silent, each member mentally preparing for the task ahead. The city lights outside blurred as the limo sped closer to their destination. After what felt like an eternity, but was only about 30 minutes, the sleek vehicle came to a halt. The driver turned slightly in his seat, addressing Momo. We've arrived, young miss. The group peered out the tinted windows, their eyes locking onto the imposing structure of Shiketsu High just across the street. The school loomed like a fortress, its gates tall and its walls reinforced. Momo turned to her teammates, her expression resolute. This is it, stick to the plan, and we'll show Shiketsu what we're capable of. Bakugo pushed open the door with a smirk. Let's get this over with, he growled, stepping out onto the pavement. As the group stood across the street, they took in the imposing sight of Shiketsu High. The school was nothing like UA's modern, sleek campus. Shiketsu resembled a fortress ripped straight out of a Gothic novel, a massive, black structure with towering spires and arched windows framed in iron. Gargoyle-like carvings jutted out from the corners, their menacing faces glaring down at anyone who dared approach. Smaller towers flanked the main building, their sharp peaks cutting into the cloudy sky. It was dark, foreboding, and undeniably intimidating. Talk about creepy, Shiro muttered, his eyes scanning the architecture. More like something out of a vampire movie, Mina added with a shiver, though her playful grin remained intact. I half expect Dracula to step out and welcome us inside. Momo nodded thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing as she studied the structure. It's certainly designed to intimidate. But we can use that to our advantage, she said, her voice calm and composed. Turning to Bakugo, she added, I'll take Shiro and Tokiyami around the back. If there's a weak point in their defenses, we'll find it. You 3 can handle the front, right? Bakugo scoffed, rolling his shoulders as his crimson eyes glinted with excitement. TCH, no problem, Ponytail. By the time I'm done with these Shiketsu bastards, this war will be over before it even starts. Momo gave him a curt nod. Good, stick to the plan. With that, the team split into 2 groups. Momo, Tokiyami, and Shiro disappeared into the shadows, moving silently along the side of the street to circle around. Meanwhile, Bakugo, Kaminari, and Mina strode confidently across the road, their focus locked on the towering front gates of Shiketsu High. As they reached the gate, Bakugo came to a halt, his grin widening into something feral and unrestrained. His hands began to glow as sparks crackled around his palms, his quirk charging up with raw explosive power. Hey, ya bastards, he bellowed, his voice echoing across the Gothic courtyard. Knock, knock, guess WHO. Without waiting for an answer, Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion, the force of it shaking the ground as the front gates shattered into pieces. Black smoke billowed into the air, and the once intimidating entryway now lay in ruins. Subtle as always, Kaminari muttered with a nervous laugh, sparks dancing along his fingertips in preparation. I mean, at least it's effective, Mina quipped, her acid already bubbling in her hands as she prepared for the fight ahead. As the smoke began to clear, the 3 spotted a group of Shiketsu students rushing toward them. Here they come, Mina shouted, her voice ringing with determination. She activated her quirk, carefully controlling the acidity of her attack. Instead of going for something destructive, she opted for a milder approach, enough to give the charging students an uncomfortable itch and slow them down without causing real harm. Before she could launch her attack, however, Bakugo surged forward, explosions crackling in his palms as he blasted through the air. "Out of my way," he roared, releasing a massive blast that sent dust and debris flying. The explosion tore through the space ahead, leaving a cloud of smoke in its wake. But as the smoke began to clear, the scene before them wasn't what they expected. There were no students sprawled out or reeling from the impact. Instead, the supposed Shiketsu students they'd seen charging at them shimmered faintly and began to dissolve into glittering particles of light, disappearing entirely. "What the hell?" Bakugo shouted, coming to a sudden stop. He whipped his head around, his sharp eyes scanning the area for answers. "Where'd they go?" Kaminari and Mina quickly ran to his side, their expressions just as puzzled. Did we just imagine them?" Kaminari asked, electricity sparking at his fingertips as he looked around warily. "That's way too weird," Mina said, lowering her hands. "They were just there, right? Charging straight at us." Before they could process further, the sound of slow, deliberate clapping echoed through the courtyard. The trio turned toward the source of the sound, their guard immediately up. Out of the shadows of the ruined gate walked a teen dressed in the signature Shiketsu uniform, complete with the school's distinct cap. As he stepped closer, the group took in his appearance. Short, jet-black hair with asymmetrical bangs framing his face, and a pair of round red sunglasses perched on his nose, glinting ominously under the dim light. "Bravo, bravo, bravo," the teen said, his voice laced with mock amusement as he continued clapping. "What an entrance, truly worthy of someone like you, special war potential, Katsuki Bakugo." Bakugo's eyes narrowed, his hands sparking dangerously. "TCH, who the hell are you supposed to be?" The teen stopped in his tracks, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He adjusted his sunglasses with a flourish before offering a slight bow. When he straightened, his tone was even more theatrical. "I am Sternritter J. The jail, Quilj Opie," he declared, his voice dripping with self-assured pride. "One of the Conqueror's most loyal knights, here to personally greet you and express my gratitude to dear Kami for her wonderfully convincing illusions." "Kami," Mina whispered, glancing at Kaminari, who looked equally bewildered. Quilj's smirk widened as he straightened his posture, the faintest aura of menace radiating from him. "You didn't really think Shiketsu's elite students, we Sternritter, would blindly charge at you, did you?" "Oh no," he said, wagging a finger at them like a scolding parent. "Sternritter," Kaminari repeated, his voice filled with curiosity and a tinge of apprehension. Quilj turned his gaze to Kaminari, his red sunglasses glinting ominously. He scanned the pair standing next to Bakugo and gave a small, amused smirk. "Ah, Denki Kaminari and Mina Ishido, better known as Charbolt and Pinky. What a pleasure it is to meet you both in person." Kaminari blinked, his brow furrowing in confusion. "You know us?" he asked, his tone laced with both worry and curiosity. "Of course," Quilj replied with a nod, his voice as smooth as silk. "His Majesty has gathered extensive data on every hero course student at UA, from the first years to the third. Your quirks, your accomplishments, your weaknesses, nothing escapes his sight." Mina crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. "Creepy. What kind of guy just collects data on students like that?" Quilj chuckled, as if amused by her question. "Only a leader who understands the importance of knowing his opponents before they even realize they're part of the game," he said, his tone almost mocking. Bakugo stepped forward, his glare never wavering as sparks began crackling in his palms again. "Enough of this crap. If your so-called boss is so great, where the hell is he?" he demanded, his voice brimming with impatience. "What, is he too scared to come out and face me himself?" At Bakugo's words, Quilj's body stiffened, his smirk fading into a sharp frown. The atmosphere seemed to grow heavier as his eyes bore into Bakugo. "Scared? You think His Majesty, the Conqueror, is scared of you, Katsuki Bakugo?" His voice was low and calm but carried an unmistakable edge. No. His Majesty hasn't feared you in a long time." Quilj's lips curved into a chilling smile as he tilted his head slightly. "In fact, he's quite familiar with you. Isn't that right, Kachin?" The nickname fell from Quilge's lips like a bomb, and its impact was immediate. Bakugo froze in place, his eyes widening in shock. His sparking hands fell to his sides as his mind raced. That name, it had been years since anyone had called him that, and hearing it now from a stranger sent an icy chill down his spine. How the hell do you know that name? Bakugo growled, though his voice betrayed the unease brewing beneath his anger. Quilge's grin widened at Bakugo's reaction. Ah, so you do remember, he said with a tone that was both teasing and triumphant. He believed you'd forgotten all about him, that you'd moved on entirely. But it seems that name still holds weight for you, doesn't it, Kacchan? Bakugo clenched his fists, his shock slowly giving way to rage. Who told you that? He demanded, his voice trembling with both anger and confusion. As this tense exchange unfolded, Mina and Kaminari exchanged baffled glances. Mina turned to Bakugo, her brows furrowed and her voice laced with confusion. Bakugo, what's he talking about? Why is he calling you Kacchan? Her question hung in the air for only a moment before Quilge's grin widened, his sharp teeth glinting behind his amused expression. Ah, so you haven't told them? He said mockingly, turning his attention back to Bakugo. How rude. You and His Majesty used to be such close friends. Inseparable, even. But I suppose it's easy to forget someone you deemed, how shall I put it, useless. Mina's confusion deepened as she glanced at Kaminari, who was just as bewildered. What the hell is he talking about, Bakugo? Kaminari demanded, his voice rising in alarm. Do you know who this Conqueror guy is? Bakugo's growl rumbled low in his throat, his crimson eyes locked on Quilge with an intensity that could burn through steel. His hands sparked faintly, but for once, he didn't immediately lash out. Instead, his silence was telling. Quilge, watching him carefully, tilted his head with a sudden flash of realization. His grin turned almost pitying, his voice softening into something dangerously close to mock sympathy. Oh, I see now, he said, dragging the words out. You had a suspicion, didn't you? A nagging thought in the back of your mind. But no, he leaned forward slightly, his sunglasses catching the light. You couldn't bring yourself to believe it. Could you, Kacchan? Bakugo's fists clenched tighter as Quilge continued, each word driving the metaphorical knife deeper. Our Conqueror, Quilge said, his voice dripping with theatrical glee, is none other than Izuku Midoriya. The name hit like a thunderclap. Izuku, Mina muttered under her breath, tilting her head slightly. The name wasn't unfamiliar, but it wasn't one she immediately connected. Wait, who's that? Bakugo took a step forward, his growl turning into a snarl as his anger boiled over. Ignoring Mina's question, he shouted, it can't be true. There's no way that useless nerd is your leader. Quilge let out a slow, deliberate chuckle, his confidence unshaken in the face of Bakugo's rage. Unfortunately for you, Kacchan, he said smoothly, it is the truth. Izuku Midoriya, your once useless nerd, is our Conqueror. Your past mistakes, your arrogance, all of it fueled the fire that made him who he is today. Bakugo's jaw tightened, and for a split second, his usual bravado wavered. His mind raced as memories of his childhood with Midoriya flooded back, the boy who had once idolized him, the one he relentlessly bullied, and the one who had somehow always stood back up despite the odds. And to answer your first question, Quilge added, his smirk returning. Izuku is not here, huh? Bakugo shouted, his voice echoing off the towering Gothic walls of Shiketsu. His crimson eyes burned with fury as he stepped forward, sparks popping in his palms. What the hell do you mean? Where is he? Quilge let out a soft, amused chuckle, the sound somehow more infuriating than anything else. Why, he's at Ua, the Sternritter replied, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with Bakugo's rage. By now, I imagine he's turning it into a pile of rubble. Perhaps even ashes, depending on his mood. Liar, Kaminari shouted, stepping forward, his fists clenched and small arcs of electricity flickering around his hands. His usual lightheartedness was replaced with uncharacteristic anger. Quilge turned his attention to Kaminari, tilting his head slightly, his smirk never wavering. Oh, you don't believe me? He asked, his voice dripping with mock surprise. Tell me, Charbolt, do you hear or see any other students here besides myself? Kaminari opened his mouth to fire back, but something in Quilge's tone made him hesitate. He glanced around the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the eerie, gothic surroundings. To his growing unease, he realized Quilge was right, there were no other students in sight. The supposed army of Shiketsu defenders had vanished like smoke, leaving only Quilge standing before them. "See," Quilge said, spreading his arms theatrically as if presenting his point. Our dear Izuku Dono knew that if anyone were going to strike after Takahiro's little stunt, it would be you, Katsuki Bakugo. Your brashness, your impulsiveness, it's so very predictable. Bakugo growled, but Quilge pressed on, unbothered. In fact, we anticipated that Eijiro Kirishima and Shoto Todoroki might accompany you. After all, you three are quite the team, aren't you? But no, it seems that the fourth war potential convinced them to stay behind, while she chose to join you here. What the hell are you talking about? Quilge's smirk widened. My point, dear Bakugo, is that there are two war potentials here right now. What? Bakugo barked, his voice full of disbelief. What do you mean there are two? I'm the only one here. Quilge let out a low, sinister chuckle, his red-tinted sunglasses glinting ominously under the faint light. Oh, how delightfully naive of her, he said, his tone dripping with mockery. She truly didn't believe she could have been one of them. How sad, but isn't that just so Momo Yaoyorozu? Always underestimating herself, always assuming she's not significant enough to warrant attention. He smiled wickedly, his sharp teeth visible as he added, yet, she's been on our radar for far longer than she realizes. As those words left Quilge's mouth, an eerie silence settled over the group, broken only by the faint rustling of the wind through Shiketsu's desolate courtyard. A chill swept through Bakugo, Mina, and Kaminari, as though an invisible hand had gripped their spines. Yamomo's the fourth war potential, Mina cried, her golden eyes wide with disbelief. No way. Quilge turned to her, his smirk widening at her reaction. Indeed, he confirmed with a casual nod, his voice carrying a smug satisfaction. Her intellect, her quirk, her resourcefulness, and her brilliant strategic mind, each one rivals that of His Majesty himself. Of course, she would be considered a threat. He spread his arms theatrically as if announcing some grand revelation. Her inclusion was inevitable. Why, it's practically poetic. Kaminari shook his head, still processing what he'd just heard. Yao Momo, a war potential. But she doesn't see herself as one, Quilge interrupted smoothly, finishing Kaminari's thought. Of course not, she's far too humble for that. But that humility makes her all the more dangerous. Bakugo, still fuming, finally spoke up, his growl cutting through the air like a blade. So what? Ponytail's smart, sure, but there's no way she's a threat to your so-called conqueror, and if you think she is, then you're even more of an idiot than you look. Quilge's expression didn't falter. In fact, his amusement seemed to grow. Oh, Bakugo, foolishness knows no bounds. But let's not forget, his voice dropped to a more menacing tone, his words dripping with malice. If I destroy you and Yaoyorozu here, there will be no one left to stand against His Majesty. The tides of this little war will shift irreversibly in our favor. Suddenly, a shimmering, translucent blue cage materialized around the front entrance of Shiketsu High. The strange energy crackled with power, its crystalline walls towering high above them and sealing off every possible exit. The air inside grew heavier, charged with an oppressive force. What the hell is this shit? Bakugo snarled, his crimson eyes darting around as he took in the structure. He slammed an explosive palm against the barrier, only to find his attack fizzle harmlessly against it, leaving the cage untouched. What did you do, you bastard? He roared, spinning to face Quilge. Quilge let out a long, mocking laugh, his voice ringing out in the enclosed space like a predator toying with its prey. Oh, Bakugo, haven't you been paying attention? He taunted. I told you before, I am Sternritter J, the jailer. He spread his arms wide, gesturing to the glowing cage surrounding them. This is my ultimate ability, the jail. My quirk allows me to create an indestructible cage around myself or my enemies, trapping them completely and rendering escape impossible. Kaminari's eyes widened as he instinctively reached out to touch the barrier. He yelped and pulled his hand back as static energy surged through his fingertips. This thing's no joke, he muttered, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by a rare note of seriousness. Quilge grinned at Kaminari's reaction before turning his full attention back to Bakugo. Do you understand now? You're mine. All of you. I'll keep you trapped here for as long as I please, leaving you to stew in your helplessness while His Majesty continues his glorious work. By now, Ua is likely nothing more than a crumbling wreck, and your friends. He paused for dramatic effect, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Well, who knows if they'll even survive the day. The words hit like a thunderclap, and Bakugo's temper erupted like a volcano. You son of a bitch! He bellowed, his voice raw with rage. Without hesitation, he launched himself at Quilge, his palms glowing with volatile energy as he prepared to blast the smug Shiketsu student into oblivion. Quilge stood his ground, the sadistic grin never leaving his face as he watched Bakugo close the gap. Ah, that famous temper of yours, he mused, raising one hand as if to beckon him closer. Come, then, Kacchan. Show me why His Majesty finds you so fascinating. The air around them exploded as Bakugo unleashed a devastating blast aimed directly at Quilge. The entire cage trembled under the force, sparks flying and smoke filling the confined space. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, through the smoke, Quilge's voice rang out, chillingly calm. Is that all? As the smoke cleared, Quilge stood completely unharmed, his body encased in an eerie, shimmering barrier of his own creation. Did you really think I'd fall to something as basic as that? He said mockingly. No, Kacchan. You're going to have to try a lot harder if you want to break me, or my jail. Mina and Kaminari stood frozen in shock, their eyes darting between Bakugo and Quilge. This is bad, Mina whispered, sweat forming on her brow. No kidding, Kaminari replied, his voice cracking slightly as he tried to muster his courage. Bakugo, meanwhile, clenched his fists, his palms sparking even brighter. I don't care what your stupid quirk is, he shouted. I'm not letting you or that damn Deku get away with this. Quilge laughed, his confidence unwavering. Oh, how amusing. But I wonder, how long will your bravado last when you realize you truly cannot escape? Let's see how long it takes for despair to set in. The three UA students exchanged determined glances. Trapped, outnumbered, and seemingly outmatched, one thing was clear, they were going to have to fight like hell. As Bakugo's group made their bold departure, the rest of Class 1A gathered in the common room, the tension palpable. Some tried to distract themselves with casual chatter, while others sat quietly, their thoughts consumed by the dangerous mission their classmates had undertaken. The room felt both warm with camaraderie and heavy with unspoken worry. They're gonna be fine, right? Hiroshima finally asked, breaking the silence. His usual upbeat tone was edged with unease as he glanced around at his friends, seeking reassurance. Iida adjusted his glasses, his movements crisp and purposeful, though there was a slight tremor in his voice. I believe so, he said confidently. Yaoyorozu is an exceptional strategist, and they have Tokiyami and Bakugo with them. Both are formidable combatants with unique skill sets. I trust their ability to handle themselves. Hiroshima nodded slowly, his brows furrowed. Yeah, I guess you're right, he admitted. But still, I can't shake this bad feeling, you know. Like something's gonna go wrong. He clenched his fists, the red of his knuckles standing out as he tried to suppress his worry. I think we're all kinda feelin' that, Ochako said softly, sitting cross-legged on one of the couches. Her eyes were downcast, her expression thoughtful. I mean, this isn't just some training exercise or mock battle. It's an actual war with another hero school. And with UA on the line, it feels like everything's at stake. It's a lot. Amen to that, Toru chimed in, her invisible figure slouched on the armrest of the couch. This whole thing is just so intense. I mean, how did we even get here? Ojiro leaned back in his chair, his tail flicking idly. Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing, he said with a chuckle, though his voice carried a hint of bitterness. We thought things would calm down after the League of Villains got locked away, but nope. Here we are, fighting for our school's survival. Are we just cursed or something? Sometimes I think we might be, Sato said, letting out a tired sigh. It's like the universe decided, oh, Class 1A. Let's just throw everything at them. The group broke into soft laughter, a welcome moment of levity in an otherwise tense atmosphere. For a brief moment, the weight on their shoulders seemed a little lighter, and they were just students again, sitting together, sharing jokes, and leaning on each other. As the laughter faded, Juro, who had been silent until now, spoke up. She had her earphone jacks plugged into the wall, subtly listening to the outside world. I get why we're worried, she said, her voice low but steady. But we have to trust them. That's what a team does, right? Trust that they'll do their part, and we'll be ready when it's our turn. Kirishima nodded again, more firmly this time. Yeah, you're right, he said. We just have to stay strong and have faith in them. They'll come back, and when they do, we'll have their backs, no matter what. The room filled with a quiet determination as everyone silently agreed. Though they couldn't be with their friends on the front lines, they would stand ready to support them however they could. For now, all they could do was wait, and hope. The moment of camaraderie shattered as a sudden, blinding beam of blue light appeared outside the common room window, blazing upward like a massive, glowing pillar that pierced the sky. The room was bathed in an eerie, electric hue, and the students froze, their expressions twisting from confusion to alarm. What the hell is that? Mineta shrieked, pointing to the window, his voice trembling with panic. Everyone, move, outside, now, Iida commanded, his arms slicing through the air as he motioned toward the door. Without hesitation, the entire class bolted for the entrance, their instincts kicking in. As they raced out into the open, they were greeted by an unsettling sight. More glowing blue pillars of light began appearing across the UA campus, illuminating the night like ominous beacons. Todoroki's breath caught as his dual-colored eyes darted from pillar to pillar. Is it Shiketsu again, already? He exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Before anyone could respond, the nearest pillar of light began to flicker, the brilliant glow dimming as something emerged from its core. Slowly, as the radiance faded away, the figure became clearer, a tall teen around their age, clad in the distinctive Shiketsu uniform. However, unlike the typical attire, his had notable differences. He lacked the signature hat, but instead wore a flowing black cape draped over his right shoulder. At his left hip, a long, gleaming sword rested in its sheath, its design elegant yet deadly. The figure stepped forward with a deliberate, almost regal gait. His long blonde hair fell to his shoulders, framing a sharp, chiseled face. His expression was unnervingly calm, devoid of emotion, and his icy blue eyes carried a cold, calculating intensity that made the students shudder. Greetings, students of Class 1A, he said in a low, even tone that carried an air of authority. His hand moved to the hilt of his sword, and with a smooth motion, he drew it. The blade gleamed under the light of the remaining pillars. The Sternritter have come to purge you. Iida stepped forward, his posture firm despite the growing unease in the air. Who are you? He demanded, his voice steady but edged with urgency. The blonde teen's gaze shifted to Iida, his movements slow and deliberate. He stopped a few paces away, his sword resting loosely in his hand, though his presence alone was suffocating. I am Sternritter B. The Balance, Jugram Hashwolf, he announced, his voice carrying a chilling sense of finality. I serve as His Majesty's second in command. His Majesty, Kirishima repeated, his tone laced with confusion as he furrowed his brows. He's talking about that Conqueror guy, Todoroki muttered, his voice sharp, though his usual calm demeanor couldn't fully mask the growing tension. Jugram nodded in affirmation, his cold gaze sweeping over the group. Indeed, I refer to His Majesty, he said, his voice as steady as stone. As of this moment, His Majesty and my fellow Sternritters are laying waste to your precious school. Before anyone could react, the ground beneath them seemed to tremble as a distant explosion echoed through the air, not far from their location. The sound was accompanied by faint screams and the clash of battle, proof that chaos had already erupted within UA's borders. Bastard! Todoroki hissed through gritted teeth, his fists clenching as steam and frost began to swirl around him. Jugram's sharp, calculating eyes turned to Todoroki and then to Kirishima. The special war potentials Shoto Todoroki and Eijiro Kirishima, he said, his tone calm but laced with an unsettling authority. It seems two of you are present here, though I don't see Katsuki Bakugo or Momo Yaoyorozu, as His Majesty predicted. Bakugo must have led a counterattack against us. The air seemed to grow colder at his words, a sinking dread settling over the group. Wait a second, Sato stammered, his voice rising in panic. You mean to tell us, you knew Bakugo would try to attack you guys after what you pulled yesterday? Jugram's lips curled into a faint, humorless smile. Of course, he said. Bakugo Katsuki is nothing if not predictable. Brash, impulsive, driven by pride. It was inevitable that he would attempt to strike back after the events of yesterday. He paused, his expression darkening slightly. Right now, he and his group are likely clashing with Quilge at Shiketsu High. If all has gone as planned, they should already be trapped within his impenetrable cage. The weight of Jugram's words hit them like a brick. Fear rippled through the group as they exchanged worried glances. Trapped, Ochako's voice wavered, her hands unconsciously curling into fists at her sides. You're saying Bakugo and the others are stuck over there. It works perfectly for us, Jugram continued, ignoring the rising tension among the students. With 2 war potentials removed from the equation and the others distracted, Ua is left vulnerable. His Majesty's victory is all but assured. Like hell it is, Kirishima shouted, stepping forward with his hands clenched into fists, his hardening quirk already coating his arms in jagged rock. You think you can just show up, trash our school, and act like it's over? Jugram's cold, unwavering gaze remained fixed on them as he spoke with absolute certainty. Yes, he repeated, his voice as steady as ever. Because soon, it will be. A spark of fury ignited in Kirishima's chest, his hands clenching into trembling fists. The weight of Jugram's words, the casual way he spoke of their impending defeat, was too much to bear. With a fierce growl, red lightning crackled around his body as he activated full cowling, his muscles tensing before he launched himself forward at breakneck speed. In an instant, Kirishima became nothing but a crimson blur, closing the distance between himself and Jugram in the blink of an eye. The sheer force of his charge sent dust and debris flying as he prepared to land a devastating blow. But Jugram did not move. He didn't flinch. He didn't react. He merely stood there, watching with cold amusement. So brash of you, Eijiro Kirishima, he said flatly. And then, without warning, bam, an unseen force slammed into Kirishima's stomach like a sledgehammer, the impact so brutal that his charge was halted instantly. His breath was torn from his lungs as he was violently hurled backward, his body flipping through the air before crashing into the ground with a bone-rattling thud. Kirishima, Mineta yelped, eyes wide in horror as their classmate tumbled across the pavement before landing in a painful heap in front of them. What the hell just happened? Juro stammered, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. Kirishima groaned as he pushed himself up onto his hands, pain radiating through his torso. He had hit something, but there had been nothing there. He had been so sure his punch would land, yet somehow, the force had rebounded back onto him. Jugram exhaled quietly, his grip tightening slightly around his sword as he turned his gaze back to them. I am Sternritter B. The balance, he stated once again, his voice void of emotion. I hold dominion over the scales of fortune and misfortune. Any harm you attempt to inflict upon me will be reversed and returned to you. That is the fate of all who dare to oppose me. The chilling certainty in his tone sent a shiver through the group. Kirishima gritted his teeth, his fingers digging into the ground as he forced himself to stand. His hardened arms trembled slightly from the pain, but he refused to back down. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Jugram regarded him for a moment before his gaze swept over the rest of Class 1A, his ice-blue eyes devoid of pity or mercy. This is the end for you all, he said simply, his tone as final as a death sentence. Welcome to your downfall, Class 1A. And with those words, he raised his sword. Across one side of the crumbling Ua campus, chaos reigned. Smoke billowed in the distance, the echoes of battle and destruction ringing through the air. However, amidst the turmoil, Hitoshi Shinso stood firm, his sharp violet eyes locked onto the figure before him. A handful of his fellow general studies students lay groaning on the ground behind him, battered and barely able to move. Their attacker, a Shiketsu student, remained perfectly composed, standing with an air of superiority. This student wore the signature Shiketsu hat, though it did little to conceal his distinct purple hair. His fringe swept over his left eye, while the back of his head sported tufts of fluffier strands sticking out in small spikes. His posture was rigid, disciplined, yet his smirk held an unmistakable condescension. Shinso narrowed his eyes, breaking the tense silence. You must be one of those Shiketsu punks, huh? He muttered, his tone dripping with disinterest, though his mind was already racing with strategy. The student gave a slow, approving nod. You were correct, he replied, voice smooth yet eerily emotionless. I am Sternritter M. The meatball, Seiji Shishikura. Shinso scoffed, raising a brow. Sternritter. Sounds fancy, he remarked lazily. So what, you guys have cool little codenames now. Real original. Seiji remained unfazed. He simply adjusted his hat, his movements precise and calculated. His Majesty has commanded us to eradicate Ua, he stated flatly. And all those who reside within it, including you, Shinso Hitoshi. At the mention of his name, Shinso stiffened slightly. His eyes flickered with surprise before quickly masking it with nonchalance. So you know me, huh? He mused, crossing his arms. Seiji's lips curled into a knowing smirk. Of course, His Majesty has compiled data on every individual within Ua, especially those with noteworthy quirks, he explained. While you may not be classified as a special war potential, your quirk alone places you dangerously close to such a designation. That was unexpected. Shinso exhaled, shaking his head. Huh, ain't that something, he muttered. A part of him couldn't help but feel a strange sense of validation. He'd spent years struggling for recognition, proving he belonged alongside the hero course. Now, the enemy considered him a threat. That was new, but he wasn't about to let it distract him. You know my quirk, he continued, his gaze sharpening. Which begs the question, why are you answering me? For the first time, Seiji's smirk widened into something more unsettling. His single visible eye gleamed with amusement. Simple, he said. Who said? This is me. Shinso's mind raced, his confusion morphing into shock as the Seiji before him began to shimmer and distort. His form flickered like a mirage, the contours of his body shifting, breaking apart into wisps of glittering smoke before vanishing entirely. In his place now stood a new figure, a girl clad in a sleek, all-black skin-tight catsuit that hugged her frame. A Shiketsu hat sat tilted atop her light brown hair, which framed her face in soft, playful waves. Her eyes gleamed with amusement, and her lips curled into an easygoing smile. As Shinso stared, a thin wisp of shimmering, golden smoke slithered from her mouth, curling into the air before taking form, an exact replica of her own head, floating beside her like an eerie specter. The illusionary head blinked, then grinned. Yo, what up, fam? The real name's Kami Yutsushimi, the disembodied head said in an upbeat, casual tone. And I'm Sternritter I. The illusion. The floating duplicate let out a giggle before bursting into tiny flecks of golden dust, dissolving into the air. Shinso let out a long sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. He was already exhausted, and now he had to deal with this. This is gonna leave a rotten taste in my mouth, he muttered. His eyes flickered toward Kami, who was still smiling like this was all some big joke. I don't like fighting women, but that old man would be pissed if I held back just 'cause you're a girl. Kami's smile widened. She tilted her head, her fingers playfully adjusting her Shiketsu hat as another head was created. Ah, that's sweet, brainwash boy, the fake teased. Boot, I really wouldn't worry about that if I were you. Before Shinso could react, the ground beneath him warped, his entire surroundings melting away like paint dripping off a canvas. The battlefield was gone, replaced by a swirling, disorienting void of colors and shifting shadows. A dozen Kamis now stood around him, identical smirks on their faces. 'Cause between you and me, babe, this fight, it's already over. The tension in the air was suffocating. The students of Class 1B stood firm, their bodies tense as they stared down not one, not two, but 4 members of the enemy faction. Standing at the forefront, a tall, broad-shouldered boy with wild eyes and an untamed energy practically radiating off of him took a bold step forward. His red hero costume billowed slightly from the sheer force of his presence, his oversized right hand clenching into a fist. Perched atop his head was the unmistakable Shiketsu hat, sitting proudly as he grinned down at the gathered students. Greetings, students of Class 1B. And to you as well, Vlad King. We are the Sternritter. His voice echoed through the training grounds like a force of nature itself. He slammed his enlarged hand into his chest with pride. I am Sternritter W. The Wind. Inasa Yoarashi. Beside him, an equally intimidating figure took center stage. Unlike Inasa, this man was clearly no student. His enormous, muscular frame was nearly twice the size of an average man. His costume was dramatic, a star emblem shining across his broad chest, and a gleaming wrestling mask covered his face, leaving only his piercing eyes visible. He threw his arms out wide, striking an extravagant pose. "I am Sternritter S, the superstar. Masked a masculine," he bellowed, his deep voice carrying a theatrical bravado. "The brightest star of His Majesty's grand vision." A chilling presence followed next. The third figure was none other than Seiji Shishikura, his pristine Shiketsu uniform standing in stark contrast to the disgusted glint in his eyes. His lip curled in disgust as he adjusted his hat, his expression filled with contempt. Finally, the fourth and final Sternritter took a slow, deliberate step forward. Unlike the others, his presence was silent, yet no less terrifying. His Shiketsu uniform lacked a hat, leaving his long black hair free to frame his pale, almost corpse-like face. A black mask covered the lower half of his mouth, adorned with menacing metal spikes running down the center, each one shrinking in size as they descended toward his chin. His ice-blue eyes were cold, devoid of humanity. When he spoke, his voice was a whisper, a ghostly murmur that sent shivers down the spines of every 1B student. "I am Sternritter F, the fear." As not, he uttered, his breath barely more than a chilling breeze against the air. Class 1B tensed, some stepping back instinctively. Even Vlad King narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing the dangerous aura radiating from each of these enemies. But he wasn't about to let his students fall here. Before anyone could make a move, Vlad took a protective step forward, shielding his students with his broad stance. His red eyes glowed with determination as he faced the group of Sternritter head-on. "If you plan on attacking my students," he declared, "then you'll have to go through me first." A booming laugh echoed through the battlefield as Masked a Masculine stepped forward, his enormous frame casting a shadow over the UA teacher. He cracked his knuckles eagerly. "Very well, Vlad King," he roared. "I accept your challenge." The two teachers locked eyes, tension crackling in the space between them. Vlad clenched his fists, his blood surging beneath his skin. "Masked a Masculine, I've heard quite a few things about you," he muttered. The masked wrestler's grin widened beneath his mask, his gleaming eyes flashing with excitement. "And I've heard plenty about you, Vlad King," he declared, slamming his fists together with a loud boom. "Let us have a good fight." The battlefield erupted into chaos the moment Masked a Masculine and Vlad King clashed. The two men stood just a foot apart, their eyes locked in an unspoken challenge. Mask loomed over Vlad, his massive frame casting a shadow over the blood-manipulating hero. The air between them crackled with tension. Without a word, Mask pulled his fist back, his bicep bulging as he prepared to strike. Vlad, recognizing the imminent danger, acted on instinct, quickly forming a thick shield of hardened blood in front of him. But it wasn't enough. Mask's punch connected with Vlad's shield with earth-shattering force. A thunderous crack echoed through the air as the shield shattered instantly, crimson shards flying in all directions. The sheer impact sent Vlad hurtling backward like a ragdoll, his body crashing through the air before disappearing into the distance. Itsuka gasped, her eyes widening in horror as she watched her teacher be flung away like he weighed nothing. "Sensei," she cried out desperately, reaching out even though she knew she couldn't do anything to stop it. Mask let out a booming laugh, seemingly pleased with himself. His body tensed before he launched himself into the air, effortlessly soaring in the direction where he had sent Vlad flying. His massive frame arced high above the battlefield, passing over the students of Class 1B as if they were mere spectators. But they weren't just spectators. The moment Mask was gone, the three remaining Sternritter wasted no time in making their presence known. Inasa grinned wildly as he swung his arm in a wide arc, his movements fluid yet incredibly powerful. The air responded instantly. A roaring gust of wind shot forward like a hurricane, tearing through the battlefield with terrifying speed. Kanoko, Manga, Kojira, and Pony had no time to react before the violent wind slammed into them, their bodies lifting off the ground as if they were weightless. They were flung backward like leaves in a storm, each of them crashing hard into a nearby building. Tetsu watched in shock as his classmates were tossed around like ragdolls. "Guys," he shouted, his voice filled with panic. But there was no time to process the situation. Before anyone could regroup, something grotesque and unnatural lashed through the air. Seiji moved with eerie precision, his fingers twitching ever so slightly. Without warning, masses of flesh shot forward, twisting and writhing as they snaked toward their targets. Reiko, Abara, and Toguru barely had a chance to react before the grotesque blobs of flesh collided with them. The moment the flesh touched their bodies, it expanded and enveloped them, before contorting and twisting their forms into small grotesque, misshapen orbs of meat. The remaining students froze, their eyes locked onto their transformed classmates in sheer horror. "What the hell?" Sen Kaibara muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Before they could even recover from the shock, another attack came. Without a word or warning, a barrage of small metallic spikes shot through the air. The spikes gleamed under the light, moving so fast they were nothing more than a blur. As Not had finally joined the battle, his cold, empty eyes watched as his attack rained down upon the remaining Class 1B students. There was no emotion, no malice, just inevitability. The moment the metallic spikes made contact with their flesh, Yui Kodai, Sen Kaibara, Jirota Shishida, and Hiryu Rin collapsed to their knees, their faces contorted in pure, unfiltered terror. A bone-chilling scream tore from their throats, the sound raw and agonized, as if they were witnessing something beyond comprehension, something that clawed at their very souls. Their hands clutched at their heads, their bodies trembling violently, eyes wide and unfocused, pupils dilated in sheer horror. What the hell is happening to them? Setsuna Tokage cried, her voice laced with both shock and fear. She could barely keep her hands from shaking as she watched her classmates writhing in agony. Why are they screaming like that? Itsuka Kendo stood frozen for a split second, unable to tear her eyes away from the horrifying sight. Her heart pounded in her chest as a sickening realization sank in. Most of her friends had been taken down in an instant. First, the ones hit by Seiji's flesh manipulation, and now, whatever nightmare Not had inflicted upon them. They were losing, badly, but she couldn't allow herself to break now. She clenched her fists, forcing herself to push past the dread creeping into her bones, and turned her glare toward the three remaining Sternritters. We can't fight them like this, she thought, desperately trying to form a plan. If they stayed, they'd all be wiped out. Before she could say anything, Setsuna turned to her, eyes pleading but determined. Big sis, what do we do? Itsuka inhaled sharply, her mind racing before she made a split-second decision. She turned back to the remaining conscious students and barked out orders. Monoma, grab who you can and get everyone else out of here. She commanded. Tetsu, and Setsuna will hold them off. Monoma's head snapped toward her, his expression twisting into shock. Then, almost instantly, his eyes narrowed in frustration. No way, he snapped, his voice heated. I am not leaving you three here to hog all the glory. I'm Nito. Itsuka's voice rang through the battlefield, cutting through the chaos. Monoma froze. She never called him by his first name. Slowly, he turned to face her again, and what he saw sent a cold chill down his spine. Her expression was fierce, yet beneath it, there was fear. Not for herself, but for them. I'm leaving them in your care, she said, her voice quieter now but firm, unwavering. Understood. Monoma's breath hitched as the weight of realization sank deep into his chest. He had always known Itsuka Kendo to be fearless, unyielding in the face of danger, a leader who stood firm no matter how bad the odds seemed. But this was different. Her clenched fists, the way her jaw tightened as she stood tall, ready to fight, he recognized it now. She wasn't planning on winning. She was planning on stalling. A desperate attempt to buy them time that would come at the cost of her, Tetsu, and Setsuna throwing themselves into a battle they knew they couldn't win. A sharp, cold pang of worry filled his heart. This wasn't bravery, this was resignation, and he hated it. Monoma gritted his teeth as his hands clenched into trembling fists at his sides. Damn it, Itsuka, but he had no choice. His expression hardened as he whirled around to face the remaining conscious students, himself, Shihei Kuwaro, Kosei Saburaba, Juzo Honanuki, and the barely conscious Hiryu Rin. You heard her, Monoma shouted, voice sharp and commanding. Grab who you can and move. We're getting out of here. Juzo's head snapped toward him, his face etched with shock. Wait. What? Monoma, you can't be serious. Monoma's body tensed as frustration surged through him. You heard Itsuka, he barked, cutting Juzo off. This is her plan, and we have to trust her. His voice cracked slightly at the end, but he didn't care. Juzo hesitated, as he clenched his fists. Every instinct in him screamed to fight alongside his classmates, to help. But the reality was staring him in the face. If they stayed, they'd just be throwing themselves into the slaughter. And Itsuka knew that. That was why she ordered them to leave. Damn it, Juzo muttered under his breath before finally nodding. The others followed, though their reluctance was clear. One by one, they grabbed their fallen classmates, Kanoko, Manga, Kojiro, Honi, Reiko, Abara, Toguru, and the ones struck by the fear spikes, supporting them as best they could as they began their retreat. Monoma lingered for a second longer, his feet refusing to move as his gaze flickered back toward Itsuka, Setsuna, and Tetsu. Standing there, facing down the Sternritters like an unshakable wall, he clenched his fists even tighter, nails digging into his palms. You better make it out of this, Kendo, he thought. With one last glance, Monoma turned and ran after his classmates, leading them away. He had to believe in them. But deep down, he couldn't shake the sinking feeling in his chest. Standing atop the highest point of UA's main building, Izuku Midoriya and Takahiro surveyed the battlefield below. Fires raged, smoke billowed into the evening sky, and the screams of students and heroes alike echoed through the ruined campus. The once proud symbol of heroism, UA High School, was in chaos. Takahiro let out a gleeful laugh, throwing his arms wide as if to embrace the destruction. What a magnificent sight, truly. This is where UA falls. Its legacy reduced to ash beneath our feet. His voice was filled with exhilaration, his galaxy-like eyes shining with twisted delight. Izuku, standing beside him, adjusted the brim of his Shiketsu cap, his emerald eyes calm and calculating. Indeed, he said evenly. However, the moment the big three arrive, or if heroes like Sir Night-Eye, Fatgum, Yukio, or Mirko show up, we must withdraw. His voice was composed, but there was a hint of something else, frustration, perhaps. I haven't fully regained my strength yet. Takahiro shot him a smirk, crossing his arms. That's what happens when you push yourself too far. You shouldn't have used your quirk like that. Teleporting all of us here put an unnecessary strain on your body. Izuku chuckled softly, shaking his head. There's no need to worry about me, he replied smoothly. Even in this state, there's not a single person here who could defeat me. His smirk was subtle but filled with unwavering confidence. Before Takahiro could respond, a sudden force shifted the air behind them. In an instant, 5 figures landed on the rooftop with precision, their presence commanding. Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, Smintos, and Nezu. The tension thickened as Izuku slowly turned to face them, his expression unfazed, almost amused. His sharp green eyes flickered with recognition as he gazed upon the UA staff, men and women who had once been nothing more than names in a textbook to him. A slow, knowing smile tugged at his lips. Ah, now this is an honor, he said with a mock sense of admiration. Eraserhead, the man who can render quirks useless with a single glance, Present Mike, whose screams can shatter stone, Midnight, master of somnambulant combat, Smintos, the foundation of UA's defenses, and of course, the mind behind it all. Principal Nezu himself. He gave a slight bow, his tone smooth, almost playful. Believe it or not, I'm a big fan of all of you. So, finally standing here, face to face, feels like a dream come true. Aizawa's narrowed gaze never wavered, his posture tense, his fingers already itching toward his capture weapon. His voice was low and edged with quiet fury. You must be the Conqueror, he stated bluntly. Izuku let out a soft chuckle, his smirk never faltering. He gave a slight nod. I am, he confirmed, his voice smooth and unwavering. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Again, it's truly a pleasure to meet you all. The tension in the air was palpable, and Midnight took a step forward, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. Was all this your doing? She asked, her tone laced with barely contained anger. Izuku met her glare with ease, nodding once more. It was, he admitted without hesitation. Everything happening right now, this battle, this chaos, it was my plan. His words were calm, spoken with complete confidence, as if orchestrating the downfall of UA was nothing more than a simple task. Nezu, his small frame still and unreadable, studied the young man before him with sharp, calculating eyes. Then I must assume that you're the one leading these students, he said, his voice devoid of emotion. Every one of these so-called Sternritter, they follow you. Izuku straightened slightly, his green eyes gleaming with something dangerous. I do, he answered, taking pride in his words. They are under my command, and they follow my orders. Please understand, I hold no personal grudge against you, Principal Nezu, or against most of the faculty here. However, there are two people here who I do hold a deep grudge against. Aizawa's gaze sharpened, already trying to decipher Izuku's words. Izuku's tone took on a cruel edge. And when I learned that my allies were planning to go to war with the very school that they resided in, well, how could I possibly resist? His smirk widened, but his voice carried venom. I would have been a fool to let this opportunity pass me by. Aizawa's grip on his capture weapon tightened. So all of this, he said, his voice quiet but firm, the reason you agreed to participate in this insane, twisted battle that the HPSC devised, it's all over something as petty as revenge. For the first time since the conversation started, Izuku's expression twisted, his smirk dropping into something colder, darker. His fists clenched at his sides. Petty, Izuku repeated, his tone dripping with restrained fury. You think my revenge is petty? Aizawa could feel the shift in the air, as if the very rooftop itself had become heavier. Izuku took a slow step forward, his emerald eyes burning. No, my revenge is justified. Not that I expect any of you to understand. He exhaled sharply, his fingers twitching slightly. After all, you all stand by and worship a man who crushed my dreams, who destroyed everything I ever wanted. And not only that, but you welcomed Katsuki Bakugo into this school with open arms, despite the years of pain and suffering he inflicted on me. His voice rose, his composure breaking ever so slightly as the anger bled through his words. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as his mind raced to process what he was hearing. He's furious just from mentioning Bakugo's name, he realized. What the hell happened between them? The erasure hero studied Izuku carefully, watching the way his body tensed, the way his breathing was steady but just a little too sharp. Izuku let out a breath, composing himself once more. The smirk returned, but this time, it didn't reach his eyes. I don't expect you to understand, but it doesn't matter. Because by the time this night is over, he said, his voice once again smooth, controlled. He turned his gaze toward the battlefield below, where UA continued to crumble. I'll make sure you never forget. Nezu's expression remained unreadable, but his tone was unwavering. Then if you are the one leading this assault, the most logical course of action would be to eliminate you here and now. Izuku let out a light chuckle, tipping his Shiketsu cap slightly as he smirked. You can try, he replied with amusement lacing his voice, but I'm afraid all your efforts will amount to nothing. His emerald eyes gleamed with confidence as he took a step forward. Present Mike narrowed his eyes. Let's put that to the test, then. He shouted, inhaling deeply before unleashing a deafening scream. Yeehaw! The sheer force of his voice tore through the air, a concentrated blast of sound waves rushing toward Izuku and Takahiro like a tidal wave. Takahiro's eyes widened in alarm. TCH, damn loud bastard. He quickly covered his ears and leapt back, avoiding the brunt of the attack. Yet, while the force of the sonic attack rattled the very rooftop and sent nearby debris flying, Izuku remained standing. He did not flinch, did not waver, he simply stood still, his smirk unwavering. The shockwave of Present Mike's yell struck him directly, yet he did not budge. It was as if the attack had no effect on him whatsoever. Present Mike's voice finally died down as he took a breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But as the dust settled, his eyes widened in shock. Izuku was still standing, completely unscathed. He took a slow step forward, his expression still calm, still amused. Allow me to introduce myself properly, Izuku began, his voice smooth yet carrying an undeniable weight. He placed a hand over his chest and slightly bowed his head. I am the Conqueror of Shiketsu, leader of the Sternritter, and one of their strongest. I am Sternritter the almighty antithesis, Izuku Midoriya. His smirk widened as his eyes gleamed with an eerie glow. A sudden shift in the atmosphere made the air feel thicker, heavier, as if an unseen force was pressing down on the rooftop. Then, without warning, Izuku vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in front of the teachers, his fist pulled back, glowing with swirling, ominous energy. He lunged forward, his punch tearing through the air with raw, destructive force. Nezu's eyes widened. "Move," he shouted. The teachers barely had time to react before. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted as Izuku's fist collided with another. The sheer force of the impact sent a violent gust outward, causing the glass windows of the main UA building below them to shatter instantly. The entire rooftop trembled from the clash, as if a small-scale earthquake had struck the area. The battlefield stood still, as if time itself had paused for a moment. Every pair of eyes, from Izuku's calculating gaze to the stunned expressions of the UA staff, were locked onto the figure who had stopped the devastating blow. Stepping forward from the lingering dust, clad in a sleek, mechanical power suit, was none other than Yagi Toshinori. Though his once muscular physique was long gone, the suit had been crafted to perfectly resemble his former self: broad shoulders, chiseled frame, and his unmistakable bright blue eyes. A proud, beaming smile stretched across his face, one that had once symbolized hope for an entire generation. "Toshinori, right on time," Nezu said softly, a rare look of relief crossing his usually unreadable features. Izuku's expression shifted immediately, his once smug smirk twisted into something darker, his emerald eyes narrowing, lips curling back into a snarl. "All might," he seethed, stepping back from the former number one hero, his fists trembling slightly, though not from fear, but from pure, unfiltered rage. All Might didn't respond at first. Instead, he turned his gaze toward his fellow staff members, his smile unwavering. His voice rang out, filled with strength and confidence, as if nothing had changed since his prime. "There's no need to worry anymore." His body straightened as his voice boomed across the rooftop. "Why? Because I am here." The words, ones that had once inspired millions, echoed across the battlefield. Even the destruction below seemed to pause, as if the declaration alone was enough to shift the tide of battle. Izuku, however, merely let out a quiet chuckle. His lips quirked into a grin, cold and knowing. "That you are," he muttered under his breath. Toshinori exhaled, his mechanical fists tightening as he took a step forward. "Please, leave him to me," he told the rest of the faculty, his tone serious. "The safety of the students is top priority. Make sure they make it out of this unharmed." Midnight hesitated, her usual confident demeanor faltering as she stared at him with uncertainty. "Toshinori, are you sure you can handle this?" Aizawa, ever the realist, stepped forward as well, his sharp eyes locking onto his old friend. "She's right. You don't have your quirk anymore, Toshinori." His tone wasn't just concern, it was caution. For a brief moment, silence hung in the air. Then, Toshinori let out a deep breath, placing a hand over his chest. "I'll be all right," he assured them, his voice carrying the same unshakable conviction it always had. "David knew that my time as All Might was coming to an end, and he refused to let that be my last stand." He lifted his arms slightly, allowing them all to take in the intricate design of his battle suit. The metal plating shimmered in the sunlight, seamlessly molding to his form like a second skin. The colors, gold, red, and blue, matched his old hero costume perfectly. This suit, this gift, was his way of making sure I could still fight. So that I could still protect this school. My students. His eyes flickered to Izuku, his smile never faltering. "It may not be perfect yet, but that won't stop me from being what I was always meant to be." He clenched his fists, shifting into a battle-ready stance. "A hero." Izuku stared at him, the fire in his eyes only growing stronger. Then, ever so slowly, his smirk widened. "I've been looking forward to this," Izuku said as he rolled his shoulders, cracking his knuckles as dark energy pulsed around him. "It's been a long time since we last met, All Might." As the staff members began to disperse, rushing to secure the safety of the remaining students, Toshinori lingered for a moment longer, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded Izuku. His voice broke the tension, calm yet curious. "I don't believe we've met before, young man," he said, his brow raised in mild confusion, as though trying to place the face before him. Izuku's body stiffened at the words, an involuntary reaction. For just a moment, the weight of Toshinori's gaze seemed to press against him, but he quickly relaxed. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed his Shiketsu cap aside. "I suppose you would forget," Izuku began, his tone darkening as he met Toshinori's eyes. After all, his lips curled into a sardonic smile, his words cutting through the air like a blade. A quirkless kid like me has no chance of becoming a hero. Toshinori's eyes tracked the movement of the cap, his mind racing as he processed the words. His gaze sharpened, and it was then that he took in Izuku's full appearance, the familiar glint in his eyes. His breath caught in his throat as a realization slammed into him with the force of a freight train. The memory hit him like a bolt of lightning. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? Toshinori's heart skipped a beat as the question reverberated in his mind, the past flooding back with dizzying clarity. His eyes widened with shock. Impossible. He took a step back, a distant ache in his chest beginning to throb as the recognition hit him harder than he anticipated. Young Midoriya. Izuku's smirk deepened, the flicker of satisfaction in his gaze unmistakable. "Oh, so you do remember my name," he said, a hint of mockery lacing his words. "I'm surprised." Toshinori's expression tightened, his brows knitting together as confusion and disbelief battled for control over his thoughts. "How is this possible? You had no quirk." Toshinori's voice faltered as he struggled to process the fact that the young man before him was the same kid from a year ago, the one who had dared to dream of becoming a hero despite being quirkless. "You wanted to attend UA. You wanted to be a hero. So why would you agree to this madness?" Izuku's face contorted in a flash of fury, his eyes burning with an intensity that was both heartbreaking and terrifying. He clenched his fists at his sides, his voice low and jagged, as if each word was a wound he had carried for far too long. Why? He let out a growl, a guttural sound that vibrated through the air. The venom in his voice was palpable as he took a step forward, his gaze never leaving Toshinori's. "Because you and Bakugo crushed my dreams. You left me with nothing but nothing. You stood by, watched as he got everything handed to him. It was because of you, because of all of you, that I was made the laughingstock of Japan." Izuku's voice cracked with raw emotion, his chest heaving with the weight of years spent seething in silence. "It was because of you heroes that I was abandoned by everyone. Even my own mother couldn't stand to be around me. She was embarrassed by me." His voice broke, but the pain only fueled his fury further. "I was laughed at, mocked, ridiculed. But Bakugo," he spat the name with venom. "He was praised, worshipped. Everyone saw promise in him, despite all the pain he caused me." Izuku's fists trembled with rage as his eyes burned with fury and betrayal. "And you know what? I agreed to all of this, every single piece of it, because I wanted nothing more than for you and him to be crushed." His voice dropped to a low, guttural tone. "I want to see everything you hold dear shattered. I want to see your worlds crumble before your eyes." His words hung in the air like a challenge, a promise of destruction. Toshinori, unable to react quickly enough, stood frozen for a moment, caught in the storm of emotions Izuku had unleashed. The magnitude of the boy's pain was overwhelming, more than he had anticipated. But the reality of Izuku's feelings, the depth of his anger, was undeniable. Izuku's breathing steadied as the fury within him slowly ebbed, replaced by cold determination. His fists clenched at his sides as his glare locked onto Toshinori, his voice sharp and cutting. "I'm glad you chose to face me," he sneered, the words dripping with venom. "Now I get to destroy you myself. And when I'm done, I'll make sure Bakugo sees it. I'll show him how his so-called idol, the man he aspired to become, the one he wanted to defeat, ends up beneath my boot." His voice rose with each word, full of wrath and vindication. Toshinori's chest tightened, a sudden, sharp pain coursing through him. The force of Izuku's words hit him like a physical blow, and for a brief moment, the weight of his past mistakes bore down on him. His mind flashed to a memory, one from a year ago, a fleeting meeting with a young Izuku. He could still remember the brightness in his eyes, the hope and excitement that radiated from him. The boy had been so eager, so full of potential, asking questions with a heart full of dreams. A heart full of hope. But Toshinori had crushed that hope. He had denied Izuku the chance to become a hero, the very thing the boy had wanted more than anything. Toshinori had been quirkless once, too, and he understood the pain of being denied a future. But this, what he had done to Izuku, was different. He had taken the boy's dreams and stomped them out, the same way the world had done to him. The weight of his own failures and regrets settled over him like a heavy cloud. Toshinori wanted to apologize. He wanted to tell Izuku how deeply sorry he was, how he regretted every moment of crushing the boy's spirit, but he couldn't. Not yet. He couldn't let Izuku destroy Ua, couldn't let him hurt the students he had sworn to protect. Toshinori had made mistakes, yes, but he wasn't about to let Izuku's pain drag them all down. In that moment, Toshinori made a choice. He had to stop him. He had to fix what he had done, even if it meant standing against the very person who had once looked up to him. He had to prevent this destruction, this rage, from tearing through everything he had worked to protect. Toshinori straightened, taking a deep breath as he stepped into a fighting stance, ready to confront the young man who had once been his biggest fan. Izuku stood opposite him, his eyes burning with the fire of vengeance, his fists still clenched, prepared to destroy the man who had once been his hero. And after a minute, they charged at each other. Within the towering walls of Shiketsu High, Momo, Tokiyami, and Shiro moved swiftly through the dimly lit corridors, their footsteps barely making a sound as they advanced toward their destination, the faculty room. It was there that Momo knew they would find the files containing crucial information on the Conqueror and the Sternritter. If they could retrieve those files, they might gain valuable insight into their enemies' identities, quirks, and strategies, giving them an advantage in the battles ahead. The tension in the air was palpable, but it was punctuated by the distant sounds of battle, specifically, the unmistakable roar of explosions. The tremors from Bakugo's relentless assault reverberated through the walls, a testament to his sheer force and aggression. "Man, Bakugo's really giving it to them," Shiro remarked, his voice hushed but tinged with admiration. Momo nodded but didn't share his enthusiasm. Her brows furrowed as unease crept into her expression. "Yes, though something is bothering me," she admitted. Shiro turned to her, confused. "What do you mean, Yaoyorozu?" "I believe I know what she speaks of," Tokiyami interjected, his crimson eyes narrowing. "This is going too smoothly, is it not?" Momo nodded, crossing her arms. "Exactly. It's unsettling. We should have encountered resistance by now. Students, faculty, security measures, yet we've moved through the building unchallenged." Shiro glanced around as if expecting an ambush at any second. Maybe they're just too focused on Bakugo. He is one of their main targets, right? Maybe they think if they take him out first, it'll shift the battle in their favor. "Perhaps," Momo murmured, though doubt lingered in her voice. Something still felt off. The ease of their infiltration felt like a trap, yet there was no sign of pursuit. For now, all they could do was complete their mission quickly. "Let's hurry. The sooner we retrieve the information, the sooner we can inform Bakugo and the others and get back to UA." Both boys nodded, and with newfound urgency, they quickened their pace. The faculty room was just ahead, its heavy wooden doors looming before them. Momo reached for the handle and pushed the door open, slipping inside with Shiro and Tokiyami close behind. Once inside, Momo wasted no time, rushing to the nearest computer terminal. She quickly pulled a flash drive from her belt and plugged it in, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she accessed the school's encrypted files. The system was complex, but she had prepared for this, using every bit of her intellect to bypass security measures. Meanwhile, Shiro and Tokiyami took up defensive positions near the door, their eyes scanning the hallway beyond. Every second that passed without interruption only heightened their nerves. "How long do you need?" Shiro whispered. "Just a little longer," Momo replied, focused on the screen as files began transferring onto her drive. "I have to make sure I get everything relevant. Student records, battle strategies, quirk analyses, anything that can help us." Tokiyami tightened his grip on Dark Shadow, his gaze never wavering. "Hurry, Yaoyorozu. I fear our fortune will not last much longer." And he was right. Just as the last file finished transferring, the lights overhead flickered, and a sudden, eerie silence fell over the hallway outside. Then, the door handle began to turn. As the door handle turned, Tokiyami and Shiro tensed, ready to strike. Their bodies were coiled like springs, prepared to subdue whoever was about to enter the faculty room. Momo, still at the computer, turned her head sharply, watching the door swing open. But instead of a Shiketsu student, a teacher, or an enemy combatant, a small girl stepped into the room. She had long, snow-white hair cascading down her back, with a single, curved horn protruding from the right side of her forehead. Her large, crimson eyes shimmered with innocence, and her pale skin gave her an almost ghostly appearance. She wore a black dress with delicate frills, the stark contrast making her look like a gothic doll. Shiro and Tokiyami immediately froze, their prepared attacks dissolving into hesitation. They had expected an enemy, not a child. The little girl blinked up at them, tilting her head slightly in curiosity. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice soft yet firm. Shiro stammered, at a loss for words. Tokiyami quickly composed himself, kneeling slightly to be at eye level with the girl. "We're heroes," he said, keeping his voice gentle. "What's your name, young one?" The girl's crimson eyes studied him carefully before she answered. "Heroes," she repeated, her tone filled with curiosity. "But you don't look like Papa and his friends." Then, with a small smile, she added, "I'm Eri." The three teens exchanged quick glances, their confusion deepening. "Papa," Momo thought, her mind racing. Who was she referring to? Tokiyami remained calm, his sharp eyes studying the girl's expression. "Papa," he asked softly. "Who is your papa?" Eri's small face brightened as she clasped her hands together. "Papa's a strong hero," she said proudly. "He saved me. Everyone likes him, and everyone listens to what he says." A chill ran down Momo's spine. A strong hero. Everyone listens to him. Her hands clenched slightly at her sides. Could she be talking about the Conqueror? Tokiyami gave the small girl a reassuring smile, keeping his voice light. "Sounds like an amazing hero," he said. "Is he a teacher here at Shiketsu?" Eri shook her head, her long white hair swaying with the motion. "No," she replied. "Papa says he's still training to be one, but he's already a hero to me." Her face lit up with childlike admiration, her crimson eyes shining with pride. Momo's breath hitched. Still training. Her mind raced as the pieces began to fall into place. She studied the girl carefully before hesitantly asking, "Eri, is your papa still a student?" Eri turned her bright eyes toward Momo and nodded enthusiastically. Then, as if recognizing her for the first time, her expression lit up even more. "Oh, I know you," she exclaimed excitedly. "Papa told me about you. He said you were, important." Tokiyami gently corrected. That one," Eri said, nodding quickly. Momo felt a lump form in her throat. "Why would he say that?" she asked cautiously, her heart pounding. Eri tilted her head in thought, pressing a tiny finger to her chin as she tried to recall the right words. "Because you're a potential. Yeah, Papa said you were a potential," she declared, beaming. Silence filled the room. Momo, Tokiyami, and Shiro all exchanged horrified glances, the weight of Eri's words crashing down on them like a tidal wave. A war potential. Momo felt her blood run cold. "I'm one of them." Slowly, she got up from the computer, taking careful steps toward Eri before kneeling before her. She placed gentle hands on the little girl's shoulders, her expression unreadable. "Eri," she spoke softly, her voice steady but firm. "What is your father's name?" Eri's smile widened, completely unaware of the tension in the room. Izuku Midoriya," she chirped proudly. The room felt like it had been plunged into ice. Momo's breath caught in her throat, Tokiyami's fists clenched at his sides, and Shiro felt a bead of sweat slide down his temple. The truth settled in like a crushing weight. Standing before them was the daughter of the Conqueror, of Izuku Midoriya, himself. Momo's breath quickened as her instincts screamed at her to run. She turned to her friends, her voice urgent. "We need to leave, now." Before they could react, a new voice filled the room. "I'm afraid I can't let you go so easily." The three UA students whipped around to find an unfamiliar figure lounging casually on a couch near the back of the faculty room. The teen wore the Shiketsu uniform, but his had a hood attached, casting a shadow over his face. His posture was relaxed, almost bored, as if he had been waiting for them. "When did he?" Shiro began, but he was cut off mid-sentence as something shot toward him at blinding speed. A spring-loaded boxing glove materialized out of nowhere, slamming into his face with a sickening crack. The force sent him staggering back, part of his mask shattering on impact, before he crashed into several desks and slumped to the floor, groaning in pain. Tokiyami reacted instantly, summoning Dark Shadow, but before the shadowy entity could strike, the ground itself surged upward, twisting and warping unnaturally. The floor wrapped around Tokiyami's legs, creeping up his torso like a living cage until he and Dark Shadow were completely trapped in hardened concrete. Momo stood frozen, eyes wide in horror. What just happened? She asked herself. In mere seconds, both of her comrades had been neutralized effortlessly. Her gaze snapped back to the mysterious teen, who remained seated as if nothing had happened. Now that she was looking at him properly, she noticed the shaggy, curly blonde hair spilling out from under his hood and the unsettling dark red eyes that gleamed with amusement. His hands remained stuffed in his uniform pockets, completely at ease. Momo swallowed hard. Who are you? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The teen smirked, his expression brimming with quiet arrogance. I am the strongest Sternritter under His Majesty's command, he said smoothly, his voice carrying a confident, almost playful tone. I am Sternritter V, the visionary, Gremmy Thumo. Momo's brow furrowed, confusion creeping into her expression. She had never heard of him before, nor did she know much about the Sternritter he claimed allegiance to. Her uncertainty must have been obvious because Gremmy let out a soft chuckle before finally pushing himself up from the couch. He moved toward her at a leisurely pace, but there was something unnerving about his approach, something that made her instincts scream at her to step back. She forced herself to remain still, though she couldn't suppress the slight flinch when he stopped just a few feet away. Momo Yaoyarozu, he mused, a lazy smile curling his lips. A student and officially ranked as the second most dangerous war potential by Izuku Midoriya himself, all because of your creativity. I've wanted to meet you for quite some time. Momo's heartbeat quickened. Second most dangerous, she asked herself. That meant this Izuku person had deliberately categorized her as a significant threat. But why, me? She asked warily. Why did you wish to meet me? Gremmy smirked, tilting his head slightly. Because you and we are alike, in a way. Our abilities are not so different. Momo's eyes narrowed. Explain. You can create anything non-organic, provided you have the necessary lipids to fuel the process, Gremmy said, his tone smooth and confident. Meanwhile, I can bring forth anything I can imagine into reality, so long as I've had enough sleep. A cold shiver ran down Momo's spine. A quirk that brings anything he imagines to life. That sounded impossible, and yet, she had just witnessed a boxing glove appear out of thin air and hit Zero while the floor itself come alive to trap Tokiyami. I suppose, in that regard, we are alike, Momo admitted cautiously. Gremmy chuckled. Exactly. You and Yaoyarozu-san, we create. But tell me, what exactly brings you and your two associates here, sneaking around my school? Momo's expression darkened as she shot him a sharp glare. You know why we're here. Gremmy sighed dramatically, shaking his head. Of course I do, but I expected someone as intelligent as you to be smarter than to wander so deep into enemy territory. You must realize by now. His smirk widened as his red eyes locked onto hers. You were never getting out of here unscathed. Momo's uneasiness grew as the weight of the situation pressed down on her. Gremmy was waiting, perfectly still, yet she could feel the tension radiating from him. He wasn't hesitating. He was simply toying with her, waiting for her to make the first move. Her mind raced. I could fight, but it's pointless. She told herself. Even at her fastest, her quirk wasn't instantaneous. She needed time to craft her creations, to form the right tools, weapons, or defenses. But Gremmy, he could will anything into existence in an instant. No delay, no effort. There's no winning this. Even worse, Zero and Tokiyami were already incapacitated. She clenched her fists, forcing herself to breathe steadily. There has to be a way out, she thought. If she couldn't overpower him, maybe she could outmaneuver him. A distraction, a delay, something. Then an idea struck her. A long shot, but if it worked. Wait, Momo cried, throwing her hands up in a non-threatening gesture. Gremmy's brow lifted slightly, amusement flickering in his crimson eyes. He had expected her to fight or flee, but not this. Oh, he mused, crossing his arms lazily. Giving up already? How disappointing. Momo ignored the taunt and steadied herself. Let's make a deal. Her voice was firm, unwavering, despite the dread creeping through her. Gremmy's smirk widened. A deal, he echoed, tilting his head. You fascinate me, Yaoyarozu. Here you are, completely at my mercy, and rather than beg or struggle, you want to negotiate. She swallowed, steeling her resolve. Yes, You have everything to gain from this. His expression shifted slightly. Interest. Good. Momo thought. Keep him engaged. She told herself. And what, pray tell, could you possibly offer us? Gremi asked, taking a slow step forward. Momo inhaled sharply. This is it. An opportunity to turn the odd of this battle in your favor. That got his attention. His steps halted, and his eyes sharpened. Oh, Momo nodded. Gremi studied her, his smirk settling into something unreadable. You're stalling, he finally said. Trying to buy time for your friends. Momo's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't let it show. Am I, she challenged, or am I offering something far more useful than taking down 2 students? Gremi didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at the unconscious Zero and the trapped Tokiyami before turning back to her, a slow grin creeping onto his face. All right, Yaoyarozu, he said, imagining a chair behind him as she sat down. You have my attention, let's hear this deal of yours, and I'll decide if it's worth agreeing to your terms. The battle outside Shiketsu raged on, explosions rocking the ground as Bakugo and Quilge clashed. The courtyard, once pristine, was now a battlefield of scorched earth and jagged debris. Bakugo unleashed blast after blast, his palms igniting in rapid succession, sending fiery concussive waves toward his opponent. But no matter how relentless his assault, Quilge effortlessly countered, conjuring glowing blue cages to intercept each explosion, containing the blasts before they could reach him. Damn bastards, barely breaking a sweat. Bakugo snarled in frustration, his teeth grinding as he propelled himself forward with an explosion, aiming a powerful right hook at Quilge's smug face. But the Sternritter merely stepped aside, his movements fluid, almost lazy, as he evaded the attack with ease. My, what's the matter, Kachan? Quilge teased, his voice dripping with amusement. Struggling to hit me. Bakugo's fury flared hotter, his eyes burning with raw frustration. Shut up, he roared, launching himself even higher into the air, twisting midair to send an even stronger blast toward Quilge. But once again, the Sternritter moved with irritating ease, and just as before, a glowing cage materialized around the explosion, swallowing the blast whole before it could reach him. Off to the side, Mina and Kaminari watched, their expressions grim. Dude, Kaminari muttered, eyes wide. That guy is making Bakugo look like a damn amateur. Mina clenched her fists. We have to do something. We can't just sit here while Bakugo gets outplayed. And do what exactly? Kaminari hissed, motioning to the chaotic battlefield. You wanna rush in there and get blasted to pieces. Mina shot him a glare. We can't just stand around doing nothing. Before Kaminari could grab her, Mina dashed forward, her quirk activating as acid dripped from her fingertips, sizzling against the ruined pavement. Mina, wait, Kaminari shouted, but she was already sprinting toward the fight. Cursing under his breath, Kaminari clenched his fists. He knew this was a bad idea. But there was no way in hell he was letting her rush in alone. Damn it, he took off after her, sparks crackling along his arms. As the two closed in, Quilge's crimson gaze flicked toward them, his smile widening in amusement. Oh, more lambs rushing to the slaughter. He mused, already preparing to welcome them into his cage. As they closed in on the Shiketsu student, Mina wasted no time, launching globs of acid at the Sternritter in rapid succession. The sizzling projectiles cut through the air, hissing as they splattered onto the ground where Quilge had been standing mere moments before. However, the jailer moved effortlessly, sidestepping each attack with practiced ease, his expression one of mild amusement. Before Mina could react, Quilge suddenly closed the distance between them in a blur, his movement almost instantaneous. With a swift and precise strike, he drove his knee hard into her gut. Mina's breath left her in a choked gasp as the impact sent her flying backward. She tumbled across the ruined courtyard, skidding to a stop with a pained groan. Mina, Kaminari shouted, panic lacing his voice as he watched his friend hit the ground hard. His golden eyes snapped toward Quilge, now filled with fury. Gritting his teeth, Kaminari raised his arm, his sharpshooter gear activating with a sharp whir. He aimed quickly and fired a pointer disc at the Sternritter, but Quilge, without even looking, tilted his head slightly, letting the projectile sail past him. Nice shot, Quilge quipped dryly, his smirk widening. Kaminari returned the smirk with one of his own. It was. Before Quilge could register what he meant, Kaminari raised his other hand, forming a mock finger gun. With a confident flick of his thumb, he released a concentrated burst of electricity. The crackling bolt of energy shot forward in a straight line, aimed directly at the red pointer disc that had landed just behind Quilge. The plan was perfect, had Quilge not caught on at the last second. The Sternritter's reflexes were sharp. With a mere twist of his body, he leapt to the side, dodging the incoming surge of electricity just in time. Kaminari's attack struck the disc harmlessly, sending a stray arc of lightning into the air. Kaminari clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, that should have worked. Quilge chuckled as he turned back to Kaminari, his crimson eyes glinting with amusement. Clever, for someone like you, Denki Kaminari. His tone was mocking, condescending. But ultimately, a failure all the same. Kaminari clenched his fists, preparing for another attack, but before Quilge could make his move, Bakugo landed just a few feet away, crouched low with his hands glowing brightly. His palms sizzled with concentrated power, sparks crackling furiously as his crimson eyes locked onto Quilge with pure, unfiltered rage. You talk too much, Bakugo growled. Quilge's eyes widened in alarm as an unsettling sensation washed over him. There was something different about this attack, something more dangerous than before. What the? He began, but he had no time to finish his thought. Howitzer impact. Bakugo's roar tore through the battlefield, igniting his nitroglycerin-filled palms and sending forth a cataclysmic explosion. The sheer force of the blast created a violent shockwave, tearing through half of the courtyard and sending debris flying in all directions. The ground beneath them cracked and trembled under the devastating force, and even part of the main building took collateral damage, its structure groaning from the impact. The blast was so intense that Kaminari, standing at a safe distance, felt the scorching heat brush against his skin. His eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the aftermath. Holy shit, he whispered, staring at the destruction Bakugo had wrought. For a brief moment, the battlefield was eerily silent, save for the crackling of flames and the distant sounds of crumbling debris. Kaminari turned toward Bakugo, noting the way his chest heaved with ragged breaths. His arms trembled slightly from the sheer output of his attack. Bakugo, you all right? Kaminari shouted, rushing toward his friend. Bakugo straightened, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. I'm fine, he snapped, though the slight shakiness in his stance suggested otherwise. That bastard should be. Before he could finish, a sudden whoosh of energy filled the air. A glowing blue cage materialized around him, its luminescent bars crackling with an unfamiliar energy. What the fuck? Bakugo snarled, spinning around in confusion, his hands already sparking with the intent to blast his way out. Kaminari skidded to a stop, his breath hitching. No way, he muttered, his heart pounding. Dread settled over him as he quickly turned his gaze back toward the battlefield, his worst fear confirmed. Through the thick cloud of smoke and dust, a figure emerged. Quilge stood among the rubble, his breath was labored, his usually composed demeanor now tinged with exhaustion. His once pristine Shiketsu uniform was in tatters, his jacket barely hanging onto his frame, scorched and shredded by the blast. It seems His Majesty was right to name you a war potential, Katsuki Bakugo. Your quirk is truly a force of nature, destructive and unrelenting. Quilge said, his voice void of his earlier mockery, now carrying a far more serious and commanding tone. He exhaled slowly, his expression darkening. But no longer will you be allowed to disrupt our plans. I will put an end to your destruction, right here, right now. At his words, the glowing blue cage surrounding Bakugo began to constrict. The energy bars pulsed with an eerie light as they steadily shrank, closing in around him inch by inch. Bakugo's body tensed. Shit, he growled, pressing his palms against the barrier and igniting small explosions in an attempt to break free. Sparks erupted violently, but the prison held firm, seemingly absorbing the blasts rather than shattering under their force. TCH. Damn it, he cursed, slamming his fists against the energy walls, but they remained unyielding. Kaminari, witnessing the cage tightening with every second, felt a surge of panic course through him. His fists clenched as he turned a furious glare toward Quilge. What the hell are you doing? You'll crush him, Kaminari shouted, his voice laced with anger and desperation. Quilge barely spared him a glance, his smirk returning. Oh, don't worry, I won't kill him. he mused, watching as Bakugo continued to struggle, his lips curled into something far more sinister. But I'll be sure to break a few bones. You bastard, Kaminari snarled. Without hesitation, he raised his wrist and fired off a barrage of pointers, sending several red targeting discs flying toward Quilge. The Sternritter's eyes narrowed, his body moving with fluid grace as he effortlessly sidestepped each disc. His agility was unnerving, his movements precise and deliberate, ensuring that none of the markers landed on him. Kaminari cursed under his breath. Quilge knew what he was trying to do. If just one pointer stuck to him, Kaminari could release a powerful jolt of electricity straight to his body, but the Sternritter was too fast, too aware of the danger. Meanwhile, inside the shrinking prison, Bakugo's frustration mounted. His breathing became erratic as he gritted his teeth, feeling the crushing force of the walls pressing in on him. His arms had less space to move, making his usual wide-sweeping explosions impossible. Desperate, he raised his gauntlet, aiming directly at the glowing energy wall. If I can't blast my way out, then I'll fucking tear through it. With a furious roar, he slammed his gauntlet against the cage and twisted the pin. A deafening boom erupted within the prison, sending a violent shockwave outward. But as the smoke cleared, Bakugo's eyes widened in shock. His gauntlet had taken the brunt of the impact, now cracked, battered, and nearly useless. The cage itself, it remained unscathed. Damn it! Bakugo seethed, his breath ragged, sweat dripping down his temple. He refused to be caged like this, refused to be taken down like someone like Quilge. But with every second, the prison continued to close in, its walls pressing tighter against his body. And for the first time in a long while, Katsuki Bakugo felt a sliver of fear. Back in the fight, Kaminari's breathing was heavy as he kept his eyes locked on Quilge, watching the Sternritter effortlessly dodge every pointer he had launched. His mind raced. He had to land at least one marker, or this fight was going to drag out for way too long. But before he could fire off another shot, Quilge suddenly shifted his movement. With a burst of speed, the Shiketsu student closed the gap between them in an instant, his fist already swinging forward. Kaminari barely had time to react. His instincts took over, and he raised his left arm, shielding himself with the reinforced plating of his sharpshooter gear. The impact rattled through Kaminari's arm, with Quilge's fist throbbing as he pulled back, realizing too late that he had struck hardened tech rather than flesh. Kaminari, sensing his opening, moved quickly. With his free hand, he lunged forward, grabbing Quilge by the wrist. "Bad move, asshole," Kaminari shouted, his grin widening. A powerful jolt of electricity surged from his palm straight into Quilge's body. Human stun gun. Quilge's entire body stiffened violently. His muscles locked up as a blinding current tore through his nervous system, his mouth opening in a silent scream before he finally managed to let out an agonized cry. His limbs twitched uncontrollably, the overwhelming voltage frying his ability to move. His vision blurred, dark spots clouding his sight as the electricity completely overrode his senses. And then, everything went black. With a final strangled grunt, Quilge's body went limp. He collapsed backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Kaminari stumbled, his legs shaking from the strain of controlling such a high-voltage discharge. Thankfully, he hadn't overdone it to the point of short-circuiting himself, but his muscles ached from the exertion. "Shit," he muttered, placing a hand on his knee to steady himself. His eyes flickered over to Bakugo, who had finally been freed from the glowing blue prison. As the energy dissipated into nothingness, Bakugo collapsed onto his hands and knees, his breath coming in harsh gasps. His body trembled slightly from the intense effort of trying to break free. Kaminari let out a breathless chuckle before dropping onto his butt, exhausted. "Man, that was way too close." Bakugo let out a rough grunt, still catching his breath. "No kidding," he muttered, his hands clenching the ground beneath him. "Fucking bastard almost crushed me." Kaminari tilted his head back, staring at the sky for a moment before glancing toward the Shiketsu building. "I wonder how Momo and the others are doing," he asked aloud. A cold chuckle suddenly cut through the air. "Oh, don't worry about them," a voice answered, smooth yet dripping with amusement. "They're fine, for the most part." Both Kaminari and Bakugo froze, they turned their heads toward the source of the voice. Gremi stood just a few feet away from them with Shiro and Tokiyami, both bound in heavy restraints, their wrists shackled behind their backs. Their bodies were motionless, though faint breathing confirmed they were still alive. Kaminari's expression darkened, his hands clenching into fists. "Hey, what did you do to them?" he demanded, his voice laced with fury. Gremmy chuckled, his voice light and almost casual, as if he wasn't standing amidst the aftermath of a brutal battle. His red eyes gleamed with amusement. "Nothing, that I promise you," he said smoothly. "I'm simply here to return these two to you, and deliver a message." Bakugo and Kaminari's narrowed eyes flickered toward Shiro and Tokiyami, still bound and slumped at Gremmy's feet. They were unconscious, but breathing, alive, at least. But something was wrong. A sinking feeling crawled into Kaminari's gut. "And what message is that?" he asked warily. Gremmy's smirk never wavered. "That you all should leave. Immediately. Your friend Yaoyorozu and I have come to an agreement." Bakugo's breath hitched. "The hell do you mean, agreement?" he snapped, his eyes darting around. That's when it hit him. Momo wasn't here. Neither of them had noticed it right away, distracted by Shiro and Tokiyami's condition, but now the realization sent a chill down their spines. "Oi, you bastard," Bakugo growled, stepping forward despite his exhaustion. "Where's Ponytail?" Gremmy tilted his head slightly, still wearing that infuriating smile. "Oh, don't worry about her," he assured, his tone light and almost mocking. "She's unharmed. As I said, she and I came to an understanding, an offer I simply couldn't refuse." Kaminari clenched his fists. "What the hell are you talking about?" Gremmy took a slow step forward, his hands still tucked lazily into his pockets. His presence, though outwardly relaxed, carried a weight that set every nerve in their bodies on edge. "I mean," he continued, "that Yaoyorozu has agreed to remain here, as our prisoner. In exchange, we let you five go free." Silence. The words hit like a hammer, forcing both Kaminari and Bakugo to stiffen in shock. "The hell she did," Bakugo roared, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten as a fresh wave of rage ignited inside him. "Yaoyorozu ain't the type to just roll over and give herself up." Behind them, a new voice snapped through the air. "Like hell we're leaving without her." Gremmy turned just in time to see Mina rushing toward him, her hands bubbling with acid as she slid forward with speed and precision. Her expression was a mixture of fury and desperation, her golden eyes blazing with determination. She didn't care how strong this guy was, she wasn't abandoning Momo. Gremmy let out a small sigh, as if bored by her attempt. "Tisk, you people never listen." Without even lifting a finger, a large fire hose materialized directly in front of him, aimed squarely at Mina. Before she could react, FWOOOOOSH. A powerful jet of water blasted forward, striking her dead on and hurling her backward with brutal force. "Mina!" Kaminari shouted as he watched her tumble across the ground, her body rolling until she finally skidded to a stop several meters away. She groaned in pain, coughing as she tried to push herself up. Her outfit was drenched, her limbs sore from the impact. Gremmy shook his head with a light chuckle. "You really should have thought that one through," he mused. "What were you hoping to accomplish? Throw some acid on me? How predictable." He exhaled, turning his gaze back toward the remaining three standing. "Now then," he said, his voice calm but firm. "I suggest you take the deal Yaoyorozu has given you. Otherwise, well, let's just say I'd hate to have to go back on my word." Mina struggled to her feet, her drenched body aching from the impact of Gremmy's counterattack, but her will remained unshaken. "No way, we're not leaving here without Momo," she shouted, her golden eyes burning with defiance. Kaminari and Bakugo stood beside her, equally determined, their battle-worn forms refusing to waver. But Gremmy simply sighed, shaking his head as if speaking to a group of naive children. "Really," he mused, "even though Ua is being destroyed as we speak, the air around them seemed to still." His words hit like a thunderclap, slamming into them with a force greater than any physical attack. Mina's breath caught in her throat. Kaminari's hands clenched into trembling fists. And Bakugo. Bakugo's mind raced. Bakugo's heart slammed in his chest as another realization hit him like a speeding train. He remembered what Quilge had said earlier. "And to answer your first question," Quilge added, his smirk returning, "Izuku is not here." "Huh," Bakugo shouted, his voice echoing off the towering gothic walls of Shiketsu. His crimson eyes burned with fury as he stepped forward, sparks popping in his palms. What the hell do you mean? Where is he? Why, he's at Ua, the Sternritter replied, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with Bakugo's rage. By now, I imagine he's turning it into a pile of rubble. Perhaps even ashes, depending on his mood. Bakugo stepped forward, his expression hardening with resolve. Ashido, Kaminari, get those two out of here, now, he commanded, his voice cutting through the air with urgency. Mina and Kaminari exchanged stunned glances, surprised by the shift in his tone. He had never addressed them so formally before. Bakugo, Kaminari asked, his voice laced with confusion. Bakugo's eyes remained steely, his words sharp and unwavering. I'm going back to Ua, he declared, then without another word, he took off, his explosions propelling him into the sky. Bakugo, Mina shouted after him, her voice tinged with concern. As Bakugo soared through the air, his mind focused solely on Ua, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He hesitated for a moment, confused as to who might be calling at this time. Slowing his flight, he landed on a nearby rooftop, pulling out his phone. His eyes widened when he saw it was Kirishima calling. Kirishima, what's going on? Bakugo growled into the phone, his frustration clear. But instead of Kirishima's voice, it was a frantic tone that filled his ear. Bakugo, thank God, it's Toru, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. Are you guys at Shiketsu? Not anymore, I'm heading back right now. Bakugo snapped into the phone. Please hurry, we can't hold on much longer. Toru's voice cracked, her distress unmistakable. Shiketsu's wiped out almost everyone. We're barely keeping it together. I'm coming, just hold on. Got it. Bakugo's voice was urgent, each word laced with determination. We'll try, but please hurry. Bakugo's stomach twisted as Toru's scream echoed through the phone before everything went silent. Hagakure, damn it, clear girl, are you there? He shouted, his voice rising in panic. But the silence remained, deafening. Bakugo's grip on his phone tightened so violently that the screen cracked, his heart racing as rage and fear intertwined. He let out a primal roar of frustration, standing on the rooftop, his fists shaking as he looked up at the sky. With a final scream of frustration, Bakugo launched himself back into the air, explosions propelling him forward with relentless speed. His mind was a storm of worry and fury, but his focus was clear, he needed to get to Ua, fast. Hang on, Bakugo thought, gritting his teeth. I won't let you all fall. Not like this. Please, everyone, just hang on. Powerloader dropped to his knees, his breath ragged as he glared up at the man standing before him. Blood dripped from a wound on his arm, but he refused to show any weakness. Gotta admit, I had no idea you joined Shiketsu's staff. Mr. Death Dealing, he muttered. Standing before him, hands casually tucked into his pockets, was none other than Askin Nak Lavar, also known as Sternritter D, the Death Dealing. But to the world, he was also known as the pro-hero Mr. Death Dealing. Askin was tall and slim, his fair skin unblemished despite the fight. His slicked back black hair, save for a single strand falling over his mouth, gave him a suave yet lazy appearance. His lavender eyes gleamed with amusement, and his full lips curled into a smirk. What can I say? Askin shrugged. Teaching the next generation has its perks. Powerloader let out a weak chuckle, swaying slightly. Hey, it does. And with that, his strength gave out, and he collapsed forward onto the ground. Askin sighed dramatically, rolling his shoulders. Phew, that was a tough one. He nudged Powerloader's unconscious form with his foot, grinning. Thought I was actually gonna lose there for a second. Man, my students would have been so disappointed. Before he could revel in his victory any further, a new voice cut through the air. Oh, I hope you're not thinking of taking a break just yet, Mr. Shiketsu teacher. Askin turned on his heel, raising an eyebrow as he found himself face to face with none other than Mei Hatsume. The eccentric inventor stood confidently, flanked by a squad of sleek, heavily modified UA support robots. She was dressed in her usual black tank top and UA gym pants, her signature goggles pushed up onto her head, lenses glinting in the dim light. Askin let out a low chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, just my luck to run into you, Mei Hatsume. His smirk widened. I guess class really is still in session. May's grin stretched wide, her golden eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh ho, so you do know me, she chirped, practically bouncing in place. What's the matter? Thinking of becoming a future client? I do offer the best support gear on the market, custom made, one of a kind, Hatsume certified inventions. She struck a dramatic pose, arms spread wide as if showcasing an invisible advertisement. Askin chuckled, shaking his head. Nah, not exactly. I know you because Izuku almost considered you a war potential. May's enthusiastic expression faltered slightly. Almost, she echoed, puffing out her cheeks in mock offense. What do you mean almost? And wait, what's a war potential? Her eyes gleamed with curiosity as she leaned in closer. Askin smirked, finding her energy oddly entertaining. A war potential is someone we Ritter, and by extension, Shiketsu, identify as a serious threat in this little war between our schools, he explained. You were actually a candidate because of your insane ingenuity, but since you're not a direct combatant, we labeled you as a priority target instead. Not a bad ranking, honestly. You're in good company. He tilted his head slightly. May's disappointment immediately flipped back into excitement. Ooh, sounds fancy. At least I'm high priority. She beamed, placing her hands on her hips proudly. That means my babies are really doing their job. Askin chuckled again, shaking his head. You're an odd one, huh? Of course. It's boring being normal, May said matter-of-factly. If every engineer thought inside the box, we'd never advance. That's why I always think outside the box. She gestured toward the small army of modified UA support robots standing behind her, their metal frames gleaming under the lights. Which is also why I brought these bad boys to fight you. A bead of sweat rolled down Askin's face as he eyed the bots, his smirk faltering just a little. Well, I'm not much of a fighter, he admitted. May grinned ear to ear, her enthusiasm never wavering. Neither am I. That's why these babies will be the ones fighting you, she declared, motioning toward her squad of modified UA support robots, their metal limbs twitching in anticipation. She adjusted her goggles, the lenses reflecting the dim emergency lights flickering around them. I've been watching you real close, Mr. Shiketsu teacher, she continued, her tone still bubbly but carrying a hint of mischief. I noticed that anyone who comes within a certain range of you suddenly gets sick. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but nope. It's your quirk, isn't it? Askin's confident smirk wavered ever so slightly. You're pretty scary for a teenager, you know that, he remarked, rubbing the back of his neck. May threw her head back with a loud laugh. Why, thank you, she sang, completely unfazed. Now then, what's it gonna be, Mr. Shiketsu teacher? She asked, tilting her head playfully. Askin remained still for a moment, his sharp lavender eyes darting between May, the robots, and the unconscious powerloader. He let out a dramatic sigh, straightened his posture, and then turned on his heel and bolted in the opposite direction. May blinked, once, twice, then a huge grin stretched across her face as she placed her hands on her hips. Woo. Did not see that coming, she chirped, sounding more entertained than anything. She turned back to her robots and pointed at her fallen teacher. All right, boys, get Powerloader Sensei to the infirmary, stat. That's the only part of the school that's still intact, so let's move. The machines whirred to life, quickly and carefully lifting Powerloader onto a reinforced stretcher. May skipped alongside them, still beaming. Hang in there, Sensei. We'll get you patched up in no time. And as she walked away, she couldn't help but giggle to herself. Running away, huh, guess even the big bad villains know when to pick their battles. Let's get out of here, quick. A panicked student shouted, grabbing a friend's wrist as they sprinted toward the exit. A group of students followed suit, their footsteps pounding against the rubble-strewn floor, desperation fueling their escape. However, before they could get far, a sudden crackle of electricity filled the air. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning arced down from above, striking the fleeing students with pinpoint accuracy. One by one, they collapsed, their bodies twitching before going still, smoke rising from their uniforms. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? A voice cackled through the chaos. Standing atop a pile of broken desks was a green-haired girl, her Shiketsu uniform modified to be far more revealing than regulation allowed. Her emerald eyes sparkled with sadistic amusement as she twirled a finger in her hair. Oh man, they thought they could run. That was hilarious. Another group of students tried to escape, but before they could even reach the hallway, the ground beneath them trembled. Schlurp. A massive, grotesque mouth erupted from the floor, its slimy tongue curling around them before gulping them down whole. Then, just as quickly, it spat them back out, sending them flying through the air like boba pearls being shot from a straw. They crashed into a nearby wall, groaning in pain. "Ugh, disgusting," muttered a short, petite girl with a neatly trimmed blonde bob. She wrinkled her nose in distaste, adjusting her pristine gloves. Suddenly, a defiant yell rang through the air. "Take this, you psychos." A support course student, decked out in a hastily thrown together battle suit, aimed a clunky launcher at the two girls. With a loud thwomp, he fired a series of gray, gooey projectiles, an advanced capture foam designed to harden on impact. The spheres hurtled toward the Shiketsu girls. Beast. Boom. Balls of red energy suddenly shot through the air, intercepting the slime rounds mid-flight and detonating them into harmless splatters of goo. The support student's eyes widened in horror. What the heck? Before he could react, a tiny red orb zipped toward him and struck his chest. Boom. A small explosion engulfed him in a cloud of soot, leaving him blackened and dazed before he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The green-haired girl chuckled, sparks of electricity crackling between her fingertips. "Hey, nice one, Bambi," she said with a smirk. Stepping through the rubble of a ruined classroom, another Shiketsu student made her way toward them. She had long, flowing black hair and sharp brown eyes, her presence commanding yet effortlessly casual. A small cape was attached to the back of her modified uniform, swaying slightly as she walked. This was Bambietta Basterbine, also known as Sternritter E, the Explosion. She casually glanced at her two fellow female Sternritters, Candace Catnip, the emerald-haired lightning wielder known as Sternritter T, the Thunderbolt, and Liltato Lampert, the petite blonde with perpetually tired eyes, bearing the title of Sternritter G, the Glutton. "Have any of you seen Giselle and Kami?" Bambietta asked, arms crossed as she surveyed the battlefield. Candace smirked, resting a hand on her hip. "Last I saw Kami, she was messing around with that cutie from UA with the mind control quirk," she said in a teasing tone, her electric green eyes glinting mischievously. "Slut," Liltato muttered under her breath, barely even looking up from the snack she had somehow conjured from nowhere. Candace immediately snapped her head toward the petite girl, glaring daggers. "What did you just call me, Flatty?" she yelled, sparks flaring around her body. Liltato, unbothered, lazily took another bite of her snack and shot her a side glance. "You heard me, boob brain." Before Candace could lunge at her, a new voice interrupted them. "Heya, girls." The three of them turned toward the sound, their bickering momentarily forgotten, as a fourth figure strolled onto the scene with a wide, unsettling grin. It was none other than Giselle Gewel, her sickly pale complexion making her look almost ghost-like in the dim light. Unlike the others, who still mostly adhered to the Shiketsu uniform, Giselle had opted for a black oversized sweater that vaguely resembled the school's dress code, if one ignored the fact that she wore no skirt, just a pair of skin-tight black leggings and polished leather shoes. Candace sighed, crossing her arms. "Took you long enough. Where the hell have you been?" Giselle's grin only widened as she twirled a lock of her dark hair. "Oh, you know," she said in a sing-song voice. "Just making some friends." From behind Giselle, a group of UA students, now turned into shambling husks, stumbled forward in a slow, eerie march. Their eyes were dull, their movements jerky and unnatural, as if their bodies were being forced to move by an invisible puppeteer. Groans and guttural noises escaped their lips as they shuffled aimlessly, their former selves completely stripped away for the time being. Giselle twirled around with glee, arms spread wide like a proud conductor introducing her orchestra. "Ta-da, just a little drop of my blood, and bam! New friends," she sang, her voice dripping with amusement. Bambietta observed the undead with a smirk, clearly impressed but not entirely surprised by Giselle's work. "Nice. But how long are they gonna last before they turn back?" she asked, tapping her chin. Giselle placed a finger to her lips, tilting her head in thought. I'd say at least another hour. Maybe longer if I feel like keeping 'em going," she mused, before shrugging. "Or, You know, until we decide to head back home. Bambietta grinned. Works for me. Let's keep tearing this place apart for Izu-kun. Giselle's eyes lit up mischievously. Oh ho, since when did you start calling His Majesty Izu-kun? She teased, leaning in with a sly smirk. Bambietta's face instantly turned red. Shut you up. It's just shorter, she sputtered, quickly turning her back to the others to hide her embarrassment. Before the others could tease her further, the sharp roar of an engine echoed through the crumbling halls. The four Sternritter girls turned their attention to the source of the noise, eyes narrowing as the sound rapidly grew closer. A blur of blue and white shot down the corridor at high speed before coming to an abrupt, forceful stop right in front of them. Dust and debris kicked up from the sheer velocity of the arrival. When the dust settled, standing before them was none other than Iida, his engines hissing and steaming as his legs trembled from overuse. Slumped over his back was an unconscious Kota, while Tsuyu and Uraraka clung onto his arms, looking battered but still determined. Iida gasped for breath, his entire body shaking from exhaustion. His glasses were cracked, his uniform torn in several places. He barely managed to stay upright as he fell to one knee, struggling to speak through heavy, ragged breaths. I'm sorry, he panted, his vision swimming. I can't go any further. I'm too exhausted. Candace let out a chuckle, electricity crackling around her fingers as she stepped forward with an easy smirk. Hey, well, this just makes things way easier for us. Iida, Ochako, and Tsuyu tensed as they lifted their gazes, their hearts sinking when they saw the four figures standing in their way. Bambietta, Candace, Liltato, Giselle. The four Sternritters stood side by side, blocking the only escape route, each one radiating an overwhelming presence. Iida clenched his fists, adjusting his cracked glasses as he forced himself to stand tall despite his exhaustion. His sharp eyes locked onto them with unwavering intensity. Don't tell me, you're Sternritters as well? He asked, already dreading the answer. Bingo. Right on the money, glasses san. Candace grinned, sparks of lightning dancing at her fingertips. Ah, you should see your face. It's priceless. Damn. Iida muttered under his breath, his mind racing. He turned to his friends, kneeling to carefully set Kota down beside them. His expression was grim, yet filled with determination. Uraraka, Tsuyu. Take Kota and get out of here. I'll hold them off. Ochako's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, we're not leaving you behind. She shouted, her voice trembling. You have to, Iida insisted, his voice urgent but firm. Not many of us are left standing. You two need to get out of here, find a teacher, someone, who can still fight. Maybe they can help turn the tide. Candace let out a laugh, placing a hand on her hip. PFF'd. Yeah, good luck with that. We already took a few of them down. She boasted, flipping her green hair over her shoulder. They went down like lightning, fast and fried. Ochako's heart nearly stopped. No way, she whispered in horror, her stomach twisting at the thought of their teachers being defeated. Not all of us. Yeah. A deafening, earth-shaking blast of sound tore through the crumbling school walls. Present Mike's unmistakable, yeah, erupted with sheer force, sending a massive shockwave barreling into the four female Sternritters. The attack hit them from the side, catching them completely off guard. They were hurled through the air like ragdolls, their bodies slamming through debris and shattered windows before being violently ejected from the school building, disappearing into the chaos outside. The dust settled, revealing two figures stepping out from another hallway, both battle-worn but still standing strong. Present Mike and Aizawa. Iida, Uraraka, and Tsuyu's eyes widened in pure relief. Mr. Aizawa, Iida cried out, nearly stumbling as he turned toward their homeroom teacher. Are you okay? Tsuyu asked, her voice laced with concern. Aizawa, breathing heavily but unwavering, turned his tired yet sharp gaze toward them. We're fine, he answered, his tone leaving no room for argument. But you four need to get out of here. Now. But, sir, Iida. Aizawa cut him off, his voice firm and commanding. You're the class president. Your job is to lead your classmates and protect them. So do your job. Iida's hands clenched into fists at his sides, his frustration and sense of duty clashing inside him. Head to the infirmary, Aizawa continued, his tone grave. It's the only safe place left in the entire school. Iida hesitated only for a moment before forcing himself to nod. He adjusted his grip on Kota, bracing himself as Uraraka and Tsuyu latched onto his arms once more. Then, with a powerful burst of Recipro-Turbo, he shot off down the hallway, racing toward the infirmary with his injured classmates in tow. As the echoes of Iida's departure faded, present Mike turned toward his old friend, raising a brow beneath his yellow shades. You know, Eraser, I get that they were banged up, but was it really a good idea to send them away? He asked, his voice uncharacteristically serious. We could have used their help, these Sternritter bastards are crazy strong. Aizawa exhaled sharply, his grip tightening around his capture weapon. His tired eyes remained locked on the battlefield, his mind already anticipating the next clash. Yeah, I'm sure, he muttered, his voice edged with quiet determination. He straightened slightly, ignoring the dull ache in his body. I'm not letting any more kids get hurt in this stupid war. Mike turned his head, eyeing his old friend with concern. The usual playful energy in his expression dimmed. Shota, he said softly, as if sensing the heavy burden Aizawa was carrying. But before he could say more, a loud, indignant voice cut through the tension. Hey, you old fart. You're gonna regret getting my hair all messy. Both pro-heroes turned toward the source of the outburst, stepping forward slightly as they looked outside. There, amidst the wreckage, stood the four Sternritter girls, bruised, battered, but very much still in the fight. Candace was the first to rise fully, hands on her hips as her electrified green hair crackled with residual static. She tossed it over her shoulder, her golden eyes flashing with irritation. Liltato, standing beside her with an unimpressed expression, deadpanned, that's what you're complaining about. Her tone was flat as she dusted herself off. Giselle, however, was a far more unsettling sight. As she got to her feet, her head was twisted completely in the wrong direction, an unnatural grin stretched across her face. Then, with a sickening crack, she twisted it back into place as if nothing had happened. Oh wow, that crick in my neck is finally gone. Thanks, Teach, she chirped, rolling her shoulders. Bambietta was the last to stand, her fists clenching at her sides as her sharp brown eyes locked onto the two heroes. Unlike her teammates, she wasn't joking around. Her gaze lingered on Aizawa, quickly assessing the situation. Then her expression darkened. Shit, she muttered under her breath, her body tensing. It's Eraserhead. At those words, Liltato's gaze flickered toward Bambietta, then back to Aizawa. She let out a small sigh, rubbing her temples. So I guess that means Giselle and I are taking him on, huh? Bambietta nodded, her lips pressing into a thin line. Yeah, she confirmed. Giselle clapped her hands together excitedly. Ooh, this is gonna be fun. She giggled, eyeing Aizawa with an almost childlike glee. Think I can turn him into one of my little friends. None of the girls paid Giselle any mind as Liltato stepped forward, coming to a stop beside the zombie-like girl. Both of them locked eyes with the two pro-heroes, their expressions unreadable yet filled with an unmistakable edge of hostility. Aizawa and Mike didn't flinch. They simply stared back, their battle-hardened instincts kicking in as they braced themselves for whatever came next. The tension in the air was thick, crackling like a live wire. However, before anyone could make a move, the moment was shattered by the sudden, explosive impact of something crashing through the wall behind the two heroes. The force of the destruction sent debris flying in all directions. Aizawa and Mike barely had a second to register the incoming threat before a blur of pink shot toward them with terrifying speed. What? Mike started. Aizawa tried to continue, but neither of them got the chance to finish their sentences. A powerful hand clamped onto the backs of their necks, gripping them like they were nothing more than ragdolls. Then, with a sickening crack, their skulls were slammed together with devastating force. The impact was so brutal that both pro-heroes went limp instantly, knocked out cold before they even had time to react. Their unconscious bodies were then carelessly tossed to the side, crashing onto the ruined floor with dull thuds. The four Sternritter girls turned their attention to the one responsible for the sudden ambush. Standing amidst the rubble, brushing off her hands as if she had just completed a simple chore, was none other than their fellow Sternritter, Menina's McCollin. Her long, pink hair framed her face, and her soft, innocent-looking blue eyes betrayed no hint of malice, despite the sheer brutality of what she had just done. She was the embodiment of raw, overwhelming strength. The moment the other girls saw her, they knew there was only one person capable of pulling off such a monstrous feat. Menina's Macallan, also known as Sternritter P, the power. Bambietta smirked, clearly pleased. Ha, nice timing, Menina's, she called out, placing her hands on her hips. We owe you one. Menina's gave them a warm, cheerful smile, as if she hadn't just single-handedly taken down two of UA's strongest teachers in mere seconds. No problem, she chirped sweetly, dusting off her hands. Liltato glanced at the unconscious heroes, then back at Menina's. With a slight raise of her brow, she muttered, you really don't hold back, huh? Giselle let out a giggle, nudging one of Aizawa's limp arms with her foot. Ah, I was hoping to have a little more fun with them first, but oh well. More bodies for me. Bambietta, still smirking, crossed her arms. All right, ladies, with the teachers out of the way, let's finish tearing this place apart for Izu-kun. With that, the Sternritters pressed forward, leaving behind the fallen heroes as the siege on Ua raged on. Fist met armored fist in a thunderous clash, the force of their blows sending shockwaves through the ruined battlefield. Sparks flew as metal struck against raw, crackling energy, neither side willing to yield as the fight between Izuku Midoriya and Toshinori Yagi raged on. Toshinori gritted his teeth, pushing against Izuku's strength with everything his armor could muster. But the younger man's power, twisted, dark, and seething, was unlike anything he had ever faced before. Then Izuku smirked, his emerald eyes glowing with an eerie, almost malevolent light. Tell me, All Might, how good did it feel? Watching from the sidelines while the world mocked me for trying to do the right thing. Toshinori's heart clenched. He had been prepared for battle, but not for this, the sheer venom laced in Izuku's words. I never knew, he said firmly, meeting the boy's gaze. But Izuku only scoffed, never knew, or didn't care. Before Toshinori could respond, a mass of black energy surged around Izuku's arm, crackling with chaotic power. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a devastating blast straight toward the armored hero. Toshinori reacted instantly, his battle instincts still razor-sharp despite the years since his prime. The advanced tech in his gauntlet hummed to life, forming a shimmering golden energy shield that absorbed the dark attack. The moment the blast dissipated, the shield flickered and retracted back into the suit. Catching his breath, Toshinori narrowed his eyes. You told me you were quirkless. So how do you have a quirk now? Izuku's smirk widened, a hint of something sinister behind his expression. Because for the longest time, that's what I believed. That's what everyone believed. His fingers curled into a fist, and for a brief moment, his eyes darkened. But after years of pain, humiliation, after being told over and over again that I'd never be a hero, it became too much to bear. So, I climbed up to the rooftop, and I jumped. Toshinori's breath caught in his throat. His blood ran cold as the weight of Izuku's words sank in. His heart pounded painfully in his chest, his mind racing through the memories of the hopeful, bright-eyed boy who once stood before him. The boy who had dreamed of being a hero, the boy he had failed. Izuku saw the stunned expression on the former number one's face and let out a dry, bitter chuckle. His grip tightened, black energy crackling around his fists as he took a slow step forward. I hit the ground pretty hard that day. My whole body was broken, barely able to stay awake. I could feel myself dying, my breath was shallow, my vision was fading, and for a brief moment, I thought, this is it. This is how I go. He continued, his voice eerily calm. He exhaled sharply, his smirk faltering for just a second before it returned, twisted with resentment. And then it hit me. I had made a mistake. Toshinori's brow furrowed, a sinking feeling settling in his gut. Mistake. Izuku's emerald eyes, now darkened with venom and fury, bore into him. Not because I tried to end it all. No. My mistake was that I hadn't been angry enough. Toshinori's breath hitched. I should have been furious, All Might. At everyone. At the people who stood by and did nothing while I was beaten down for 16 years of my life. At my mother, for leaving me to live with my father for a while, when I needed her the most. At you, for crushing my dreams with a single sentence and then standing by as the world laughed at me. But most of all, I was angry at Bakugo. Izuku's voice dropped into a sharp whisper, filled with barely contained rage. Toshinori swallowed hard, trying to process everything, his mind spinning. Why? He finally managed to ask, his voice strained. And then Izuku snapped. Why? His voice roared through the battlefield, charged with unfiltered fury. His power flared, the very air trembling around him. Because of him, my life was a never-ending nightmare. Because of him, I was tormented for years, never able to make friends, never able to live a normal life. Because of him, I was burned, bruised, humiliated, and broken. And yet, he gets to be the hero. He gets to be praised. He gets to be someone people aspire to be. His fists trembled at his sides as his breathing grew ragged, his glare cutting into the older man like a blade. Tell me, All Might, how is that the makings of a just world? Izuku asked. Toshinori felt like the breath had been knocked out of him. He had always known Bakugo to be a troubled child, hot-tempered, aggressive, and prideful, but this. Had it really been this bad for Izuku all along? Had he truly suffered so much under Bakugo's relentless bullying? Toshinori had believed in Bakugo's potential, had seen the real hero buried beneath all that anger and arrogance. He had watched as young Kirishima and the rest of Class 1A helped Bakugo grow into someone better. Someone who could trust and fight alongside others, someone who no longer believed he had to be the strongest alone. But standing before him now was proof of his failure. He had helped Bakugo move forward, but he had let Izuku fall into darkness. Izuku took a deep breath, his smirk widening as he recalled the moment everything changed. After I realized just how unjust the world truly was, I knew I couldn't die, not like that. I refused to leave this world as a nobody, a victim, a pathetic footnote in someone else's story. I had to fight back. I had to make them pay. That's when it happened. Something inside me awoke. His voice carried a near reverent tone, as if reminiscing about a moment of divine revelation. My body began to heal on its own. The pain faded. The blood stopped flowing. I wasn't dying anymore. In that moment, I had finally, awakened my quirk. But what was it? What kind of power had been buried inside me all this time? Toshinori watched him carefully, every word sending a chill down his spine. Izuku's smile twisted, his emerald eyes glowing with something unnatural. It took me a while to understand it, to fully grasp what I had been given. But after some trial and error, I figured it out. This power, it wasn't like any other quirk. It didn't follow the rules. It broke them. My quirk isn't just a power, it's a concept. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the very idea. It allows me to become the antithesis to whatever I desire. If I face strength, I become the counter to strength. If I face speed, I become the counter to speed. If I face a hero, he grinned, baring his teeth, I become their worst nightmare. Toshinori's heart pounded in his chest. A quirk that allowed him to counter anything. That kind of ability, it was unheard of. It was impossible. And yet, Izuku stood before him, proof of its existence. But there was no more time to dwell on it. Izuku's smirk widened as he took a step forward. Enough about my quirk, he said, his tone dripping with anticipation. Let's see how well it works against you. Without warning, Izuku lunged, moving like a blur. His fist shot forward, slamming into Toshinori's gut with crushing force. Even with his armor absorbing most of the blow, the impact sent him skidding back several feet, his boots scraping against the rubble-covered ground. Toshinori gritted his teeth, forcing himself to steady his stance. He couldn't afford to hold back. His gauntlets whirred to life, shifting and reforming around his arms. A familiar, explosive heat built up in his palms as the power of another hero activated. King Explosion Mode, he roared, releasing a massive, fiery blast straight toward Izuku. The attack surged forward, engulfing the space where Izuku stood, but the boy was already gone. Izuku had leapt high into the air, flipping effortlessly over the explosion. But Toshinori was ready for him. He propelled himself upward, his hands buzzing with crackling electricity. The air around him crackled as his next ability took effect. Charge Bolt Mode. His electrified fist struck Izuku midair, sending volts of energy coursing through the younger fighter's body. Izuku cried out, his limbs locking up as the voltage overwhelmed his muscles. Then, gravity took hold. Izuku crashed to the ground with a hard thud, dust and debris kicking up around him. Toshinori landed a few feet away, his breathing heavy but controlled. He watched as Izuku slowly pushed himself up, his movements sluggish but determined. Even after taking a direct hit, even after being electrocuted midair, Izuku was still standing. But now, he looked a little worse for wear. Izuku's emerald eyes burned with fury as he wiped the blood trickling from his lip. He clenched his fists, shaking with rage. "Damn you," he snarled, his voice laced with frustration. But Toshinori didn't falter. He wasn't going to give Izuku a chance to recover. With a loud mechanical roar, the back of his armored legs ignited, engines flaring to life. His arms, encased in reinforced plating, began to shift, becoming bulkier, more resilient. The metallic sheen of his gauntlets darkened as the transformation completed. Ingenium and Red Riot mode. Toshinori bellowed. Then, like a bullet fired from a gun, he shot forward. The sheer speed of his movement cracked the ground beneath him. Before Izuku could react, Toshinori's reinforced fist connected with his face. The impact sent Izuku hurtling through the air before he crashed violently into the rubble, dust and debris exploding outward. From a distance, a group of UA students had been watching the battle unfold with wide, disbelieving eyes. One of them fumbled to pull out their phone, hands shaking as they quickly hit record. This is insane," the student whispered, voice barely containing their excitement. Another student, realizing the significance of what was happening, hastily copied the livestream link and sent it to every phone connected to the UA network. Within moments, notifications buzzed across the entire campus. Every student, every teacher, anyone with a UA-registered device, received the alert. Even Shiketsu students found their phones vibrating with the unexpected broadcast. In the middle of workshops, training areas, and even the infirmary, third years and support course students stopped what they were doing. Their eyes locked onto their screens as the feed displayed something they never thought they'd see again. "All Might is fighting again," the student recording shouted breathlessly. "Even though he's retired, even though he doesn't have a quirk anymore, he's still fighting." Across the entire campus, murmurs and gasps spread like wildfire. "Is this real? All Might's still fighting. He's taking on that Shiketsu kid head on. Look at him go. He's really giving it to him." Students who had been locked in their own battles against Shiketsu forces momentarily halted, turning their attention to their phones. Even those from Shiketsu's side, despite themselves, couldn't help but watch. "He's still the number one." A voice rang out amidst the chaos. "You can do it, All Might." Another student cried, their voice filled with hope. More and more students joined in, their shouts growing louder, their belief rekindled. But not everyone was just standing around watching. A few students turned away from their screens, their eyes blazing with determination as they saw some of their classmates still locked in combat against Shiketsu's forces. "We can't just stand here while All Might fights for us," one brave student shouted. "He's giving it his all. We have to fight back. Fight with him. For UA. Yeah," came the collective roar of students, fists raised in unison. The Shiketsu attackers, who had moments ago held the upper hand, now hesitated, their confidence shaken. The once scattered UA students, many of whom had been fleeing for their lives, were now turning back, eyes burning with newfound resolve. And then they charged. Like a wave crashing against the shore, the UA students surged forward. The Shiketsu fighters, caught completely off guard, barely had time to react before they were overwhelmed. Some were tackled to the ground, others struck down with precise and vengeful blows. The tide of battle was shifting. Near the General Education Department, Shinso stood with his arms crossed, listening to the broadcast echo from a nearby classmate's phone. A smirk tugged at his lips as he processed the growing energy radiating through UA's students. He turned his gaze toward Kami, who was leaning lazily against the wall, twirling a strand of her hair between her fingers. "Looks like your boss is gonna lose," he said smugly. Kami raised an eyebrow, unfazed, before shrugging. "Maybe, or maybe he's just playin' the long game, ya know." She mused with a playful grin. But the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed a flicker of doubt. Shinso chuckled, "Keep telling yourself that." Meanwhile, back at the Class 1A dorms, the battle raged on. Mineta stood firm, gripping his phone tightly as he streamed the fight live. The glow of the screen illuminated his wide, awestruck eyes. "This is insane," he muttered. Beside him, Kirishima and Todoroki were still locked in combat with Jugram Hashwolf, one of Shiketsu's most formidable warriors. The towering blonde adversary showed no signs of exhaustion, his piercing blue eyes remaining as sharp and calculating as ever. "Oi, Todoroki," Kirishima, Mineta called out, turning the screen toward them. "Look at this." Both fighters spared a brief glance at the screen, and their eyes widened as they saw the legendary figure of Toshinori Yagi standing tall, fighting like hell against Izuku Midoriya. "Hey, All Might's got this in the bag," Kirishima declared, his signature sharp-toothed grin widening as his red full cowling flared to life around him, arcs of crimson energy crackling over his hardened skin. Todoroki, standing beside him, smirked. Even in his worn state, Toshinori Yagi remained the same indomitable hero as always. Watching the way he fought, how he still carried himself with unwavering resolve, it was almost like time had reversed, like they were witnessing the All Might of old, standing tall as the symbol of peace. Inside the infirmary, Iida, Uraraka, and Tsuyu sat near the beds, their eyes glued to the screen of Iida's phone, watching the battle unfold. Every powerful blow, every counterattack, every confident smile that All Might gave, it was like watching a legend continue to carve his name into history. "He's really winning," Uraraka murmured, her hands clutching the hem of her sleeve. Tsuyu nodded, eyes wide. "Ribbit, it's like he's never stopped being the #1 hero." Iida adjusted his glasses, a rare smile breaking through his usual serious demeanor. Even without his quirk, he still embodies what it means to be a hero. Standing behind them, Recovery Girl let out a long, tired sigh as she observed the fight from her own monitor. Her old eyes softened, a mixture of relief and exasperation settling in her chest. "That dang brat," she muttered, shaking her head. "Always giving me heart attacks." But despite her words, a small, proud smile tugged at her lips. Far above the battle, within the safety of his office, Nezu sat calmly in his chair, hands folded together as he observed the screen in front of him. Beside him, Smintas stood ready, guarding his principal as per his duty. Nezu's sharp eyes twinkled with admiration as he watched Toshinori dominate the battlefield, expertly countering every move Izuku threw at him. The tides had shifted in a way no one had anticipated. "You are still amazing as always, Yagi," Nezu murmured with a small, knowing smile. Miles away from the chaos, 4 students huddled together on a bullet train, their eyes fixed intently on Mina's phone as the live broadcast of the fight continued. The rhythmic clatter of the train tracks beneath them did nothing to distract them from the spectacle unfolding on screen. Kaminari pumped his fist in the air, nearly dropping his phone in excitement. "Come on, All Might. Show 'em who's boss." Mina, gripping the phone tightly, leaned in even closer. "Kick his ass, sensei." She cheered, her pink cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Zero grinned, unable to contain his excitement. Man, if this is what he can do without his quirk, imagine if he still had it. Tokiyami, ever composed, kept his arms crossed, his sharp eyes watching the fight with quiet intensity. The darkness that boy wields, it is nothing compared to the blazing light of a true hero. The 4 of them exchanged glances, the same thought running through their minds. They needed to get back to UA fast. Back in the heat of battle, Toshinori activated another function of his high-tech suit, his voice ringing out with renewed determination. "Grape juice mode," he shouted. From his fingertips, a barrage of sticky, purple spheres shot forward with precision, splattering against the ground around Izuku's feet. The gelatinous orbs expanded instantly upon impact, locking his feet in place with an iron grip. Izuku's eyes widened as he struggled to move, but his boots wouldn't budge. He pulled with all his might, but the adhesive held strong. "Damn it," he growled, his frustration mounting. Toshinori wasted no time, his suit shifting once more as a mechanical tail extended from its back. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, the tail whipping through the air as he attacked. "Tailman mode," he roared. With blinding speed, he struck Izuku repeatedly, each hit precise, controlled, and devastating. His fists slammed into the younger fighter's body like hammer blows, while his mechanical tail lashed out in perfect tandem, striking Izuku from multiple angles. The onslaught was relentless. Izuku had no chance to block, no room to counter. Every strike sent shockwaves through his frame, rattling his bones and forcing the air from his lungs. Then, with a final, Powerful punch. Toshinori broke Izuku free from the sticky trap, only to send him flying backward, his body crashing through the air before slamming into the center of Yue's training grounds, leaving a crater in the dirt. Toshinori took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as he watched the fallen boy struggle to his feet. His expression softened, though his resolve remained unwavering. Slowly, he began to walk toward Izuku, each step deliberate. "I am sorry, young Midoriya," Toshinori said, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "I failed you. I should have protected you, should have lifted you up instead of letting the world humiliate you for your heroic act. I should never have crushed your dreams. That is not what a hero does." Izuku clenched his fists, his green eyes burning with fury. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward once more, his dark energy swirling around him as he prepared to strike. But Toshinori was ready. With a swift sidestep, he dodged the attack entirely. His mechanical tail, still active, lashed out and coiled around Izuku's torso. With a powerful swing, he hurled the young fighter through the air once again. Izuku tumbled, rolling across the ground before digging his heels in to stop himself. He breathed heavily, his body aching, but his rage refused to subside. Toshinori straightened his posture, his expression resolute. His voice rang out once more, filled with unshakable determination. "I should have saved you then, young Midoriya," he declared. "But I didn't." His fists clenched, his suit humming with power. "But I will save you now." Izuku's teeth clenched as he glared at the man he had once idolized, the very symbol of hope he had aspired to become. But now, all he saw was the face of betrayal, the man who had turned his back on him, just like everyone else. "There's no saving me," Izuku snarled, his voice dripping with venom. His hands trembled with raw energy as his rage surged. "I won't stop until this place is nothing but rubble. Until you and Bakugo have paid for everything you've done to me." Toshinori held his ground, his expression firm but not unkind. He could feel the boy's fury, the years of pain and rejection that had festered into hatred. But he refused to waver. "Then unleash it all," Toshinori roared. "Let out every ounce of that anger. Strike me down if you must, until there's nothing left. Until you are free from the chains of vengeance that bind you." Izuku let out a primal roar, his dark energy crackling around him. Slamming his palms together, he released a jagged bolt of black lightning, its raw power tearing through the air as it surged toward Toshinori. But the former number one was prepared. The plating on his armored torso shifted, glowing with brilliant light as a cannon formed in the center of his stomach. "Can't stop twinkling mode," he bellowed. A concentrated blast of energy erupted from his core, colliding with Izuku's attack in a deafening explosion. The resulting shockwave sent debris flying in all directions, a thick cloud of dust and smoke engulfing the battlefield. As the dust began to settle, Izuku wasted no time. He lunged forward, his fists cocked back, ready to deliver a relentless flurry of punches. Toshinori's suit responded instantly. "Sugar Man mode," he called out. His armored fists grew heavier, his strikes empowered with immense strength. Each of Izuku's punches met a perfectly timed counter, their fists clashing with bone-crushing force. Blow after blow, Izuku fought desperately to break through, but Toshinori's defenses held firm. Between their rapid exchanges, Toshinori's voice rang out, steady and unwavering. "I'm sure you know these words by heart, young Midoriya," he said, his tone carrying the weight of countless battles. "But now, you're going to truly understand what they mean." With a final, powerful counterstrike, Toshinori pushed Izuku back. The plating on his arms shifted once more, his hands reforming into blasters. The cannon in his stomach reappeared, but this time, something new emerged. From his shoulders, two massive blasters unfolded, humming with energy as they locked onto Izuku. Toshinori's armored frame surged with energy, the plating shifting and adapting as he activated three of his most powerful combat modes simultaneously. His voice boomed across the battlefield. "Explosion King mode, Can't Stop Twinkling mode, Todoroki mode." Izuku's eyes widened, realization dawning on him just a moment too late. Toshinori's entire suit glowed with raw energy, flames igniting along his arms, concentrated light gathering in his chest cannon, and crackling explosions sparking at his fists. The overwhelming power radiating from him caused the very ground beneath him to tremble. "Go beyond," Toshinori roared, planting his feet firmly as he aimed everything at Izuku. The students watching, both in person and through their phones, held their breath. Plus ultraaaaa. All at once, the three devastating attacks were unleashed, merging into a cataclysmic wave of destruction. The combined force struck Izuku head-on with a blinding explosion of fire, light, and sheer concussive energy. Izuku let out a furious, pain-filled scream as the blast overwhelmed him. He fought against it, trying to push forward, his dark energy surging in defiance, but it wasn't enough. The sheer might of Toshinori's attack sent him hurtling backward like a shooting star, crashing through multiple barriers before finally slamming into Jim Gamma with an earth-shaking impact. For several long moments, the battlefield was silent except for the crackling of fading embers and the distant echoes of destruction. Then, Toshinori exhaled heavily as his armor deactivated, the enhanced plating shifting back into its default state. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring everything. As the dust began to settle, Toshinori took slow, steady steps forward. His gaze locked onto the rubble where Izuku had landed. The once mighty adversary now lay motionless amidst the wreckage, his uniform in tatters, his body battered and bruised. The only sign of life was the subtle rise and fall of his chest. He was still breathing, but completely immobilized. All across UA, students stared at their screens in stunned silence before an eruption of cheers broke out. He did it. All Might won. Even without a quirk, he's still the greatest hero. We won. Let's go. Take that, Shiketsu. Who's the losers now, you punks? UA students erupted into cheers, their voices echoing through the damaged halls and courtyards. Their phones continued to stream the live footage, spreading the victory like wildfire. Across campus, the tension shifted. Those who had been locked in battles with Shiketsu fighters found renewed vigor, pressing their advantage. The morale of UA had been reignited, and it seemed as though this would mark the turning point of the invasion. But despite the apparent triumph, something felt off. The Shiketsu students and their Sternritter allies did not react the way one might expect after witnessing their leader's downfall. There were no cries of shock, no desperate attempts to rally, just eerie, knowing smiles. Bambietta watched from afar, lips curled in amusement. Liltato took a bite of a chocolate bar, unfazed. Giselle giggled softly, rocking on her heels as she observed the battlefield. Every Sternritter who had seen or heard the broadcast wore the same unsettling expression. Toshinori, meanwhile, slowly approached the broken figure of Izuku Midoriya. The once defiant young man now lay in the rubble, his chest heaving with ragged breaths, his eyes dazed as he stared up at the sky. His body, battered and bruised, no longer carried the same dark energy as before. He was vulnerable, defeated. I'm sorry, Izuku muttered weakly. Toshinori's expression softened with sorrow. He crouched beside the boy, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Don't apologize, young Midoriya, he said quietly. If anyone should be sorry, it's me. But Izuku's glassy eyes didn't focus on him. Instead, they stared past him, as if looking at someone, or something, far beyond the battlefield. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered again. Toshinori felt his stomach twist. There was something unsettling in the way Izuku said those words, as if he were speaking to someone else entirely. Then, Izuku's lips parted once more, and he uttered two words that sent a chill down Toshinori's spine. Your Majesty. Toshinori's breath hitched. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? He whispered, his voice barely audible over the distant cheering of UA students. Izuku's broken body trembled slightly, as if the very act of speaking was exhausting him, but he forced out the words again. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Toshinori shot to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest. What? His voice came out louder this time, filled with confusion and alarm. He looked down at Izuku, his mind racing. But, aren't you the leader? Why would you be apologizing? Izuku didn't answer. His head lolled to the side, his breathing labored. Toshinori's fingers clenched into fists. His throat went dry as the terrible realization began to settle in. Who? His voice cracked, a rare moment of uncertainty escaping from the former symbol of peace. His pulse pounded in his ears as he stared at the broken boy before him, the same boy he had once seen as a beacon of hope, now reduced to a shadow of himself. Who are you apologizing to? Toshinori shouted, his voice filled with desperation. Suddenly, the battered form of Izuku Midoriya began to shift, his features melting away like ink dissolving in water. His wild green curls faded, his freckles vanished, and his stature altered. The unconscious boy's body contorted as his skin lightened, his facial structure changed, and before Toshinori's horrified eyes, the truth was revealed. Lying in the rubble was not Izuku Midoriya at all. It was someone else entirely. A bald-headed young man with a third eye in the middle of his forehead, his expression eerily peaceful despite his injuries. A pair of earmuffs covered his ears, and his torn uniform still bore the remnants of the battle he had just endured. Toshinori felt his stomach drop, a cold dread washing over him as he staggered back. "No," he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. "No, that's not possible." He hadn't been fighting Izuku. Not from the start. A shadow loomed before him, and Toshinori's heart pounded in his chest. His instincts screamed at him to move, but his body felt frozen in place. Slowly, he looked up from the impostor's unconscious form. And there, standing before him, completely unscathed and untouched, was the real Izuku Midoriya. The boy he thought he had defeated. The true mastermind behind everything. Toshinori's breath caught in his throat as he took in the sight of him. His green hair as messy as ever, his golden eyes filled with a quiet amusement, and his posture relaxed, almost casual. He wore the same UA uniform, pristine and undamaged, as if he had never even been in a fight to begin with. "You did well, Royd," Izuku said softly, his voice gentle yet laced with something far more unsettling. Despite his injuries, the fake Izuku, Royd Lloyd, Sternritter Y, the yourself, managed to crack a weak smile. His third eye flickered slightly before he let out a tired breath. "Thank you, Izuku," he murmured before his body finally gave out, his consciousness slipping away. Toshinori's hands clenched at his sides as he forced himself to stand. His mind reeled, trying to process the implications of what had just happened. "How did you?" Toshinori started, his voice laced with disbelief. His sharp blue eyes locked onto the boy before him, searching for an answer. "When did you?" Izuku merely smiled, tilting his head slightly, as if he were amused by the sheer confusion on Toshinori's face. "From the very beginning," Izuku replied smoothly. "Royd was here to keep you occupied while I attended to other matters." Toshinori's blood ran cold. "What?" Toshinori roared, his voice echoing across the ruined battlefield. His mind was still reeling from the revelation that he had been fighting an impostor all along, but Izuku's words sent another wave of dread washing over him. "What other matter?" Izuku simply adjusted his cap, dusting off a non-existent speck of dirt from its brim. His expression remained composed, almost casual, as he shifted his gaze toward the armored hero. "Oh, nothing that should concern you, really," he said airily, waving a hand dismissively. "Just tying up a few loose ends, ensuring everything plays out exactly as I want it to." He then tilted his head, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. "But tell me, All Might, do you know who the 5 war potentials are? The individuals I identified as the greatest threats to our cause in this little war the HPSC so graciously set the stage for." Toshinori narrowed his eyes, his mind racing through the question. 5 war potentials. A term like that was reminiscent of battlefield strategies, something a tactician would use to isolate key threats and prioritize them. Yet, despite all his knowledge, he had never heard of this list before. He shook his head. "No, I don't." Izuku smirked. "Of course you don't. That's because this information wasn't meant for you." He took a slow step forward, his hands slipping into the pockets of his uniform. "Allow me to enlighten you." Toshinori braced himself as Izuku began his explanation. "The first is Principal Nezu," Izuku began, his voice smooth and unwavering. "His vast intellect and strategic mind make him one of the most dangerous assets UA has to offer. His ability to predict and counter any move with ruthless efficiency makes him a nightmare to deal with." Toshinori gritted his teeth. Nezu was, indeed, frighteningly intelligent. He had no doubt that if anyone could turn the tide of a battle with just information alone, it would be him. "The second is Momo Yaoyorozu," Izuku continued. "Genius-level intellect, near-limitless creativity, and a quirk that allows her to adapt to any situation. Given enough time, she could create something that would completely counter our forces." Toshinori's heart clenched. He had always believed in Momo's potential, but hearing Izuku list her as a top threat to his plans only solidified just how much she had grown. The third, Izuku said, a small, almost nostalgic smile playing on his lips, is none other than my old friend, Katsuki Bakugo. Toshinori tensed. Bakugo's destructive quirk is one thing, Izuku continued. But what makes him truly terrifying is his battle instinct. His mind works like a machine, breaking down fights in real time, finding openings, adapting on the fly. No matter how strong you are, if you give him even a second, he'll find a way to blow you apart. Toshinori clenched his fists, remembering how hard Bakugo had trained, how much he had honed his instincts since entering UA. The fourth is Eijiro Kirishima, Izuku went on. Not just because of his incredible durability and strength, but because of his indomitable will. He never gives up, no matter how dire the situation. And most importantly, he has the ability to bring people together. To rally them, to inspire them, that makes him dangerous. Toshinori's mind flashed to Kirishima, to the boy's unbreakable resolve, his fierce loyalty to his friends. And finally, Izuku said, his voice lowering just slightly, there's Shoto Todoroki. Toshinori inhaled sharply. With his raw talent, versatile quirk, and massive potential, Shoto is someone who could tip the balance of any battle. Given the right motivation, he could become unstoppable. Izuku finally stopped walking, standing just a few feet away from the stunned Toshinori. Do you know why you didn't make the list? Izuku asked, his voice carrying a strange, almost mocking amusement. Toshinori exhaled shakily. Because I'm not as strong as I used to be. Because I don't have a quirk anymore. Izuku let out a quiet chuckle. No, he said, shaking his head. Oh no, that's not the reason at all. Toshinori swallowed, a cold feeling settling in his gut as he waited for the answer. Izuku's smile grew wider. The reason you're not on that list, All Might, is because you were never a threat to begin with. Toshinori gritted his teeth and activated his suit once more, determined to keep fighting. The armor whirred to life, the inner mechanisms humming as energy surged through its core. But then, something went terribly wrong. A sudden flicker, a crackling noise. Before he could react, the suit's power systems failed entirely, and the once mighty armor began to break apart at the seams. Metal plates detached, gears clattered to the ground, and the entire structure collapsed around him like a house of cards. What? Toshinori gasped, staggering as his armor crumbled away, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. But how? Across the battlefield, the gathered UA students and faculty who had been watching the fight in awe now looked on in shock and confusion. The once invincible All Might, reduced to nothing in mere moments. Izuku simply smirked, his emerald eyes gleaming with satisfaction. I believe Royd already told you, All Might, my quirk allows me to become the very antithesis of things. He said smoothly, his voice carrying a sense of cruel amusement. He spread his hands, as if presenting an undeniable truth. And what is the opposite of a fully functional power suit? A broken, useless pile of scrap. Toshinori felt the last remnants of the suit slip from his body, leaving him standing there, exposed, powerless. His breath came in short, uneven bursts. Damn it, he muttered. Izuku raised his hand, palm open toward the unarmored man. Immediately, the air around his hand began to swirl violently, condensing into a rapidly forming blast of compressed wind pressure. Toshinori's eyes widened in sheer horror. The students watching through their phones also fell into stunned silence, their excitement morphing into dread. Even the ones who had been cheering mere moments ago now stood frozen, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Izuku's smirk remained in place, but there was something off about it. It's been fun, All Might, he said, his voice almost playful. But I'm afraid this is where our time together ends. Then, in an instant, boom, a devastating gust of compressed air erupted from Izuku's palm, a shockwave so powerful that the ground cracked beneath his feet. Everything in front of him was hurled backward, debris, dust, and most importantly, Toshinori himself. The former symbol of peace was sent flying, his body twisting midair as he was hurled across the battlefield. He barely had time to process what was happening. And yet, through the chaos, as he was flung back, his gaze remained locked on Izuku. That smile, it wasn't the victorious grin of a warrior who had just defeated his enemy. Nor was it the crazed expression of someone reveling in destruction. No, it was a smile that hid something else entirely. Pain, regret, sadness. The kind of smile one wears when they're trying to convince themselves that they're okay when, deep down, they're anything but. A pang of sorrow twisted in Toshinori's chest. His voice, barely above a whisper, was lost in the rush of wind as he flew backward. You're wearing the wrong smile, my boy. Once the final remnants of the attack faded, silence engulfed the battlefield. The air was thick with dust, the ground cracked and broken. And in the center of it all, lying motionless amidst the debris, was the limp, battered body of All Might. Unconscious, bloodied, defeated, but still alive. It didn't matter. It was over. The students of UA had just witnessed the impossible. The All Might who always stood back up. The All Might who inspired them all. The All Might who never lost. Had just been destroyed. Across campus, an eerie stillness settled over the school grounds. The cheers had long since died. The hopeful cries of, "All Might will win," had turned into stunned, horrified silence. The weight of the loss pressed down on every student watching through their screens, their spirits crushed under the undeniable truth. The symbol of peace had fallen. A gust of wind carried the dust away, revealing a new figure standing beside Izuku, Jugram. The blonde-haired Sternritter landed beside him with practiced ease, his cold blue eyes assessing the scene before him. Without emotion, he turned to Izuku. "Is it over?" Izuku exhaled slowly, his smirk fading slightly as he looked at the ruin before him. "It is," he confirmed. His voice was calm, controlled. "And the students of 1A. Dealt with," Jugram answered without hesitation. The moment they saw what happened to All Might, their resolve shattered. Both Eijiro Kirishima and Shoto Todoroki were defeated. A ghost of a smirk returned to Izuku's lips. "Good," he murmured, satisfied. He exhaled, as if shaking off the weight of the battle. "Now that All Might is out of the picture, I suppose it's time to pay Principal Nezu a little visit." Jugram nodded in agreement, and the two turned to walk forward, their victory all but assured. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the ruins, shaking the very ground beneath them. A gust of hot wind blasted past, sending dust and loose debris scattering. Then, a figure landed in front of them. Slowly, the dust settled, revealing a lone figure standing defiantly between them and their path forward. Jugram's eyes narrowed slightly. Izuku, however, only grinned wider, as if he had been expecting this. The newcomer stood tall, his spiky ash-blonde hair wild and unruly. One of his grenade gauntlets was missing, likely destroyed in battle, but it didn't matter. His body crackled with barely contained energy, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. His crimson eyes burned, not with the usual hot-headed rage, but with something far more dangerous. Cold, quiet, unshakable anger. Izuku let out a short chuckle. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Kachan." Bakugo didn't respond right away. He simply stared at Izuku, his expression unreadable, the only sound between them the faint crackle of lingering explosions around his fingertips. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and steady, filled with an unmistakable promise. "You're not taking another damn step." The two boys stood locked in a silent stare, their gazes burning into each other, unspoken words hanging heavily in the air between them. The battlefield around them had fallen eerily quiet, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation of what was to come. Jugram watched the exchange carefully, his sharp instincts sensing the sheer tension crackling between the two. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before, more than just the remnants of a battle. This was personal. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Izuku broke the silence. His voice was casual, almost amused. "Tell me, Kachan, do you really think you can fight me in that condition?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. "You look like hell. I imagine Quilge gave you a good beating, and considering how far you had to push yourself just to get here from Shiketsu. I bet those arms of yours are screaming right now." Bakugo said nothing. He didn't flinch, didn't react to Izuku's taunting. Instead, he asked his own question. "Deku," he said, his voice low, controlled. "Are you really the enemy's leader?" The question hung in the air for a moment, and then a small, knowing smile spread across Izuku's lips. "I am," he said smoothly. "And at the same time, I'm not." Bakugo's body tensed. His fingers curled into fists as his expression darkened. "Don't fuck with me," he snapped, his voice rising. His blood boiled, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the face of the rage bubbling inside him. "I'm asking if you're the one who did this. If you're the one who turned UA into this complete shitshow." Izuku let out a quiet chuckle, his smirk widening into something gleeful, something almost manic. "Yes, I am," he declared without hesitation. That was all Bakugo needed to hear. Without a second of hesitation, he launched himself forward, his body moving purely on instinct. His palm exploded behind him, sending him rocketing toward Izuku with terrifying speed, his good gauntlet crackling as he prepared to blast his former friend into the ground. Jugram took a half step forward, his expression unreadable. "Izuku." Izuku cut him off, eyes locked onto the rapidly approaching Bakugo. "As you can see, Jugram," Izuku murmured, a dark grin creeping onto his face. "I don't have a choice anymore." His voice dripped with a sinister kind of amusement, his hands slowly rising. "I'll destroy him here and now." Bakugo closed the distance between them in an instant, his arm cocked back, palm crackling with volatile energy. The glow of his quirk intensified, a blazing promise of destruction aimed right for Izuku's face. But Izuku merely smirked, as if completely unfazed by the attack. Then, at the last possible moment, just as Bakugo thrust his hand forward, Izuku and Jugram leapt high into the air, effortlessly avoiding the blast. A deafening explosion erupted beneath them, the shockwave sending debris flying in all directions. But Bakugo refused to let them get away. He gritted his teeth, his red eyes burning with determination as he angled himself upward and blasted into the sky after them, his propulsion sending him hurtling straight toward Izuku with murderous intent. However, Izuku had anticipated this. His smirk widened as he raised both hands, and, to Bakugo's utter shock, flames erupted from his palms. "What the hell?" A massive column of fire roared downward, spiraling toward Bakugo like a raging inferno. Instinct kicked in, and he narrowly twisted out of the way, dodging just in time before he could be completely engulfed. The heat still licked at his skin, searing the edges of his uniform, but before he could fully recover, bam! A brutal impact struck the top of his head. Izuku had moved faster than he could track, delivering a crushing blow that sent Bakugo spiraling downward like a comet. He crashed hard into the ruined battlefield below, his body bouncing against the cracked ground before coming to a harsh stop. Dust and smoke billowed around him as he coughed violently, forcing himself back up despite the pain ringing through his skull. And then, as the dust cleared, he saw Izuku standing before him, his green eyes glinting with amusement, his ever-present smile mocking him. "I'll be honest, Kachan, I expected more from you," Izuku mused, tilting his head slightly. "I mean, come on. Don't you hate me? Don't you despise what I've done to UA? To your classmates? To your idol?" His voice lowered, growing almost taunting. "Where's that famous Bakugo rage? Where's that strength that used to make you unstoppable?" Izuku took a step forward, his smirk twisting into something darker, something eager. "Show me," he whispered. "Show me the old Kachan. I want to see the real you." Bakugo's breath hitched. Something inside him snapped. With a guttural roar, he yanked the pin on his remaining gauntlet, triggering a devastating explosion right in Izuku's face. The blast rocked the battlefield, a shockwave tearing through the ground as thick smoke swallowed everything in its path. But Bakugo didn't stop there. He couldn't. Without wasting a second, he quickly formed an O shape with his left hand and pressed it over his open right palm. His hands crackled with energy, his body tense, his heart pounding. "No more holding back. AP shot," Bakugo roared, thrusting his arms forward. From his palms, a rapid barrage of armor-piercing explosions tore through the air, streaking toward the smokescreen where Izuku had been. The sheer force of the blasts illuminated the battlefield in flashes of fiery orange, sending shockwaves rippling through the debris-laden ground. But just as Bakugo prepared to launch another wave, something shot out from the smoke. A hand. Before he could react, the hand clamped down around his face with an iron grip. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock. Wah! His world spun violently as Izuku yanked him off his feet with ease. Then, with terrifying strength, Izuku slammed him into the ground, shaking the battlefield with the impact. Cracks spider-webbed beneath Bakugo's battered form as pain exploded through his back. Bakugo snarled, refusing to stay down. He gritted his teeth, forcing his arms up, his palms igniting as he prepared to blast Izuku off of him. But nothing happened. Bakugo's breath hitched. His red eyes widened in horror as he tried again, but his quirk refused to activate. No heat, no explosions, just nothing. What the hell? He rasped, his mind racing. Why isn't it working? He thought frantically. Above him, Izuku loomed, looking down with an eerily calm expression. His fingers twitched slightly, still outstretched from where they had grabbed Bakugo. I see you've noticed, Izuku murmured. Bakugo's breath was heavy, frantic. His muscles tensed, instincts screaming at him to move, to do something, but his body wouldn't listen. Izuku's smirk returned, but this time, there was no amusement in his eyes. Your quirk is gone. Bakugo's eyes went wide, pupils dilating with shock as he gasped for breath. Izuku's smile never wavered as he yanked Bakugo up by the collar, lifting him with an ease that sent an involuntary shudder down Bakugo's spine. Then, with slow deliberation, he set him upright. But before Bakugo could regain his bearings, Izuku pressed a hand flat against his stomach, fingers splayed. A heat bloomed beneath Izuku's palm, a scorching, unnatural burn that spread like wildfire through Bakugo's core. Then, Izuku leaned in, his breath warm against Bakugo's ear. Boom! The explosion wasn't massive, but it was concentrated, precise. It detonated right at Izuku's fingertips, forcing the air from Bakugo's lungs in a violent gasp. His body convulsed as he staggered backward, legs buckling, the searing pain in his stomach anchoring him to the ground. He collapsed onto his knees, fingers digging into the floor as he coughed, struggling to suck in air. The raw sting of the burn gnawed at his nerves, but something else, something far worse, sent an ice-cold dread through his veins. He couldn't feel his quirk. The familiar, ever-present spark beneath his skin, the energy that surged like a second heartbeat, was gone. Izuku chuckled, the sound light, airy, almost cheerful in its cruelty. He crouched before Bakugo, tilting his head, eyes glinting with something dark and unreadable. Don't worry, Izuku cooed, as if he were offering comfort. I haven't taken it away permanently. He placed a mocking hand over his heart. I wouldn't be that cruel, Kachan. His smile widened, splitting into something twisted. I've just made you the antithesis of a quirked person. Meaning, he tapped his temple, voice dripping with satisfaction. For as long as I want, you're quirkless. Bakugo's breath hitched. His fingers clenched against the floor as his mind struggled to keep up. Quirkless. That wasn't possible. That shouldn't be possible. Izuku leaned in closer, his expression darkening. Does it burn? His voice had lost its playfulness. His eyes sharpened. I hope it does. The air between them crackled with tension. Because what you're feeling right now. Izuku exhaled slowly, letting the words sink in. As only a fraction, a tiny, insignificant fraction, of the pain you put me through. Bakugo swallowed hard. He forced himself to stand, pushing through the ache, through the sickening emptiness where his quirk should have been. He glared at Izuku, but for the first time in his life, there was something else buried beneath his usual rage. Something dangerously close to fear. Why? His voice came out hoarse. Why do this? To you, to All Might. Why? You want to know why? Izuku repeated, his voice shaking, not with uncertainty, but with something far more volatile. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, trembling with the force of barely restrained fury. It's because of you, Kachan. His breath was ragged, each word laced with venom as he took a step forward. Ever since I was called quirkless, you've done nothing but torment me. You called me, Deku, like I was worthless. You used your quirk to threaten me, to hurt me, to make sure I knew my place beneath your damn boot. You made everyone hate me, turned them against me, treated me like I was nothing. Izuku's emerald eyes gleamed with something wild, something unhinged. His fingers twitched, and the air around him seemed to shudder with the sheer intensity of his emotions. But of course, you couldn't care less, right? The great and mighty Katsuki Bakugo doesn't give a damn about anyone but himself. Bakugo flinched. Just slightly, but his glare hardened, his teeth gritting together as he took a step forward to meet Izuku's rage head-on. His voice was low, sharp, cutting. All this, he spat. Destroying UA. Hurting our classmates. Hurting All Might. The man we both looked up to. His hands clenched, the weight of the accusation settling in. Was all because you hate me? Izuku stared at him, and then, suddenly, he laughed. A broken, breathless chuckle at first, but then it grew, warping into a loud, manic cackle that echoed through the ruined space around them. It wasn't joy. It wasn't amusement. It was something else. Something fractured. Bakugo felt a chill crawl up his spine. Izuku wiped at his eyes, still grinning, but it was an expression stretched too wide, filled with something dark, something twisted. Hate, Izuku repeated, the word rolling off his tongue like a bitter joke. Hate. His laughter choked off, and his expression snapped. He took a step forward, his body trembling with fury. His next words were a snarl, dripping with raw, unfiltered emotion. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I took your advice, and jumped off that roof. Bakugo's breath hitched. Izuku's voice rose to a near scream, shaking with something so deep, so visceral, that it was felt more than heard. The human body has 206 bones. Around 160 to 200 veins. Trillions of cells. If the word hate was engraved into every single one, it still wouldn't even be a 1/1000th of what I feel for you, Katsuki Bakugo. His entire body was alight with energy, his presence suffocating, his aura radiating pure, undiluted hatred. Right now, in this very moment, I feel nothing but hate. Hate, hate, Hata. Bakugo couldn't breathe. The weight of Izuku's words crushed into him, suffocating, unbearable. He had heard people yell before. He had been on the receiving end of anger, of resentment. But this was something else. Izuku's rage wasn't just words, it was palpable, a raw wound that had festered for years, now ripped open for the world to see. Izuku's breathing came fast and uneven, his chest rising and falling as the last echoes of his outburst faded into the shattered remains of UA. But then, with a slow exhale, he steadied himself. His fingers flexed at his sides, his lips curling back into something that resembled a grin, though it carried no warmth, only a twisted satisfaction. But fighting you just to settle some personal grudge, that would have been nothing more than a petty brawl, Izuku said, voice laced with amusement. And I wanted more than that. I needed more than that. His eyes gleamed as he took a step forward. So when I found out we'd be going to war, I knew more than anything that this was my chance. His voice lifted, rising with an almost giddy excitement. My chance to finally have my revenge. To bring forth my own justice. His laughter rang out, unhinged and triumphant. And that's why I did all of this. From the very beginning, you've been playing right into my hands. He gestured wildly to the ruins around them, to the smoke rising from what had once been their school, their battlefield, their home. It was me who told Takahiro and the others to destroy the training grounds. And I knew you wouldn't just sit back and let it happen. No, Katsuki Bakugo never waits, never holds back. You had to retaliate, so I had Quiljan Gremi stay behind, just long enough to keep you occupied, long enough for me to reduce this place to nothing. Izuku's grin stretched wider, eyes burning with something that was no longer just hatred, it was fulfillment. The school you love, the classmates you now call friends. This, all of this, is because of you, Bakugo. And I will make sure everyone here knows it. He lifted his hands, and they ignited with a blinding glow, energy crackling between his fingers. The very air around him seemed to warp, distorting under the sheer pressure of his power. A cold, suffocating dread wrapped around Bakugo's chest. He couldn't move, he couldn't breathe. His body, so used to fighting, to pushing forward no matter the odds, was frozen. For the second time in his life, Katsuki Bakugo knew what it felt like to be powerless. There was nothing he could do to stop what was coming. He couldn't fight back, he couldn't stop Izuku, he could only stand there, paralyzed, caught in the wake of something far greater than himself. And then, just for a fleeting second, a thought slipped through the cracks of his fear. Is this what Deku felt? The realization cut through him, sharp and cold. Izuku was seconds away from unleashing devastation, from ending this battle in one final, merciless blow. But just as he was about to release the explosion, a figure appeared between them. Jugram. With an effortless motion, he reached out and lowered Izuku's hands. The energy in Izuku's palms flickered, the glow dimming slightly. His eyes snapped toward his second-in-command, narrowing with irritation. "What do you think you're doing, Jugram?" His voice was quiet, but there was an unmistakable threat laced beneath the words. Jugram regarded Izuku with an unreadable expression, his face devoid of emotion as he spoke in his usual calm, measured tone. "Takahiro has just informed me that he saw them coming, Your Majesty." Izuku's fingers twitched at his sides, and for a brief moment, his eyes widened in genuine surprise. His mind raced, calculations spinning as he processed what this meant. "What? But I thought..." His words cut off as realization dawned on him. His lips curled into a scowl. "Damn that rat, he must have called them in sooner than I expected." He exhaled sharply through his nose, the brief flicker of frustration quickly smothered beneath cold calculation. Jugram remained as still as ever. "Should I give the order for everyone to activate their beacons?" Izuku was silent for a beat before nodding. "Yes, let them know we're out of time and falling back to Shiketsu," he said. "Once the beacons are activated, I'll teleport us all back." The finality of his words sent a jolt of fury through Bakugo. His vision swam with red-hot anger as he took an unsteady step forward, his breath still ragged but his resolve unshaken. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing thin crescents of blood. Wait. Bakugo's voice cracked with desperation, but he forced it back into a growl. "I'm not letting you walk away. Not after what you just did." His chest heaved, the weight of the destruction, the betrayal, burning inside him. His glare sharpened into something deadly. "I won't allow it." He lunged. But before he could take another step, Jugram was already there. Faster than Bakugo could register, the man materialized before him in a blur of motion, and with a precise flick of his wrist, he drove the pommel of his sword directly into Bakugo's sternum. A sharp, sickening crack rang through the air as pain exploded through his chest. Bakugo choked, his breath ripped away in an instant as he was sent hurtling backward. His body crashed against the ground with a force that rattled his bones, the impact jarring his already battered form. He gasped desperately, his lungs refusing to cooperate, the world tilting around him as his vision blurred. His fingers clawed at the dirt beneath him, but his body refused to move. Jugram, utterly unfazed, turned back toward Izuku and stepped beside him once more. Izuku didn't spare Bakugo a second glance. There was no satisfaction in his face, no mockery, just indifference. The two of them stood still for only a moment before an eerie black shadow coiled around them, tendrils of darkness swallowing them whole. In the blink of an eye, they were gone, vanishing into the void. Bakugo's fading vision remained locked on the spot where they had stood, his body too weak to even tremble with rage. His chest burned, his mind reeled, and yet, no matter how hard he fought against the pull of unconsciousness, it consumed him all the same. His eyelids grew heavy, his breathing slowed, and then, darkness. Nearly 6 minutes after Shiketsu's forces and their Sternritter had vanished into the night, a new wave of figures arrived on the ruined battlefield. A sea of pro-heroes surged onto the scene, their expressions grim as they took in the devastation. At the forefront, the big three of UA stood with their respective agencies, joined by the new number 1, Endeavor, alongside Mirko, her sharp eyes darting across the wreckage. Mirio skidded to a halt, his breath catching in his throat as he surveyed the ruins of what had once been their school, their home. His usually bright eyes darkened with disbelief. "We're too late." His voice barely rose above a whisper. Beside him, Najire let out a strangled gasp, one hand flying up to cover her mouth as her eyes filled with horror. Amajiki stood stiff, his gaze darting from the broken buildings to the scorch marks and crumbling rubble, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of destruction. His voice came out hollow, barely audible. "No." Sir Night-Eye remained eerily silent, his piercing gaze locked on the smoldering remains of UA. The jagged remnants of steel and concrete stood as a cruel testament to his own visions. His fists clenched at his sides, trembling with barely restrained fury. He had seen this, he had known, and yet, they had still been too late. Then, Mirai. The voice was weak, pained, barely more than a breath against the night air. But it was enough to snap Night-Eye's head around in an instant. His breath hitched. Lying among the rubble, bruised, bloody, and barely clinging to consciousness, was none other than Toshinori Yagi. Without hesitation, Night Eye broke into a sprint, shoving past debris as he dropped to his knees beside his former mentor. Yagi. His voice cracked, raw with emotion. His fingers hovered over the man's injuries, hesitating, as though afraid that touching him would cause him to shatter entirely. The others turned at the sound of his desperate cry, their eyes widening in disbelief. There, crumpled and beaten beyond recognition, lay the symbol of peace. No one had ever seen him like this. For years, he had been their unshakable pillar, the unyielding force of justice. Even after passing on his power, even after his body had begun to fail him, he had remained an unwavering beacon of hope. But now, that light had dimmed. And in the eerie silence that followed, as the weight of their failure sank in, a single, harrowing thought echoed in the minds of every hero present. Can we even win this war? Momo sat quietly in a stark, featureless room. The cold steel of the chair beneath her felt just as unforgiving as the metal cuffs binding her wrists to the table in front of her. The walls were bare, painted in dull, lifeless gray, the kind of color that made it impossible to tell what time it was or how long she'd truly been here. By her estimation, it had been hours, but the logical part of her brain knew it had only been 10 minutes. Time was playing tricks on her, stretching and bending under the weight of anxiety. She exhaled slowly, trying to maintain composure, but it was a losing battle. Her thoughts were consumed with worry. She'd overheard the Shiketsu students talking in the halls outside this room. Their voices had been light, almost giddy, as they spoke of their victory, of how Ua had finally been brought to its knees. Every word was like a spike being driven into her chest. She wanted nothing more than to be back at Ua, to run through its ruined halls, to check if her classmates were alive, to throw herself into the work of rebuilding the place she now called home. But the celebration she'd heard beyond the walls told her everything she needed to know. They hadn't just won, they'd crushed Ua. Her friends had fought with everything they had, and yet, they'd lost. Momo clenched her fists as much as the cuffs would allow. Her heart pounded with helpless anger and sorrow. She'd spent so long building something with them, finding her place at Ua after so many self-doubts. And now, what was left? The soft click of the door handle turning snapped her from her thoughts. She straightened in her seat, her expression smoothing into something impassive, though her heart raced. Footsteps approached slowly and deliberately, and then he appeared. Izuku Midoriya stepped inside as if he belonged there, as if this were his home now. His uniform was immaculate, his cap shadowing his green eyes, which glowed faintly in the dim light. But it was the expression on his face that sent a chill through Momo, pleasant, polite, almost gentle. As if he weren't the one responsible for what had just happened to her world. "Hello, Yaoyorozu," Izuku greeted, his tone calm and cordial. "It's nice to finally meet you." Momo studied him, refusing to let herself flinch or look away. She took him in fully, his stature, his uniform, his unsettling composure, and then met his eyes. There was steel in her gaze. "If I had to guess," she began evenly, "you're Shiketsu's Conqueror." Izuku Midoriya. A faint nod. "I am," Izuku confirmed. "And I'm here because I wanted to ask you something." He moved toward the table slowly, taking the seat across from her. His voice remained quiet, conversational. "Why did you so graciously offer your services to us?" Momo didn't hesitate. "Your friend, Gremi, I believe, told me you considered me a war potential. That my creativity made me dangerous." Her voice was steady, though her hands itched to be free, to do something. "And he had 2 of my friends at his mercy. So, I offered myself in exchange. As a prisoner, a bargaining chip." She met his gaze again, unwavering. "You'd gain some advantage, right?" Izuku's smile didn't falter. If anything, it seemed to soften. "Right," he said, "but you didn't just offer yourself. You negotiated. You made a calculated decision, Yaoyorozu. One that bought your friend's time." He leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on the table. "That's why you're dangerous." Momo narrowed her eyes. "And why you're here," she guessed. Izuku chuckled softly. "Exactly," he said. "You see, there's something I want you to do for me, something important that will give our school the win while causing Bakugo more pain." Momo's brow furrowed in confusion, her head tilting slightly as she studied him. "What is it that you want from me?" she asked carefully, her tone guarded. Izuku's lips curved into a slow, almost gentle smile. I want you to carry a story back with you to UA, he said simply, as if it was the most reasonable request in the world. Momo blinked. A story, she echoed, unsure of where he was going with this. He nodded once, his expression shifting. The lightness faded from his face, replaced by something heavier. Something old and burdened. Yes, Izuku confirmed quietly. A story, but not just any story. My story. Izuku leaned back in his chair, folding his arms loosely over his chest as his green eyes locked onto hers. There was a weight behind them now, as if he was daring her to look away. Tell me, Yaoyorozu, he continued. What do you know about the pain the quirkless endure? Momo's spine straightened at the question. She'd studied many things in her life, and this topic wasn't entirely foreign to her. Still, the way Izuku said it, pain, made her choose her words carefully. I know, she began slowly, that quirkless individuals are discriminated against in many parts of the world. That they're often viewed as inferior, useless, even. She hesitated, watching him closely. Izuku's nod was almost imperceptible, but his gaze darkened, shadows flickering in his eyes as he exhaled slowly. All true, he murmured, his voice lowering. And yet none of it captures the reality of it. Momo's heart tensed as he went on. I was one of them, born without a quirk. Nothing. Powerless. I thought I had friends. I thought it didn't matter. He gave a bitter laugh that sounded more like an exhale of disbelief. But the moment they found out the truth, they turned on me. Kids I'd known since before I could even speak suddenly had new words for me: freak, useless, worthless. Deku. He leaned forward again, resting his elbows on the table, his fingers laced together. His expression didn't change, but Momo saw something flicker behind his gaze. Pain, old pain. They tormented me, he continued. They laughed while they shoved me downstairs, while they knocked my school supplies off my desk. They called me names until my ears rang, beat me until I bruised. Teachers did nothing. My mother cried every night because she didn't know how to help me. I was 6 years old when the world told me I wasn't worth the air I breathed. Momo felt her throat tighten, an ache rising in her chest. She'd read about the discrimination, the prejudice. But to hear it spoken so plainly, from someone who had lived it, made the reality hit differently. She could feel the weight of his words, as if they sank into the room around them, filling the silence between each sentence. And then, Izuku said softly, almost conversationally, someone gave me advice. A boy I once idolized. He told me to do the world a favor, jump off the roof of the school and hope for a better life in the next one. Momo inhaled sharply, her heart clenching hard in her chest. For a moment, she was speechless. She couldn't fathom hearing something so cruel from anyone, let alone a peer. Slowly, she shook her head, struggling to find her voice. I'm sorry, she whispered, her words heavy with sincerity. I'm sorry you had to endure that. Izuku's smile returned, but it wasn't warm. It was sad, tired. Why? He asked, his tone almost philosophical. If not for that advice, I might never have awakened my quirk. Momo's breath hitched sharply as the words left Izuku's mouth, her wide eyes reflecting both horror and disbelief. You didn't, she began, her voice breaking as the weight of his confession pressed down on her. I did, Izuku said flatly, his voice carrying the weight of grim finality. His gaze, once placid and distant, sharpened, pinning her in place like a knife pressed just beneath the skin. In one moment, I was ready to let go. I didn't want to live anymore. I was tired of being nothing, of being less than nothing. The ridicule, the isolation, the feeling that I was completely, utterly invisible in a world obsessed with power. His tone darkened as he spoke, the quiet bitterness curling under every word. So I climbed to the top of the school and stood there, alone. I told myself it wouldn't hurt for long. That it was the only way out. Momo found herself leaning in without realizing it, caught in the rawness of his voice. And then I jumped, Izuku went on, his fingers unconsciously flexing as he spoke, as though he still remembered the sensation of falling. But something happened. The second my body hit the ground, I realized something. His emerald eyes burned with intensity. I wasn't scared of dying. I was furious. Furious at the world for turning its back on me. Furious at the people who laughed while I fell apart. And more than anyone, I was furious at him. His fists clenched tightly at his sides. The one who broke me before anyone else could. The one who told me to do it. To end myself because I was worthless. He leaned forward slowly, his voice lowering into something almost conspiratorial. And in that moment, something inside me changed. I didn't want to die anymore. I wanted to live, I wanted to fight, and I wanted revenge. My quirk awakened at that exact moment, as if my will to live was enough to defy death itself. I became the antithesis of dying. Momo's hands trembled slightly where they were bound to the table. She had heard stories about the darkness people endured, the depths they were pushed to, but hearing it now, seeing it carved into Izuku's expression, was something else entirely. Something that twisted in her chest, leaving a dull ache behind. But Izuku wasn't finished. Do you know who it was, he asked quietly, that tormented me for years? Who made sure I remembered, every single day, that I was beneath them because I didn't have a quirk? Who made me wish, more than once, that I was never born? Momo's throat was dry, she managed a slow shake of her head, already fearing the answer. Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku said, his voice like a blade dragged slowly across stone. He's the one. Her breath caught in her chest. She couldn't stop the shock that crossed her face, couldn't quiet the rising swell of horror that she had fought beside Bakugo so many times, and never once imagined what Izuku was describing. Kachan, Izuku continued, almost as if tasting the old nickname on his tongue, before twisting it into something venomous, was the first to decide I was beneath him. And he made sure I never forgot it. I've hated him since the moment I realized he was never my friend. Since the moment he told me to die. He gave a humorless chuckle, low and bitter. I hate him so much, Yaoyorozu, that sometimes I wonder if my body can contain it all. It feels like this hate may just kill me from the inside out. Momo stared at him in stunned silence, her chest tight with the weight of his hatred. His story painted a picture far more complicated, far more tragic than she had expected. And though his actions couldn't be excused, she now understood the depth of his pain. The rawness of his rage. And it terrified her. And yet, Momo didn't want to accept it. Couldn't. The Bakugo she knew was brash, yes, arrogant, rough around the edges, and quick to anger. But since the beginning of their first year at UA, he had changed. She had seen it herself. He wasn't just some violent hothead anymore. He had become calmer, more focused. He had fought beside her, risked his life for their classmates, stood at the front lines against villains without hesitation. She'd even trusted him to lead them when things seemed hopeless. She had trusted him with her life. And now, she was being told that this same person, the one she had helped rescue from the League of Villains, the one she had fought beside at Camino and beyond, had once been cruel enough to tell someone to kill themselves. It didn't make sense. She didn't want it to make sense. Her fingers tightened into fists on her lap, cold steel of the cuffs biting into her wrists as her heart pounded in her chest. You don't believe me, Izuku said suddenly, his voice cutting into her thoughts like a blade. Or maybe you just don't want to believe me. Momo's head snapped up to look at him, her breath catching in her throat. There was no malice in his tone, no mockery, but there was certainty. He said it like a fact, like he already knew. And when their eyes met, her hesitation must have shown on her face. After a moment of tense silence, she nodded slowly. She expected anger. She braced for it, but instead, Izuku chuckled softly, leaning back in his chair. I can't say I blame you, he said, his tone almost light, though the bitterness never left his eyes. Your class has been through hell together. You've survived ambushes, kidnappings, villains. You've built trust, forged bonds, depended on each other when everything was falling apart. Of course you'd struggle to see the monster behind one of those faces. He shifted forward slightly, elbows resting on his knees as his voice grew quieter, more measured. And to be fair, I see it too. Bakugo has changed. Izuku's lips curled into something that might have been a smile in another life but wasn't now. He's not as angry as he used to be. Not as reckless. He fought for UA like his life depended on it. He fought for your classmates. He fought for the people I hurt. And, he cared. The air between them seemed to tighten, as if something unseen were slowly winding tighter and tighter. But, Izuku's gaze darkened, emerald eyes gleaming with a cold fire. I don't care. Momo's confusion deepened. What do you mean? She asked quietly, almost fearing the answer. I mean it doesn't matter, Izuku said, his voice calm and resolute. It doesn't matter how much he's changed. It doesn't matter how many people he's protected. It doesn't even matter if he regrets what he did to me. He leaned in closer, and Momo could see the storm behind his steady gaze. The scars are still there. The memories, the pain, and no amount of redemption on his part will ever erase them. He sat back again with a sigh, as if tired of carrying a weight that never left his shoulders. I want him to suffer, Yaoyorozu. Just like I did. I want him to feel it. The loneliness, the helplessness, the despair of knowing there's no one coming to save you. His hands curled into fists, nails digging into his palms. And even if I know he's not the same person anymore, it's not enough. It will never be enough. Momo stared at him, her heart aching with a confusing mixture of sympathy and fear. She could see how deeply his hatred ran, how it had become a part of him. And now, sitting across from him, she realized something far more terrifying than his quirk or his power. Izuku Midoriya was fighting a war that wasn't just against UA, or heroes, or society. He was fighting a war with himself. And losing. You can still stop this, Momo whispered, though her voice wavered. You don't have to keep going down this path. Izuku's gaze softened for just a fleeting moment. I think it's already too late for that, he replied quietly. It's never too late, Momo said softly, her voice steady despite the storm of fear and uncertainty churning inside her. She kept her gaze on Izuku, unflinching. What if I could help you? Help you move past this hatred, free you from the anger that's eating away at you. Izuku tilted his head slightly, studying her as if she were some strange, fragile thing he couldn't quite understand. Then, slowly, he asked, and why would you ever do that? The room seemed to grow colder with the question. His tone wasn't mocking or amused. It was honest confusion, genuine disbelief. Do you even know what I did today, Yaoyorozu? He continued, his voice lowering as if he were sharing some dark secret he expected to horrify her. Momo shook her head once, slowly. Part of her didn't want to know. But she forced herself to meet his gaze, waiting. Izuku's lips curved. Not into a smile, but something colder, something emptier. I led the destruction of UA, he said, each word sharp and deliberate. I tore it apart, brick by brick. Classroom by classroom. Every hope, every dream, shattered. His emerald eyes gleamed with something hollow, something dark. Everyone you care about, everyone you trusted to protect that school, they're all lying broken right now. Reeling from bruises, fractures, wounds they'll carry for weeks, maybe months. He took a step closer to her, his boots silent on the concrete floor. Some of them might never be the same. Momo's hands clenched tightly in her lap as his words sank in. She bit the inside of her cheek, forcing herself not to look away. And I feel nothing, Izuku said, his voice a soft murmur now. No guilt, no regret, only joy. Joy that Bakugo is there, right now, blaming me, and blaming himself. Suddenly, Izuku circled around the table, his footsteps slow and deliberate, like a predator drawing close to cornered prey. Momo stiffened as he came to stand beside her. Her heartbeat pounded in her ears as she felt his presence loom over her. And then he bent down. She froze as his face came closer, far too close, the heat of his breath brushing her ear. A shiver ran through her despite herself. I even considered beating you into unconsciousness, Izuku whispered, his voice almost playful. And hanging your unconscious body on the front gates of UA, like a scarecrow warning them not to hope. Momo's breath hitched in her throat. Her heart raced, fear surging in her chest, but she forced herself to stay still. To stay strong. She refused to let him see her falter, no matter how much her body screamed to run. Then Izuku pulled back, his gaze locking with hers. Emerald green met deep brown, intense and unwavering. So tell me, he said softly, almost curious, why would you want to help someone like me? For a moment, Momo said nothing. She let the question hang there, thick in the air between them. Then she took a slow, steadying breath, and answered. Because it's what a hero does, she said, her voice firm and clear, despite the tremor she fought to suppress. We help people, no matter how far they've fallen, no matter how lost they think they are. Izuku's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his eyes. A brief, almost imperceptible shift. And because, Momo continued, her gaze steady, I don't believe this is who you really are. This anger, this need for revenge, it's a mask. A wall you've built to keep everything else out. She leaned in slightly, not out of defiance, but out of empathy. All I see in your eyes is sadness, pain, loneliness. You've covered it in rage and cruelty, but it's still there. Izuku's fingers twitched at his sides, and for the first time since he entered the room, his mask cracked, just a little. You're wrong, he said quietly, but his voice wasn't as certain as before. Momo shook her head. No, I'm not. And in that moment, for just a heartbeat, she thought she saw something deep within him, the faintest glimmer of doubt. A flicker of the boy he used to be. The boy who hadn't yet decided to destroy everything. Izuku's hand shot forward without warning, seizing the chain of Momo's cuffs. The sudden movement made her tense, her breath hitching in her throat as fear gripped her. For a moment, she braced herself, expecting the worst, expecting pain. But instead, there was a click. The cuffs around her wrists loosened and fell away, clattering onto the cold floor. Momo stared down at them in surprise before slowly lifting her gaze back to Izuku. His expression was unreadable. Without a word, he turned his back to her, his shoulders tense, as though shielding something, perhaps himself. You're free to go, Izuku said quietly, his voice low and hollow. Leave, and tell your classmates everything you've learned about your dear Bakugo. Momo remained seated for a heartbeat longer, studying the boy who refused to look at her now. She slowly rose to her feet, her wrists still red from the cuffs, and made her way toward the door. Her hand hovered over the handle, but she hesitated. She glanced back, her heart pounding with something she didn't fully understand. I'll be back, she said softly, her voice carrying across the still room. Izuku didn't move at first. But then his fingers clenched into fists at his sides. Don't, he said sharply, his tone harsher than before. Don't come back, Yaoyorozu. Because if you do, I won't let you go a second time. Momo's grip on the door tightened. I'll take that chance, she replied without hesitation. Her words hung in the air like a promise, one that even she wasn't entirely sure how to keep. Without another word, she turned and stepped through the doorway, her footsteps echoing faintly down the sterile hallways of Shiketsu High. She could feel the weight of eyes on her, hostile, curious, watchful, as she made her way toward the front gates. But she didn't look back. She didn't flinch. Her resolve was clear, even as uncertainty gnawed at the edges of her thoughts. Far above, from a window overlooking the courtyard, Izuku watched her leave. His eyes followed her figure as it grew smaller in the distance. And for a fleeting, fragile moment, he wondered if she would truly return. If she would really come back for him, and if she did, what she thought she could save. But he shoved the thought aside with a bitter twist of his lips, closing the window on that possibility. Hope was a dangerous thing. He couldn't afford it, not anymore. Turning away, Izuku made his way down the dimly lit corridors toward the gym and cafeteria. Already he could hear the laughter, the cheers, the raucous celebration of victory. The students of Shiketsu reveled in their triumph over UA, the destruction, the humiliation, the broken heroes they had left in their wake. It was a party drenched in power and conquest. Izuku walked through the doors and into the throng, the sounds of celebration washing over him. But he barely heard it. He forced a grin to his face, allowed himself to be pulled into the moment, to act the part of the conqueror they believed him to be. And yet, deep in the corners of his mind, that same question lingered, no matter how hard he tried to silence it. Would she really come back? And if she did, what would he do? Inside UA's main strategy room, a heavy silence blanketed the space like a funeral shroud. Every seat around the long table was occupied by injured students wrapped in fresh bandages, exhausted teachers, and pro-heroes who wore their scars openly. Endeavor stood stiffly near the head of the room, arms folded across his chest, his expression unreadable. Beside him were Maruko, Ryuko, Fatgum, and the Big Three, each looking as battered emotionally as they were physically. The air was thick with grief, tension, and the bitter sting of humiliation. Over 70% of the student body has sustained injuries, Recovery Girl reported grimly, her voice clipped and tired. The remaining 30% may not have physical wounds, but they're reeling emotionally from the sheer brutality of the attack. We were lucky, though, those from Shiketsu showed just enough respect not to target the infirmary. Great, Present Mike muttered sarcastically. So at least they're not complete psychos. What's the plan then? Maruko asked, breaking the silence with her usual fire. She leaned forward, fists clenched. We're gonna strike back, right? But Nezu, sitting calmly at the head of the table, gave a small shake of his head. No, he said quietly. Maruko's eyes went wide. Huh, you can't be serious, she snapped. After everything they did to your students, your school, you're just going to sit back and do nothing. Nezu met her fiery gaze with calm resolve. We can't retaliate. Not with the numbers we currently have. And not while we still know so little about who exactly we're fighting. Attacking blindly would only worsen the damage and put more lives at risk. Ah, come on, Maruko growled, slamming her hand on the table. We've got enough strength right here, we can take them on. Just us. No. You can't. That voice, soft, worn down by defeat, caused the entire room to fall silent. Everyone turned toward the far end of the table. All Might sat there, slouched and distant, his eyes downcast, hands folded on the table as if they were the only thing keeping him grounded. The man who had once symbolized unshakable strength now looked like a shadow of that legend, haunted, grieving, and deeply ashamed. Nezu turned his sharp eyes toward his old friend, his voice quiet but edged with concern. Toshinori Yagi, once the indomitable All Might, exhaled deeply, the weight of the conversation pressing on his shoulders. The boy I fought, Izuku Midoriya, he's not someone you can defeat easily, he said solemnly. He's unlike anyone I've ever faced. Even All for One. A stunned silence swept across the room, but Endeavor's frown deepened with skepticism. What are you saying, All Might? He asked, arms crossed tightly over his chest. You've fought monsters that would have flattened most of us, you stood toe-to-toe with All for One. And now you're telling me a student, a kid, is more dangerous than him. That even if you still had your quirk, you couldn't beat him. Toshinori looked up slowly, his eyes clouded with grim understanding. Yes, he replied, voice calm but firm. And honestly, it's not so surprising. Even someone like young Mirio could beat me now, if given enough time. But that's not what makes Midoriya so dangerous. It's not just his mind or his training, it's his quirk. A collective stillness gripped the room. Nezu leaned forward, his ears twitching slightly. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Even Ryuko and Fatgum went rigid. You know what his quirk is? Aizawa asked, lifting a brow with quiet intensity. Toshinori gave a slow nod. He told me during our fight, almost like he wanted me to understand how helpless I was. He calls it antithesis. It allows him, and anything he desires, to become the exact opposite of what it's supposed to be. That's how he unraveled my armor in seconds, turned its durability into fragility. And it's likely how he overpowered young Bakugo. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as the gravity of the revelation set in. Whispers of disbelief passed through some of the pros, but the terror was unmistakable. This wasn't just a powerful quirk. It was a conceptual weapon, something that rewrote reality on a whim, at least in part. And Izuku Midoriya wielded it with precision. A quirk that powerful, it's unthinkable, Ryuko muttered, her arms folded tightly over her chest, eyes wide with disbelief. No kidding, Fatgum added, a troubled scowl on his face. A quirk like that kid would be unstoppable. Hell, even Mirio'd have a rough time against someone like that. A heavy silence hung over the room for a moment, thick with unease, until Aizawa, who had been silently analyzing Toshinori this whole time, finally spoke up, his tone sharp and direct. How do you know him? Aizawa asked. Toshinori looked up slowly, locking eyes with his former colleague. You said you knew Midoriya, Aizawa continued, voice calm but edged with suspicion. He mentioned you specifically, said he wanted revenge on you, just like he did Bakugo. But what I don't understand, is why. What could you have possibly done to make him hate you as much as he hates a student? The room stilled again, all eyes turned to Toshinori. Aizawa didn't blink. So tell us, what did you do, Toshinori? What did you do that's now coming back to bite all of us? Toshinori closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, the guilt rising in his throat like bile. When he opened them again, they were filled with regret. Months ago, he began, voice quiet and heavy, Izuku Midoriya came to me with a question. He looked up to me, idolized me, even. And he asked if someone without a quirk could become a hero. He paused. His hands trembled slightly, and I told him no. You what? Recovery girl gasped, her expression one of absolute shock. Toshinori, how could you? I know, he said, his voice cracking slightly. I know what I said was cruel. But back then, I believed I was doing what was right. I thought if I gave him the harsh truth, maybe he'd find a safer, more realistic path, maybe even one with purpose. I didn't know. He stopped, clenching his jaw. But that's not the worst part, he continued grimly. Shortly after that conversation, Midoriya witnessed young Bakugo being attacked by the sludge villain. And despite being quirkless, he jumped in to try and save him. Risked his life without hesitation. The room tensed again. And what did I do? Toshinori asked, a bitter smile on his lips. I scolded him. I reprimanded him, right alongside the other pro heroes who just stood there and watched. No praise, no thanks, just condemnation, for trying to be a hero when he didn't have the right qualifications. Toshinori, Nezu spoke softly, his normally bright tone dulled with exhaustion. He let out a small sigh, eyes weary as he looked at the former symbol of peace. A heavy silence followed before Aizawa spoke again, arms crossed, his voice calm but firm. So you crushed his dream, he said flatly, and then reprimanded him after he risked his life trying to save someone like Bakugo. Yet, that still seems tame. Shota, Midnight gasped, whipping her head toward him, genuine disbelief on her face. Are you serious right now? Aizawa nodded slowly, meeting her gaze without flinching. I am. Look, let's be honest. Every pro hero has broken a fan's heart at some point. Whether by action or inaction, it happens. What Toshinori did was harsh, yes, and it was wrong, but it doesn't explain the level of hatred Midoriya has shown us. He glanced toward Toshinori again before continuing. What confuses me more is why this kid is so angry at Bakugo. What did Bakugo do that made him a target of such deep resentment? No offense, Mirko interjected, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, her voice blunt as ever, but that kid gives me a run for my money in the temper department. Always looked pissed off, like the world personally wronged him. And wasn't the reason the League of Villains went after Bakugo in the first place because they thought he acted more like a villain than a hero? Honestly, I didn't blame them at the time. There were murmurs of agreement around the room, awkward, reluctant nods from a few of the teachers and even a couple of pro heroes who remembered the incident clearly. Aizawa let out a deep sigh, brushing his hair back. It's true that Bakugo's attitude still leaves a lot to be desired. He's rough, abrasive, and his pride can be infuriating. But that doesn't change the fact that he's proven himself time and time again. He wants to be a hero, and he's worked harder than almost anyone to grow into that role. He paused, then added more quietly, but there are things I've noticed about him that are harder to ignore. Like what? Smintos asked, raising a stony brow. His inflated ego, Aizawa began, his voice calm but laced with an edge of concern. Bakugo has made it clear, blatantly so, that he sees himself as the strongest among the first-year hero course. He wears it like armor, like he needs to believe that to function. And when someone else, anyone else, makes even the slightest bit of progress, he's the first to tear them down. Almost like he's afraid of being left behind. He glanced across the table, letting the weight of his words settle. I've noticed it especially with Kirishima, Aizawa continued. The way Bakugo reacts when Kirishima refines his second quirk, it's subtle, but it's there. Tension, frustration, sometimes even outright aggression. It's like he's angry that someone he sees as a peer is rising too fast. Hound Dog gave a low growl of agreement, his deep voice gruff. I've picked up on that too, he said. I've observed him during combat exercises and even casual interactions. There's a pressure building under the surface with that kid, Bakugo. Something boiling. But that still doesn't answer the main question, Present Mike interjected, his usual upbeat tone dulled with confusion. Why does Izuku hate him? It's more than rivalry. That kid was seething. It's obvious they've known each other for a long time, so what the hell happened between them? Perhaps, Ryaku said quietly, the answer lies in their past. Nezu nodded thoughtfully, fingers steepled beneath his chin. His eyes, usually filled with curiosity and energy, now looked distant, calculating. It might be time we begin digging, he said. If there's something buried there, we need to uncover it, immediately. Just as Nezu was about to suggest the next steps, the double doors to the meeting room swung open with a loud bang, startling everyone. Mina Ishido stood in the doorway, panting slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ishido, Smentos asked, rising slightly from his seat. What are you? It's Momo, Mina shouted, cutting him off. She's back. They let her go. The room fell into stunned silence for a split second, then erupted into movement. Everyone shot to their feet in an instant. Chairs scraped across the floor, papers were shoved aside, and all eyes locked on the pink-skinned girl. What do you mean they let her go? Aizawa asked urgently, stepping forward with visible tension in his body. Explain, now. Ishido lifted her hands helplessly and shook her head, clearly just as bewildered as everyone else. She told us that they just let her go, she said, her voice tinged with disbelief. And that she talked with their leader. That's all she said. The room fell silent for a heartbeat as the weight of her words sank in. Aizawa's eyes widened, alarm flashing across his usually composed face. His tone sharpened immediately, filled with urgency. Bring her here, now. As fast as you can. Mina didn't need to be told twice. She spun on her heel and bolted from the room, her footsteps echoing down the hallway as the others exchanged stunned glances. She talked with him, Maruko muttered, jaw clenched. That means she knows who he is. And they let her go. Ryuko added, frowning deeply. This doesn't make sense. But Aizawa didn't respond. He was already at the door, waiting, his thoughts racing. If Momo had spoken with the one they called the Conqueror and walked away, then what she carried back wasn't just her freedom. It was answers. The morning sun bathed Shiketsu high in a soft golden hue, a sharp contrast to the chaos they had unleashed just the day before. Though the celebration of their victory had mellowed overnight, the sense of triumph still lingered in the air like a proud banner fluttering overhead. Students lounged in the courtyards, relaxed and laughing, savoring a rare day of reprieve. High above them, on the school's rooftop, Izuku Midoriya stood alone at the edge, hands tucked in his coat pockets, the wind teasing his hair. His emerald eyes scanned the horizon silently, as if he were searching for something far beyond what the eye could see. Takahiro approached with a light step, the crunch of gravel underfoot signaling his presence. He stopped beside Izuku, casting a glance toward the same view. It seems the HPSC has called a meeting to discuss the new terms of this little war that you recommended, he said with a thin smile. It'll be this afternoon. Izuku gave a curt nod, his gaze unmoving. Good, he said simply. Takahiro tilted his head, studying the younger boy's composed demeanor. Are you sure these new rules will work in our favor? Again, Izuku nodded. They will. At least, they'll work in my favor. Takahiro chuckled softly, the breeze carrying the sound away. You really do play this game like a grandmaster, he said. And are you sure it was wise to let Momo Yaoyorozu go? She is a war potential, after all. A brilliant one. Do not worry, Izuku replied, still watching the horizon. It's all part of the plan. I see, Takahiro said, his tone neutral, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, where did you disappear to during the UA attack? I wasn't informed that Royd had taken your place until after the fight with All Might. I was expecting you to finish it yourself. A smirk pulled at the corner of Izuku's lips. I gave Royd a temporary boost with my quirk, he said. Just enough to make his mimicry of me more effective. All Might and his little mechanical suit were never going to be a real threat, so I let him handle it. And while Royd played your part? Takahiro asked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku finally turned to face him, that eerie calm never leaving his features. I had a private meeting of my own. Let's just say, I had a very interesting chat with a certain someone. Takahiro narrowed his eyes. Anyone I know. Izuku turned back toward the skyline, his smirk growing slightly wider, his voice low and cryptic. You'll find out soon enough. Izuku slowly turned to his right, his sharp green eyes narrowing as they fixed on a distant point beyond the city skyline. Far beyond the chaos they had wrought upon UA, nestled between jagged cliffs and a crashing shoreline, stood a hulking shadow in the distance. It was more fortress than facility, a symbol of finality, fear, and unforgiving justice. Tartarus, the most secure and feared prison in all of Japan, home to the nation's deadliest criminals and villains, the kind of place not even nightmares dared linger. A cold breeze swept across the rooftop as Izuku stared toward it, his expression unreadable. It was unclear whether his gaze held contempt, curiosity, or something deeper. But after a few more moments of silence, he looked away from it with a flick of his head, as if dismissing a thought not yet ready to be voiced. He turned his back on the distant monolith and walked calmly away from the edge of the rooftop. "Get Eri, Jugram, and Baz," he said, his voice firm but low. "Have them come with us to the meeting." Takahiro, who had been watching silently nearby, gave a small nod. "Understood," he said crisply. "Anything else?" Izuku shook his head once, his tone clipped. "No." "Very well," Takahiro replied. The two descended the stairwell together, footsteps echoing faintly against the concrete as they left the rooftop behind. Within the hour, they would be standing before the HPSC, not as students or soldiers, but as players setting the next pieces on the board of war. Meanwhile, back at UA, the sun hung heavy in the sky, casting long shadows over the shattered campus. The once pristine grounds of the school now bore the scars of battle, cracked pavement, torn-up training fields, and the burned remnants of classrooms and buildings. Bakugo Katsuki trudged through the debris-littered paths, his steps slow and uneven. His body ached with every movement, his bandages tugging against bruised muscles and cracked ribs. He was fresh out of the infirmary, having only just regained consciousness after the brutal confrontation with Izuku. It wasn't a fight he wanted to reflect on, but he couldn't stop thinking about it. His expression was a mask of quiet fury and something more complex, regret, maybe. Confusion. Pain he didn't want to name. From what Recovery Girl had told him, the school had barely survived. Most of UA now lay in ruins. The dorm buildings still stood, but nearly everything else had taken a hit. Smoke still rose from some of the wreckage, and support staff were scrambling to stabilize what remained. The student body hadn't fared much better. Over 70% of the students had sustained injuries during the attack. Some had been admitted to the infirmary, others were still unconscious. Even a few staff members, heroes with years of experience, had suffered brutal beatings. Bakugo paused just outside the 1A dorms, looking up at the building with narrowed eyes. It was mostly intact, but it felt hollow, silent, like the life had been sucked out of it. He clenched his fists, the gauze around his hands pulling taut. His arms still trembled from the strain he'd put them through during his long trek back from Shiketsu, and now, knowing what had happened while he was gone, it made the anger boil all over again. Not at the enemies, at himself. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. Bakugo's footsteps echoed heavily down the hallway, each step dragging the memory behind it like a chain around his neck. The school you love, the classmates you now call friends. This, all of this, is because of you, Bakugo. And I will make sure everyone here knows it. That voice, Izuku's voice, rang in his head like a curse, refusing to fade. His fists clenched at his sides, knuckles white under the bandages. He tried to shake the memory away, to drown it under his usual fire and fury, but it lingered, eating at him. By the time he reached the doors to the dorms, his heart was pounding, not from exhaustion, but something worse. Dread. He stepped through the doors, and froze. The lounge area, normally filled with light-hearted banter and friendly chatter, had fallen into tense silence. Not only was Class 1A gathered, battered and bandaged like ghosts of their former selves, but Class 1B was there too, many of them looking just as injured, just as haunted. And every single pair of eyes turned to him. Some widened in disbelief, others narrowed in fury. There were whispers, but most didn't even bother hiding their scorn. Some looked away in disgust. A few stood tall, glaring as though ready to fight. Bakugo's jaw tensed. "What the hell are you all looking at?" he barked, though the fire in his voice lacked its usual bite. A tense beat passed. Then, Hiroshima stepped forward from the crowd. His eyes, usually so warm and full of optimism, were clouded with uncertainty. Hurt, confusion, Bakugo, he said carefully. Is it true you know who Shiketsu's Conqueror is? Bakugo's breath hitched for a second. His eyes darted to Kirishima's, then over to the others. Iida's brows were furrowed, his arms crossed tightly. Uraraka was standing by Tsuyu, lips pressed into a thin line. Kaminari looked lost. Shiro wouldn't even meet his gaze. Then his eyes landed on Momo Yaoyorozu. She was standing near the center of the room. Her expression was more composed than the others, but the pain was visible in her eyes. She stepped forward, her voice firm and cold. He told me about you, Bakugo. He told me what you said to him, and what you did to him, she said, her words slicing through the air. Is it true? Is what he told me the truth? Bakugo looked at her for a long moment. He could have denied it, could have laughed it off like old times. But something inside him, something heavier than pride, wouldn't let him lie. It is, he finally said, his voice low. A wave of tension crashed over the room. I know who it was that did this to us, who did this to you, he continued. And whatever it was he told you, is the truth. Silence. You could have heard a pin drop. Bastard. Monoma growled through clenched teeth, his hands shaking as rage simmered just beneath the surface. I can't believe it. Mina's voice trembled, her eyes wide in disbelief as her gaze flicked between Momo and Bakugo. Bakugo, Kaminari muttered, his voice laced with disappointment. He looked away, as if even looking at his friend was too much to handle. How could you? Jiro cried, her voice cracking as tears brimmed in her eyes. How could you say that to someone who just wanted to help people like we do? Why would you do something like that to another person? Uraraka shouted, her fists clenched at her sides. You were supposed to be his friend. What the hell were you thinking? Shiro demanded, stepping forward with a rare edge to his usually laid-back voice. Were you that scared of someone without a quirk getting ahead of you? This is all because of you. Kanoko cried, her voice sharp with both anger and sorrow. All of it, everything that's happened to our school, to our friends, it started with you. We were attacked because of what you did. Kamakiri roared, slamming his fist against the wall hard enough to crack the plaster. The room erupted into chaotic yelling, everyone shouting over each other, emotions boiling over after days of pain, loss, and confusion. Bakugo stood in the center of it all, silent, expression unreadable, jaw tight. He didn't flinch at their words, didn't scream back. But he didn't defend himself either. And then, that's enough. The force of the yell cut through the noise like a blade. Every voice went silent, heads turned toward the source. Standing tall with his hand raised, glasses catching the light, was Iida. His chest was heaving slightly, but his voice was calm, controlled, measured, despite the storm behind his eyes. I know we're all angry, Iida began, his voice firm yet heavy with emotion. Angry about what happened to us, angry about UA being torn apart, and yes, angry and disappointed in what we've just learned about Bakugo. More like disgusted, Itsuka muttered under her breath, arms crossed as she glared at Bakugo from across the room. The silence that followed her words only made the heaviness in the air feel more suffocating. However, we need to table this conversation for another time, Iida announced, his voice carrying reluctant authority as he addressed the whole group. What? Shiro blurted out, stepping forward in disbelief. Iida, are you serious right now? Kaminari quickly backed him up, frustration etched across his face. Yeah, what the hell, man? We're supposed to just ignore this. Bakugo is part of the reason that Midoriya guy destroyed our school. I'm not saying we ignore it. Iida shot back, his tone sharpening. But in case any of you forgot, we're still in the middle of a war, and right now, we're on the losing side. His words hit everyone like a cold splash of reality. No one wanted to admit it, but it was true. Their school was in ruins, their classmates injured, and their morale dangerously low. Itsuka let out a long, exasperated sigh. I hate to say he's right, but he is, she agreed reluctantly. We can't afford to fall apart from the inside. Not now. We need to come up with a plan, either to retaliate or to defend UA if they come back. Grr. Damn it. Kirishima growled, unable to hold in the building pressure. His fists were clenched, trembling at his sides. In one sudden, explosive motion, he stormed toward Bakugo. Kirishima, Someone shouted, but it was too late. With a roar of frustration, Kirishima reeled back and slammed his fist directly into Bakugo's jaw. The impact was brutal, a devastating punch that sent Bakugo flying sideways, crashing hard into the arm of one of the couches. A few gasps escaped the student's lips as Bakugo collapsed to the floor, dazed but still conscious. Kirishima stood over Bakugo, fists still clenched, his chest heaving with every shaky breath. His eyes burned, not just with anger, but with heartbreak. The redhead's voice cracked with raw emotion as he shouted down at the boy who used to be one of his closest friends. "That's for everything, for lying to us, for making me trust you." He spat, his voice trembling. I thought you were just rough around the edges. That maybe all the yelling and the attitude was just a mask. I thought you were better than that you'd grown." Kirishima's voice fell into a near whisper, the pain catching in his throat. "But now I see, that's just who you are, isn't it? That cruelty, that hate, that's the real you." Bakugo lay there in silence, blinking through the haze of pain. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he stared up at the ceiling. He wasn't angry. He wasn't mad he got hit. He felt hollow. Slowly, shakily, he pushed himself up from the floor, refusing help, even as his knees wobbled slightly beneath him. He stood fully, but didn't meet anyone's eyes. He opened his mouth to speak. His voice was hoarse, low, almost broken. "I'm sorry," Bakugo said, barely louder than a whisper. I never wanted this to happen. He couldn't finish the sentence. The words died in his throat as he dropped his gaze to the floor, his shoulders hunched, weighed down by shame that felt heavier than any blow Kirishima could have delivered. And in that moment, the explosive, defiant boy everyone thought they knew, looked more lost and alone than he ever had before. Bakugo stood in the center of the dorm lounge, his voice low and uneven as he tried to steady himself, his pride clashing with the guilt weighing on his chest. "I don't know why I tormented him," he began, not looking at anyone. "Back then, it was like, he was always this idiot who thought he could be a hero without a quirk. No matter how many times people told him he couldn't, he kept chasing after it, and that pissed me off." His fists clenched at his sides, nails digging into his palms. "To me, and to everyone around me, he was a loser. A nobody, just some quirkless weakling trying to grab a dream that didn't belong to him. And I kept thinking, what right did someone like him think he had to be a hero?" There was a moment of silence. A few students looked away, uncomfortable, but listening. "When I got to UA, I thought it'd be the same as always. That I'd be the top dog, #1 surrounded by a bunch of extras who'd never catch up," Bakugo went on, his voice growing heavier with each word. "But I was wrong. I saw people passing me. You, Kirishima, Todoroki. Hell, even that damn nerdy class representative was getting stronger." He looked up briefly, his eyes pained. "I started asking myself why I was falling behind. And I didn't have an answer, not at first. But then All Might retired, and I started really thinking about everything. About how I acted, how I treated people, how I thought I was the only one who deserved to be at the top." He swallowed hard, trying to keep himself composed. "I've been trying to change. I really have. But, no matter how much I try, there's always been this one person stuck in the back of my mind. One person I couldn't let go of. It was Midoriya, wasn't it?" Momo asked gently, her voice calm but firm. Bakugo nodded slowly, his expression tortured. "Yeah, it was him. I kept thinking about everything I did to him. The names, the threats, the beatings. And the worst part, I knew it was horrible. I knew I was a piece of shit for doing all of it, but I kept pushing those thoughts away." He looked down at the floor, voice barely above a whisper now. "I told myself, what's the point of feeling sorry? I'll never see him again anyway. He's gone, moved on, probably forgot about me, but now, he's back. And everything I buried is right here again. And I get it now. I've got a lot to make up for." A dark silence hung over the group. "The past has come for you," Tokiyami said solemnly, his tone colder than usual. "And now, all of us have to suffer for it." Bakugo lowered his head. "I'm sorry, it's not us you should be saying that to," Momo said, stepping forward slightly. Her eyes met his with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. "It's Midoriya. I know," Bakugo said quietly, his voice stripped of its usual bite. Which is why, when we fight him again, I want you to let me deal with him, he added, his tone firm with conviction. Bakugo, I don't think that. Iida began, stepping forward, concern written all over his face. But Momo quickly raised her hand, signaling for Iida to stop. Her expression was unreadable, a mixture of calculation and concern, but her eyes never left Bakugo. She took a careful step closer. What do you plan on doing if you face him again? She asked, her voice cool, cautious. Bakugo met her gaze, and for once, there was no fire in his eyes, just pain and something else, resolve. I'm going to apologize, he said. And then I'm going to save him. A few jaws slackened in surprise at the sincerity in his voice. It's the least I can do before I leave UA. Huh, Kirishima cried, his voice cracking in disbelief. What do you mean you're leaving UA? Bakugo turned his gaze toward his friend, his best friend, and offered him a weary, almost apologetic look. Kirishima, if you guys know about my past now, then the staff does too. Right, Yaoyorozu? He asked, turning slightly to Momo. Momo hesitated but nodded. I told them everything I learned. Bakugo took a slow breath and kept talking, his voice low and steady. Then that means they're going to investigate. And when they do, they'll find out everything he said is true. Every shove, every insult, every time I told him to give up. They'll see it all. He looked around the room, at every face filled with pain, judgment, or silent uncertainty. And once they hear my side, I'll tell them everything. No excuses, no running, just the truth, he said. And I'm sure that by the end of it all, I'll be expelled. And, you're okay with that? Shiro asked, his voice low and disbelieving. His expression mirrored the same shock shared by many in the room. He couldn't wrap his head around what Bakugo was saying. Bakugo didn't answer right away. He looked down at the floor, his fists trembling ever so slightly at his sides. After a moment, he shook his head slowly. No, of course not, he finally said, his voice hoarse with emotion. Being a hero, being the next #1, that's been my dream since I was a little kid. Since before I even understood what that really meant. He looked up, and for once, there was no pride, no fire, just honesty. But if this is the price I have to pay for everything I did, for the way I treated Izuku, if being kicked out of the hero course is what it takes to make up for that, then I'll take it. He paused, letting his words sink in. I don't like it. Hell, I hate it, he admitted with a bitter smile. But before my dream turns completely to ashes, I'll do the one thing I should have done a long time ago. He raised his head, eyes full of determination. I'll save Izuku, even if it's the last thing I ever do as a student of UA. Momo looked at Bakugo for a long moment before giving a slow, resolute nod. If that's your plan, then I'll help you, she said softly but firmly. Bakugo blinked, caught off guard. Huh, Yaomomo, Juro exclaimed, her voice laced with shock and disbelief. Momo turned to face the group, her expression calm but serious as she drew in a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. I met him, Izuku Midoriya. I looked him in the eye. I listened to him, and despite everything he's done, all the pain he's caused, I could tell he wasn't completely gone. Her voice didn't waver. There was something about him that reminded me of Todoroki when we first met. So much pain, so much anger, so much conflict bottled up inside. She glanced down, remembering. But beneath all that hatred, there was still a flicker of something else. Something human, something real. He's not just the conqueror of Shiketsu, he's a boy who once wanted to be a hero more than anything. She turned back to Bakugo. So I made him a promise, she said. I told him I'd come back for him. That I'd save him, and I intend to keep that promise. The room fell silent as the weight of her words settled over them. Then that's the plan, Kirishima said with a determined grin, his teeth gleaming despite the bruises still lining his face. We'll take down these Shiketsu punks, every last one of them, and then we'll save Izuku Midoriya. Monoma gave a low chuckle, arms crossed. As long as I get a piece of revenge for what they did to our school, I'm not exactly objecting, he said, voice dripping with his usual smug confidence. I guess we're in, Itsuka said, stepping forward from Class 1B's crowd. Her tone was more serious, her arms folded as her sharp eyes glanced across the room. "We'll help you save this Midoriya guy, but don't think that changes anything we learned tonight." She turned her gaze directly toward Bakugo, her expression firm. "No matter how this ends, whether we win or lose, you're going to answer for what you did. You'll face the consequences, from both the faculty, and from us." In the past, Bakugo might have lashed out, snapped, or met her glare with a louder one. But now, he didn't even flinch. He only gave a slow, remorseful nod. "Yeah, I know. Then it's settled," Kaminari said, trying to inject some much-needed hope into the room. "We win this war, and we save Midoriya." But before the energy could build again, Tokage spoke up, raising a hand. "Only one problem with that," she said, her voice cutting through the atmosphere like a blade. "We don't even know what this guy's quirk is. He and his Sternritter absolutely wiped the floor with us. Right now, we're fighting blind. So what exactly do we do?" That sobering truth brought silence crashing back over the dorm common room like a wave. No one had an answer, until Tokiyami finally spoke. "I may have a way of finding out," Tokiyami said quietly, his voice cutting through the uncertainty like a whisper in a storm. Everyone turned to look at him. "What is it, Tokiyami?" Iida asked, stepping forward with urgency in his voice. Tokiyami met his eyes with calm focus. "Hawks, before he was a pro-hero, and after the commission raised him, he was a student at Shiketsu. One of their best," he explained. "There's a chance he might know something. Maybe about the current students. Maybe even about Izuku Midoriya." "You think he'd just tell you?" Tsuyu asked skeptically, her eyes narrowing slightly. Tokiyami didn't flinch. "He trusts me," he replied firmly. "Maybe not with everything, but enough. If there's a way to give us even the smallest edge, it's worth trying." With that, he pulled out his phone, already scrolling to find the contact he needed, the number of the current No. 2 hero. "He always said to reach out if I ever needed help," Tokiyami added, his thumb hovering over the call button. "Well, we need help now more than ever." The room grew quiet as the others watched him. For a moment, the weight of their situation hung heavy in the air. This wasn't just about tactics or quirks anymore. It was about redemption, unity, and saving someone they all thought they'd lost. With a deep breath, Tokiyami pressed the call button. And just like that, a spark of hope flickered to life. Later that afternoon, the mood at the Hero Public Safety Commission headquarters was tense and heavy with expectation. Nezu, Aizawa, and a weary All Might entered the high-security meeting room, each step echoing off the polished floors. Inside, already seated and waiting, were Takahiro Yumakui, Izuku Midoriya, Eri, Jugram, and Baz B, representing the Shiketsu side of this uneasy truce. Takahiro greeted them with a warm but calculated smile, his eyes gleaming with false politeness. "A pleasure to see you all again," he said smoothly. Nezu nodded in kind, his expression unreadable. "Good to see you as well, Yumakui-san." Aizawa gave only a short glance toward the Shiketsu side, his arms crossed tightly, eyes lingering on Izuku, who simply returned the stare, calm and silent. Moments later, the doors at the far end of the room opened, and in walked the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, exuding authority with each step. Dressed in sharp navy and flanked by 2 aides, she made her way to the head of the table. "Good to see you all here," she said, her tone brisk and businesslike. "Now, I believe we have pressing matters to discuss." Takahiro leaned forward with a practiced smile. "Madam President, how good it is to see you again. Might I say, you look lovely today." The president didn't even spare him a glance. "Save it, Yumakui," she said curtly, her voice ice cold. "This isn't a social call. We're here to establish the new terms for this war." "New terms," All Might echoed, his voice rough, still hoarse from both exhaustion and lingering shame. The president nodded firmly. "Yes, new terms. And I'll be clear, we will not tolerate any further ambushes or surprise strikes. That goes for both sides," she added, her gaze cutting sharply across the table, first at Takahiro and Izuku, then at Nezu and All Might. "They attacked us without warning first," Nezu said, his voice calm but laced with unmistakable irritation. "Our training zones were turned into battlegrounds. Property destroyed, students severely injured. While that is true, and let me be clear, I don't agree with the way Yumakui chose to announce this little game. Your students retaliated, the president said sharply, her eyes narrowing on Nezu. And then, in kind, Shiketsu struck back mere minutes later. Her voice was firm, but not without a faint undercurrent of weariness. She was clearly exhausted from the political tightrope this war had become. However, she continued, resting both hands flat on the table, this is a war. And in war, there are no rules against preemptive strikes or ambushes. That said, if UA wishes to answer Shiketsu in kind, through strategy or surprise, then so be it. I won't stop you. Nezu gave her a small, slow nod. Calm and thoughtful, though his expression gave away nothing of his internal thoughts. Now then, the president said, glancing around the room as every eye locked on her, let's move forward. Allow me to explain the new terms and official rules of this war between UA and Shiketsu. She picked up a slim digital tablet and tapped it once before reading aloud. Term 1. Neither academy is allowed to target, sabotage, or destroy the infirmary. Medical staff, doctors, nurses, and support medics, are to be considered non-combatants and will remain untouched. Injured students deserve care, not crossfire. She paused to make sure the weight of that rule was clear before continuing. Term 2. No student or faculty member may cause a life-threatening or career-ending injury. Intense battles are expected, but we will not permit cruelty or irreversible damage. All Might's jaw clenched slightly at that, his fight with Izuku replaying again in his mind. Term 3. Each school may select 4 to 5 pro heroes, who are not current faculty, to assist in this war. These heroes may act as combat reinforcements, strategists, or logistical support. At that, Aizawa's brow furrowed in contemplation. A potential advantage, or a dangerous variable, depending on who Shiketsu chose. Term 4. Attacks may occur at any time and in any location, provided said locations are far removed from the public. Civilian safety is paramount. There will be no excuses for putting innocents in danger. She let that sit for a moment, her tone hardening. And finally, Term 5. This war will conclude only under one condition, when the king of either side has been defeated or formally surrenders. No negotiation, no ceasefire. One king falls, and the war ends. A tense silence followed her declaration. So this war only ends when this king falls, Nezu said thoughtfully, his paws gently steepled beneath his chin. If I had to guess, this king is either the principal of each school, or rather, the individual who has been chosen and named as such. The president gave him a firm nod. Correct, she said. In this conflict, Shiketsu has already named their king. That title belongs to none other than Izuku Midoriya. At the sound of the name, a wave of silence rippled across the room, tension settling like a thick fog. However, she continued, before I allow either side to resume this war, I need to know who UA's king will be. The rules are binding now. Once the game resumes, there's no pulling back. Nezu's crimson eyes gleamed with something unreadable as he looked toward the president. I already know who will represent UA as our king, Nezu said with quiet confidence. The president arched a brow, curious. And who will it be? Nezu's smile broadened just a touch, calm and calculating as always. And then he said the name. The moment the words left his mouth, All Might's eyes shot wide open, his expression flashing with disbelief. Beside him, Aizawa's usually stoic face cracked, his eyes narrowing in complete shock. Even Takahiro's usual smug composure faltered. His head tilted slightly, expression contorted in bewilderment. You're serious, he muttered. But none of that compares to Izuku. A beat of silence passed, and then he laughed. A deep, wild, guttural laugh erupted from him, echoing through the room like rolling thunder. Ah ha 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 ha, he roared, clutching his sides. Oh, this is rich. Ha ha ha, I knew you were a genius, Principal Nezu, but this. Izuku wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, his grin wide, feral. This is truly an amazing play. An unexpected gamble, he said between gasps of laughter. You're not just playing the game, Nezu, you're trying to outwit me at it. He leaned back in his chair, a crooked smirk carved onto his face. The president paid no mind to Izuku's wild laughter, though it echoed through the conference room like a twisted victory bell. Her expression remained unreadable as she exhaled a slow, controlled breath. "Very well then," she said, her voice sharp and final. "Let the war between UA and Shiketsu commence once more." With those words, the room fell into silence once more, only this time, it was heavy with unspoken declarations and battle lines being redrawn. The meeting had ended. Without another word, the parties began to depart, UA's representatives heading toward the exit, while Shiketsu's Conqueror and his officers remained seated, watching them go with quiet, lingering stares. As the elevator doors closed behind them, Eraserhead finally broke the silence. He turned toward Nezu, a rare furrow of concern in his brow. "You're absolutely sure it's a good idea to make her the king?" Nezu didn't answer immediately. He kept walking at a measured pace, paws tapping softly on the polished floor as he looked ahead. "Yes," he said at last, his voice steady, even certain. "Momo Yaoyorozu is the king that this war will need." Aizawa didn't reply, but he cast one last glance back at the conference room as they stepped into the sunlight outside. The war was back on, and its outcome now rested on the shoulders of a single student. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.